iconic events like the Mizuno British Indoor Champs, it's just great to see the number of participants that come. You've got people here who row, people here who get on it in the gym. You've got masters who loved rowing, they did it back in the day, or they've never done it before and they wanted to do it. There's serious people, but then there's people that just want to do it because they enjoy it.
Attention.
So on the adaptive front, this is the biggest domestic race we'll ever go to. It gives people with disabilities a chance to compete on a wide scale.
People are coming here to improve themselves and challenge themselves, and I think it's just really inspiring for us guys to see that, to see people like just coming and just smashing it out.
It's the pinnacle of like the Ergin Championships. You've done your winter training. It gives you something to aim for. So no, I think it's with the atmosphere and everything, it's there to spur you on and try and get your best scores out there.
People have seen the benefits of doing it. They come and they might just be here for a relay, but they want to be either part of a team or they want to just have that fun by doing it themselves. Whether you win or lose the actual race, if you're better than yourself, then you're doing great things, you know, and that's the great thing that we see about what's happening here today. People are coming to this because of the event. They can say they went to Mizuno British Indoor Champs and they'll remember it for the rest of their lives.
Hello, good morning. How are you? Welcome to day 2 of Brick Online for some more live stream races taking place at BritishRowing.org. I'm Anne-Marie Batson.
And I'm Jack Dryden. We're here to guide you through a packed day of racing with over 2,700 entries this weekend from 40 countries worldwide.
So like yesterday, we are delighted to incorporate the European Continental Qualifier into the World Rowing Indoor Championships and use the event to crown European Rowing Indoor Champions as well, which is really exciting. But we'll let you know who they are when their faces roll around.
So throughout today, we'll be keeping an eye on social media. We had a great time yesterday seeing what you were up to, where you were racing. So please do share your experience on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram using the hashtag BrickOnline. That's BRIC online. We'll share our favourite posts on the live stream.
And don't forget, all results and from yesterday as well will be published online at BritishRowing.org/BrickOnline. And Jack and I will keep you fully updated about all the medal winners and their names later throughout the day as well. So do keep your eyes peeled for those.
Well, just before we get on to our first race, we need to say a big thank you to our event sponsor, Robots, who've helped us to put on this fantastic event. Robots have created an innovative rowing-based workout that uses both rowing machines and body weight exercises. It's fun, exciting and suitable for all ages. You can take part at a London gym, or you can also take part online with Robots at home.
So let's get on with the day, which is really, really exciting. We're going to have lots of races for you. So let's hand over to our commentators, Warren and Will. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning, Anne-Marie. Thank you very much. Really looking forward to being part of today's racing. We're going to have some really fantastic races coming up, focusing on some of the shorter distances today, and the shorter time distances and 500 metres as well. It should be really good fun.
Absolutely will, yeah. It's an early start, but I'm really excited for this one. These races are sort of 4 minutes long, 2 minutes long, these kind of things over short distances. The 3 words that come to my mind when I think about these races are speed, ferocity and serious competitiveness. If the races are like we saw yesterday, this is going to be a cracking morning of racing.
So while we wait for that first race to get underway, Will, what would be your strategy approaching a 500 metres? What are you aiming to do in that heat?
Well, it's obviously a pretty short race. The pacing maybe isn't quite as important as it would be for a 2,000 metres, but it's still, when it's getting out towards sort of a minute, one and a half minutes, you can blow up if you go too hard. So you're going to be wanting to get the flywheel moving really, really quickly. So those first 5 strokes, maybe slightly shorter strokes, really hammering the legs just to get the flywheel moving. And then you've got to quite quickly settle into something that you think you could hold for a minute and a half. The stroke rating, how many strokes the rower is taking every minute, that's probably going to be a little bit higher. We're going to see those numbers up towards sort of 40 or so rather than 30 strokes a minute that we'd have seen in the 2,000 meter races. And then it's just about hanging on. As you get towards the end, legs are going to be burning, lungs are going to be burning, arms are going to be burning. It's just about, can you hold that split for as long as possible until the distance reaches zero.
Warren, can I ask you, are we going to expect some more dead heat finishes today? Because we had one yesterday, and given these will be shorter races, are we going to expect that more?
I think there's certainly that element to it, definitely. When you're sitting side by side, you can see little bits, you're sort of taking everything in, I think. You can see where everybody is. In this race, it's a little bit different because all you've got to go on is that screen, and it's not going to be your focus all the time. So it means that people can creep up, or you can jump up on people, and everything just becomes that little bit more closer. So I think that because people are just on their own and they're going to be focusing on what's right in front of them, I think we could see more of those dead heats because people will start thinking, I'm just going to go for this last 100 metres, I'm going to put that burst in there, try and catch somebody by surprise. So I'd like to think so. Certainly from a spectator point of view, I'd love to see it. Well, I think actually at that point, I think we're just about ready to start the first race of the day. Well, we've got lots of categories in here, lots of different types of races going on. And also we've got one of our own. We've got Rachel Williamson on camera there, looking very festive, I have to say, with that Christmas tree in the background. Well, there should be a great race coming up.
It really should be, yeah. So Rachel was part of our commentary team yesterday, and I think she's going to be joining us again later today. And off the line, so Rach is competing as part of one of our Invictus classifications, so IR3, which is, you can see, is for athletes who just use a single arm. But as Warren mentioned, we've got lots of different classifications here. So you can see all the different classifications along the top. They're denoted also as well by the different colours of boats. So if you've got a PR category, that's an athlete with an official para classification. An AR category is someone that is still has disability but doesn't necessarily meet the sort of the official para rowing classification criteria. And then we've also got IR3, so those Invictus classifications. And essentially the lower numbers, people with a slightly more severe disability, and the higher numbers, so going towards PR3 and IR3, they're people with sort of with more mobility. We're racing over 4 minutes here, so it's a timed race. It's how far you can go in that 4 minutes. We've just come through 1 minute gone, and at the moment it's Carlo Fabio Marcello Salcani who is out in front in the AR2 category. He's really, really flying and pulling a 1:37 split, but we've also got Mark Perkins in the men's PR3 category, who's also going great guns, pulling a 1:40.
Yeah, there's really those two at the moment. Look at Rachel there. She's really pushing it in, putting the legs down, driving with the back and sending through with the arm. Really strong run there. And she's keeping up in that category. But as we said at the front there, it's between Mark Perkins, who's in the boat number 16, and in number 3, Andrew Calsagni. It's a great name on that name, Will. Calsagni got a 7:18 in the 2,000 metre yesterday, so he's right up there. That's why he's holding that 1:45 split. If you look in the top right corner of your screen, we're already coming up to halfway in this race. And at the bottom there, Mark Perkins, 5th in the 2,000 metre yesterday. And he is really holding on to that one. He's holding the best split at the minute, which is those numbers that you can see on the far right, the 3-digit ones. That means how long it's taking them to reach 500 metres, which, as you can see, many of our races have already crossed that point. Really interesting race in the middle for the men's IR3, the Invictus, one of our Invictus categories. Only a few metres between them, but it's Thierry Dutrieu leading the way there at the moment. Well, it should be a good last few seconds to this race, Will.
Yeah, so we've got competition all the way up and down the field. There's lots of different classifications here. And as you said, it's that men's IR3 category. Thierry Dutrieu leading over Frank Poirot and Andy Kerr. That's one of the closest ones we have at the moment. Also in the that pink category in the middle, the AR3 Open Women's category, Sally Renard, Raina Stroman and Inez Kalman really fighting it out. We're into the last minute though, and Mark Perkins in that PR3 category, still going really, really strong, holding those 140s. But I'm incredibly impressed by Carlo Fabio Marcello Salsagni in the AR2. So an AR2 rower is someone that isn't using their legs, they're just using their body and their arms, and he's gone over 1,000 meters, and he's going to go even further. It's a really, really impressive row from the Italian.
It certainly is. He's really putting it in, and also putting it in here is Ray Schultz, who's really going for it in these last few seconds. 41 strokes a minute there, really hammering it down on a 2:33 split as well. Just coming towards the 750 meter mark here. Just this is the point, as we said. This is where you're thinking you've just got to put everything into this race now. All this power, all the commitment, everything goes into it now, as opposed to the last 3 seconds of the race, just trying to reach the 1,000 meter, but just close. And you can see those scores there. Those will be confirmed later on today. But it was a great finish there from Calzagni and from Mark Perkins at the front. Andrew McAvoy holding on a 154 as well. But we'll get those scores confirmed up later. But Rachel Williams going to have a pat on the back from all of us here, especially in such a festive mood as well. Done really well there.
Well, I think we've got Rachel on the line. Rachel, can you hear us? Do you want to unmute your microphone? How are you doing? How was your race?
Rachel, you're still on mute.
Is that better?
That's better. There we go. We can hear you now, Rachel. How was your race?
Yeah, I'm pleased with that actually. My aim was over 900. I was just under 20 metres off my PB. And I think after lockdown, I'm happy with that.
Considering, Rachel, you were saying you were really nervous yesterday, I didn't see any nerves from you in that race. You seemed to pace yourself and then give it in that last 200, those last few metres or so, you really gave it your all.
Yeah, I think commentating distracted me quite well. And it was only until I got it this morning that it dawned on me that it's race day. So, no, I'm happy with that. So, just got to catch my breath. And yeah, pleased. That was good.
Well, fantastic. Well done, Rachel. Congratulations on your race. We look forward to seeing you back in the commentary booth in a few moments' time.
Will do. Thank you.
Well, there you go. I believe the next race is just about to start. This will be the AR3 Open Men's 4 minutes. I'll hand you back to Russell and, Will and Warren.
Thank you very much, Jack. Yeah, it's a great start there. I got so excited there, Will. Sorry, I stepped over the top of you. But look at the start there from David Vinci in lane 4. On 36 strokes a minute at a 1:32. That's certainly a great way to start the race, Will.
It really is. So we've got 15 athletes entered here. Well, I think just about 10 or so in the field in this AR3 Open category. So, and we're still looking at our adaptive classifications, but all in one category here. So some serious medals on the line, and it's really tight out in front. Ashim Fall and David Vinci, only 2 meters separating them, but only 5 meters separating the top 4, and they're all pulling splits in the 130s at the moment. They're just coming through the meter marker. We're going to be looking at distances around about 1,200, 1,300 meters for this one.
I really do think so, with its big numbers being put in from the very start of this race. What's impressing me here as well is Akim Val is putting in a great split. He's a great rate at the top there. There's Ben Gallagher for you. Look at the rate. He's at 26. He's holding a long, strong form. He's on a 138. That's why he's quickly approaching the 500 meter mark here. Go on, Ben. He's really putting the power in there. It's great to see him on camera. But it's a really tight race for that top 4, as we can see there. It's just starting to stretch out now. Francesco Saverio Di Donato sitting on a 32, a 138. He rose out of the Accademia del Remo e dello Sport, which is based in Naples Bay in Campania region. And that wants to be the centre for parasports in Italy. It's great. And he is actually 1 metre just behind Ben Gallagher. He's just trying to come in, and there he goes across the 600 metre mark on the halfway point. Now, this is going to be a really interesting point in the race, Will, and they're both only a few metres behind Akinfal of We Are Invictus. And, well, what these guys are going to start doing, I think we're going to see some really interesting power plays here, Will.
Yeah, and it's interesting when you're doing a timed race rather than a distance race, you can really get that pacing spot on. You can say, right, for this 1 minute, I know exactly what I'm going to try and pull, and you've got those really distinct markers. But the Italian is having a really good paced race, and I think in the next couple of seconds, we're maybe going to see the Italian, there we go, poke his little virtual boat in lane number 9 into the lead. He's got a higher stroke rating than the other two athletes fighting out for the podium, and he's still got a split down in the 130. So I think we're going to see Francesco's lead continue to grow as we come up towards the last minute of this race.
Absolutely, he's just timed it very well there. As we come into the last minute of this race, he's sitting on a 32 strokes a minute, 1 minute 38. Certainly the fastest one out there at the moment. Akinfal just trying to keep up the distance there, but it's going to be ever so tight now as these two both approached the 1,000 metre mark. I think you might be bang on the money there with the metre prediction there, Will. Ben Gallagher, you can see him on the right, he's just on 32. He was fourth yesterday in the 2,000 metres at 6:58.7. So he's doing really well in this AR3 open event for the men's. You can see him there, but now Akinfal, he's just trying to bring those metres down as we come towards the last 30 seconds of this race. But Di Donato is sitting very comfortably there on a 34 stroke a minute, 136. He's putting the power down, he's doing it at a rate, but he's doing it, and he's keeping the foul away, and he's building that distance once again, looking for that 1,250 metre mark, which is quickly approaching from the right of your screen. Might just get there just before the seconds finish in this race. Well, he just got there ahead. 12:33 is the score there, we'll get that confirmed later. We had a great race plan there from Di Donato, Will.
Yeah, really, really even pacing. Kept in those 130s most of the way. Had a little bit left for a sprint at the end. But some really good performances all the way down. Very tight racing around sort of between 4th through to 6th. You can see Ben Gallagher there on the screen. Fantastic effort by him in that AR3 open category.
Ben, can you... Oh, sorry. Thought we could say hello there.
Oh, that was a great race. I was watching those first top 2 positions and I was wondering how it was going to pan out. It's so tight at the top, and I'm delighted to say actually that Ben Gallagher is able to join us. Hi Ben, how was that race for you?
Oh, hard work. Yeah, it was good. So used to racing sort of longer distance, 2K, 5K. So this is my first ever 4 minute best effort. So yeah, didn't know what to expect. Yesterday I started off a bit too strong on the 2K. I thought I'd slow it down a bit with my sort of pace this morning off the start line. But no, it was good. Tried to maintain it for a while and keep it going. So yeah, it was good.
Fantastic. Well, switching from those longer distances to your first ever 4 minute race, how did you alter your training for today?
So I did a bit of interval sort of training, a little bit more sprint sessions with a more drawn out rest between each one, so short, sharper sprints and then a bit more of a drawn out recovery between each set, just to be able to build that sort of short speed really.
And in terms of cooling down now, Ben, what is it going to be? Just pacing around the room, getting some energy drinks inside you?
Yeah, a bit more time on the rower, and then out for a walk, I think, in the nice fresh air, followed by a nice lunch, I think.
Well, thank you very much for joining us. Enjoy your walk and your lunch, and best of luck for the rest of your weekend. We hope you have a great rest of your Sunday.
That's great, thank you very much.
Wow, that
well,
race
there
was
you go,
really,
Ben
really
Gallagher.
close, I'm not going to say.
So I think we're just shortly awaiting our next race. This will be a combined race, the Masters 80 to 84, 75 to 79, 70 to 74 and 65 to 69 men's 500 metres. So lots of different categories represented. A reminder, all the results from today's racing are available online, britishrowing.org/BrickOnline.
And the race is about to start. So let's hand back to our commentators, Warren and Will.
Thank you very much. Yes, looking forward to this one. A great spread of different races to take place. Certainly one I'm looking forward to. You see there in the blue boats, Graham Spittal and Gilly Ertel yesterday in the 2,000 metre. Only 1.2 seconds separating them. I think that's certainly going to be one to watch out. But it's going to be a very short race, Will, isn't it?
Yes, this is our first 500 metre race, and we've got some really, really strong competitors all the way up and down the field in these Masters categories. Plenty of athletes who we would usually see competing at the World Rowing Indoor Championships. And so I think we're going to get some really, really fast times. So we've got the men's 65 category represented by the yellow boats, the 70 to 74 category represented by the blue boats, and then in the green the 75 to 79, and also one 80 to 84 athlete, Brian Court, down at the bottom. So racing over distance now, so it's just going to be how quickly can you complete 500 meters. And going off, it is those 65 to 69 athletes. Isa Nevalainen from Finland with a 125 and a stroke rating of 41 has made the strongest start out of the field, but really, really tight in the 70 to 74 category between Robin Sturck and Graham Spittal.
It certainly is. Yeah, what a flying start from Robin Sturck there in that category. Graham Spittal keeping up with him as well in that 70 to 74 category. He's defending his British Championship. You can see him there in the British Championship 774. He won it in December 2019. He won at the British Rowing Virtual Championships as well back in June, if you remember back then. But it's Eze Nevalainen leading the way on a 128 at 39 strokes a minute. But Graham Spittal there, of course, we said before, we saw Di Donato in the last race sitting on about 5 metres on his leader. And he'll be looking just as they're coming towards these last bits to see if he can just put in a late burst of pace to see if he can cut down the gap there. And we're coming into those last 100 metres or so. We'll see the race there, Nevalainen finishing. It'll be really tight between Stevenson and Lake there. Watch out for that. I think Stevenson might just get there ahead, which he does. And Robin Sturck holding off Graham Spittal, but the meters are so tight at the bottom there. But a great place from Robin Sturck. Spittal there just trying to find it at the end. Gilly Ertel taking third place. Jeremy Lear finishing 136.7 in the men's 75. And Brian Court will just cheer him on as he comes through to the finish line. That's a great finish there for Brian. Will, a great race there across the board.
Yeah, some really fantastic times. Pretty much all of our field getting under 2 minutes, even in the AC to 84 category. If I'm able to do sub 2 minute 500 at the age of 80, then I think I'll have done pretty well, and some really impressive times. 128 for Isa Nevalainen, and as Graham Spittal there, having competed his race in the men's 70 to 74 category.
I have to say, yeah, Graham's a local of the Lee Rowing Club, my rowing club, so great to see that one. Great race there from Graham, doing really well. Well done. But yeah, you can see there.
0.6 seconds.
Let me come to Will first, actually. When it's a shorter race, what's the strategy? Because you're tempted, I guess, to go out really, really quickly in those first 20 seconds. But then if you pace yourself too slowly, the race is over. So how do you manage the two?
I think it's about when you're training, you've got to identify what you think is that comfortable pace that you think you can. Well, it's not going to be comfortable, but something that you think you can just about hold. In those first 5 strokes, you're basically going from a complete standing start, so you've got to get the speed up as quickly as possible. You can lose a few seconds if you've got a slow reaction time, and if you don't get that flywheel moving quickly, you've got to get it down. You've got to get your average split down below your target. And then it's just about settling onto whatever that target is, and just hoping that you've got enough that you can hold on. You're probably not going to be doing a sprint finish in a 500 meters. You're probably not going to be speeding up towards the end. It's more about holding that speed and trying not to slow down too much.
Well, I think we've got Graham Spittal on the line. Graham, are you happy with your race there? 0.6 seconds between you and Robin Sturck. A very close finish there.
Yeah, I take it Robin won, yeah?
Yes, he did. Of course, results to be fully confirmed within half an hour, but yes, provisionally.
No, that's okay. I've battled with him before, so that's good. Okay, well, I to be honest, I haven't practiced 500s that much. In fact, not at all. Not as a set piece. Done loads of 500 time intervals, but not actually a race. So it's okay. And went off okay, and then couldn't keep it up quite as well as I'd hoped in the middle, but wound it up at the end, but I couldn't get into. He crept away by a few metres, and that was enough to get him his win.
So now that you've done the 500, Graham, I was going to ask you. Now that you've done that race, you said you haven't done a lot of them. Do you think you'd like to do another one soon?
Well, now.
Not right now, no.
I might leave it for a bit, but yes, it might have been better to do that. But I was more focused on what coach was telling me to do, rather than this was just a bit of fun afterwards. But no, it's good. I enjoyed it. Perhaps next time I will do a bit more 500 prep, just to get used to the idea of it. Yes.
So for people who haven't done a 500 metre race before, can you tell us how it feels in that last kind of 100 metres? You've been on the ergo for 400 metres, you're just clinging onto the line. How's that feeling?
Well, because I didn't cling on quite enough, I was having to ramp it up at the end, and I was doing what I could and got the split down a few pips. But you've just got to. I came into it same as I did in back in the Velodrome thinking, and I wasn't feeling too well at the Velodrome at the time. But I thought, well, it's only 90 seconds. I'll go and do it, and it is a very short race, and as long as you're just focused on getting to the end. In the last few, you might be feeling a bit drained. You just got to dig deep and just try a bit harder and see what comes out. Normally, if you're sort of geared up and revved up for it, then if you want to move up a bit, then you can, because the body's there to do it. But I guess you've got to be prepared for it, and practicing helps, obviously. As I've said.
Graham, thank you so much for talking to us. Go away, catch your breath, and hopefully it will give you the impetus to do another 500 in the near distant future. Thanks very much.
Oh, okay. Thanks very much. Bye for now.
Well, we are moments away from our next race, but I do believe we have one or two social media posts that we're just going to flash up for you to see what's been happening on Twitter and Facebook and Instagram. So the hashtag for this weekend, BRIC_Online, hashtag BRIC Online. Do share your posts on there. We'll bring as many of them as we can onto the live stream. Here we go from...
Shall I do this one? Sue ABC Juniors talking about Tommy, a great row in the British rowing, hashtag BRIC_Online on Sunday. Have a good one.
Then here we go, Bjorn John. British Juniors Masters 2000 metre done. Fantastic.
Let's go to our next race. I believe it's a blue one.
Yes, thank you very much, Anne-Marie. We've got another 500 metre race coming up for you now. We've got the men's 55 to 59 in the yellow boats and 60 to 64 in the red boats. Oh, and we've got a full start actually from Ergos 4 and 25. So the athletes will have on their monitors, it will tell them when the race is about to get going, and if they start before it says go, then it will register a false start. So we just got to wait for all of those machines to stop. So for the athletes to stop and the flywheel on the rowing machine to come to a complete halt before we can get our start sequence going again. Having a quick look at the entry for this, we've got loads of athletes in the men's 55 to 59 and also a really good representation in the 60 to 64 and some really impressive competitors in both. Kent Pettersson in the men's 55 to 59 been competing in Indoor Championship since the late 90s, but he was the world champion in the 50 to 59 category back in the World Champs in Paris earlier this year. So he'll be one to watch. Anyone you're looking out for in particular, Warren?
Well, I'll tell you what, I'm actually looking forward to a little bit of a Scandinavian derby, let's call it, in the men's 55. I think I can see them in lanes 2 and 3 on the right. Ollie Christian Carlsen and Kent Peterson. Carlsen of Norway, Peterson of Sweden. This is actually the ones that were 1.2 seconds apart in the 2,000 metre yesterday. So the two ones on lane 2 and 3, I think, on the right-hand side. And they're the ones I'm really excited for. And there they are. This is the attention. This is the moment where we're about to start the race. And that is the go sign for them. And off they go, off that start line. It's a great start from Carlsen, actually. Just taking a lead in those first few strokes. 45 strokes a minute. Look at Keith Abdon, though. 49 strokes a minute. Great start from him. But it's Carlsen just leading away. It's between him and Limatta of Finland. Well, I told you about a Scandinavian derby. And it's Norway, Finland and Sweden right at the top there. And Massimo Galetti leading the way in the 60 to 64 metres. Great start from all three of them. And Limatta rowing out the south of Finland, actually. And we've also got, look out for John Michael Smith of Great Britain as well. He really enjoys these races. We saw him at the Virtual Championships earlier this year. And if anyone knows about short distances and intensity, it's him. Having played as a rugby union and a heavyweight boxer, he knows all about these short distances. And we're already over halfway, Will. This looks like Carlsen and Galetti leading the way, though.
Yeah, Carlsen has put in a really strong first half of the race, still holding down in those low 120s, and I don't think anyone is pulling a fast enough split to close that gap. It's just dropping ever so slightly. He's now going up into the high 120s. Massimo Galetti in the men's 60 to 64 category is pulling away from the field. Coming up towards the finish line in the men's 55 to 59, and it is provisionally Ole Christian Carlsen of Norway crossing the line first with Kent Peterson in second. So that was a great shout from you, Warren, to pick out those two, with Vika Dalsum of the Netherlands coming across in third. In the men's 60 to 64, it was Massimo Galetti of Italy, Johan Dennekamp of Great Britain and Tim Clark of Great Britain rounding out the top three. But really strong performances across the whole field there in the men's 55 to 59 and 60 to 64 500 metres. These short races are really keeping us on our toes.
They really are. Those numbers, they just go up and down and up and down. It's incredible to watch, actually. But we said Carlsen, it's the ones that put in that consistent performance over that short distance. That's why Carlsen and Galetti led the way. Peterson held there strong. But a great rows there, as you said, from Dalsum and Close. Brilliant stuff. And a lot more to see. We've already had a great morning of racing so far. A lot more to come, though. But first of all, check out this video.
I grew up playing sport at school until replying to an ad in the newspaper turned me into a beginner on the GB rowing team.
Now it's your turn. British Rowing have partnered with Ascenzi to form a winning pair.
Connect your phone to an indoor rowing machine and follow interactive programs with British rowing instructors that will make you fitter and faster. I'd never rowed before, but after 4 years of world-class coaching from Team GB, I won my first gold at the London Olympics and my second at the Rio Olympics. I had no idea how this sport would change my life. How could it change yours?
Now, British Rowing has launched a new indoor rowing subscription for £32.50 a year. By joining British Rowing, you'll have exclusive access to discounts and content on how to get most out of your training sessions, your nutrition, your indoor rowing racing, and so on and so forth. So if it's something that you'd like to get involved with, do sign up for the subscription. It's £32.50 a year.
But if you'd like to do something a little bit more immediate and you want to get involved with this weekend's competition, don't forget we've got our free live league online on the British Rowing website. It's free to enter and you can enter a 500 metres, 2k, 10k or a marathon and submit your time through the British Rowing website, and we'll be keeping our live leaderboards updated throughout the weekend until 4 p.m. today when we'll crown our winners.
And also, don't forget to keep using the hashtag BrickOnline as well. And throughout the day, Jack and I will be reading your tweets, your posts, Instagram, Twitter, even your TikToks if you fancy. So make sure you get them on social media and we'll give you guys the shout out as well. Let's see if you can do even better than yesterday, because we were deluged with social media posts yesterday. Let's see if we can do the same today.
So we're nearly ready for our next race. We're going to bring back in our commentators, Warren and Will. What are we looking forward to in this next one?
Well, we've got a full field of the men's 50 to 54 category. We've got loads and loads and loads of athletes competing in this, and some really strong competitors. You've got Paul Chomsky from Canada, who placed third in the 500 metres at the Virtual Championships back in the summer. We've also got Kevin Williams, who was fourth in that event. We've got Salvatore Domina, who's had some fantastic performances in some of the Italian indoor events. They're already underway, though.
Well, you've just seen the start of the race there, and it's actually Scott Jenkins and Andy Webb right at the start there, 1:17 and 1:22. Absolutely phenomenal start, but staying with them is Stephen Bailey, as we said. Stephen Bailey, for a rugby league player, he came second in the British Rowing Virtual Championships this same event, but it's Scott Jenkins who's actually defending that from the 500 metre championship from last season, and he is the one that's standing out there at the moment. Paul Chomsky of Canada staying with him, and Andy Webb and Stephen Bailey battling for third place. Well, watch out for Wilson Story. There he goes into third place. You can see in the interchanges already here, Will. You can see there Patrick Bonguardo of France racing on your screen now, and he is, well, look at the power that he's putting in there. He's on 34 strokes a minute, the grit and the determination on his face, clear for all to see here, and it's brilliant to witness. And that's what you're seeing, that's what we're seeing, Will, on all of these races. Actually, this is the kind of determination we're seeing.
Yeah, Patrick, who's been rowing since the age of 14, so he's got some experience in those legs. Coming up towards the finish now, and we can see, yes, and we had a change of lead. It was Simon Wilson Story in the end of Great Britain, was the #1 CrossFitter in the UK, and that endurance paid off because he came through at the end. Scott Jenkins just trailing off, and provisionally it was Simon Wilson Story with a 1:22.4 ahead of Scott Jenkins, who just trailed off a little bit, and then Paul Chomsky of Canada with a 1:24.7. All of those results will hopefully get confirmed pretty soon. And the last of our athletes coming across the line there, Gary Drenman. You can see Patrick with a 1:38.7. Fantastic performance by him there in the men's 50 to 54 500 metres.
Certainly was, and yeah, I can see him getting his breath back. I think he certainly does that. Did a really strong race there. It was great to watch as well. Great, Patrick, how are you? How do you feel after that? Oh, I think. There you go. Okay, I ask if you just unmute your microphone. Can you hear us okay? Patrick, how do you feel?
Hello?
How do you feel after that 500 metre race?
Yeah, it was quite hard.
think that's a good summary of it, to be fair. What was your race plan going into this one?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
What was your plan for this race? How did you approach it?
I mainly prepared the 2,000 meter race, not so much this race.
It's just putting everything into it, especially in those last 100 meters. What does it feel like when you finished it as well, when you just take that last stroke and you can let go? How did it feel to finish that race as well?
Oh, it was very hard. I'm not so used to row so fast.
Yeah, you've been rowing for a long time as well. You've been rowing since you were 14 years old. And what's been a highlight for you of your rowing career, would you say?
I'm in Paris, in France, about 15 years ago. I reached 6:53 for 2,000 meters. This was a highlight for Ergometer. And now I'm older, 45 years old, so it's of course harder.
Well, listen, you had a great race. How are you planning to recover from this race? How are you planning for the rest of the day?
I'm going to have a nice meal with my family, and we are going to have a nice walk outside because there is a nice sun here.
Well, that sounds very nice. Bon appetit, Patrice. Thanks for talking to us after your race. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was a great race to watch, and I think it's especially the winner of that race. This is what we talked about before with Anne-Marie and Jack. It's how the different race plan, they can put these bursts on at different times, and it can really surprise the rest of the pack and take them by surprise.
Yeah, and those top two placings taken by two athletes from the CrossFit community, both Simon Wilson-Story, who crossed the line in first, and Scott Jenkins in second, both big CrossFitters, and we've seen that the sort of the popularity of things like CrossFit and other sort of indoor gyms being a real positive effect for indoor rowing, especially in the shorter events, and the fact that we're seeing that the 500 meters and the team event often being really hotly contested by people from not necessarily a rowing background, just more of a gym background. They've got a lot of power and muscle, and they know how to use it.
Yeah, we certainly saw that throughout. That's why I think these races are so close. Like you say, we've got so many different backgrounds coming in to this event. It means that all bets are off, I think, for certain elements of this race, where in terms of race management, in terms of those dramatic finishes that we're already seeing today. And I think we're certainly likely to see a lot more in our next race as well, race 206, which is we've got quite a lot of entries in this one, Will.
Yeah, so as we're sort of working our way down the age categories, and we'll wait to see how many of them are on the start line. But we've got 44 people listed in the next category for the men's 40 to 49 500 meters. So I think we're going to see some really tight racing coming up. Jack and Anne-Marie, it's been a frenetic first 5 races this morning. We've been really enjoying it so far.
Yeah, I have to say that last race, I think there was literally, tell me if I'm wrong, but there was literally a millisecond or a second between first and second place, and I do wonder what the reaction is of the racers when they hit that final line. Are they disappointed that they literally could be like a millisecond off from getting that top spot, or just actually happy with the timings that they get?
It's hard because the athletes will see on their monitor how far apart they are from everyone else. But even if it's in a 500 meter race, if it's you might be only 1 meter, 2 meters away from another competitor, that's fractions of a second. So I think the only thing you can really do is make sure you get the absolute best time you can, and then hopefully that gets you the result you want. I think if you start watching the people around you too much, probably start racing to them rather than focusing on your own race.
And in these short, sharp sprints, like if you're doing a 2-kilometer race, you can maybe have 10 off strokes where you just take a breather and you're not feeling it, and then you get back into the rhythm. But with 500 meters, there's no opportunity for that. You've got to be on the pace all the time.
100%, Jack. Absolutely. It's just about getting everything down to the T, whether it's those first half strokes that you're doing to get the flywheel started, or the middle way setting your rhythm, or the final 100 meters where you've just got to put everything in. At the end of the day with rowing, it's about getting as much reach as you can on your stroke. You've got to reach out for that catch, you've got to pull it all the way back. That was always, I still get that ringing in my ear from my rowing days, from my rowing coach. His one word was reach all the time. I think I can still hear it in my dreams, but that's another day. But yeah, that's what it's all about. But you have to remember all of those things. Rowing is not just physical, it's all mental as well. It's having that mental strength to keep your plan in place and not get distracted, as Will said, by the races around you. It's about rowing your own race the best you can. That's what I think you can ask for as well, once you've got your breath back at the end.
Thanks, Warren and Roar, for your excellent commentary so far. We're just going to bring everybody up to date with a couple of social media posts if we can. Jack, you can take this first one.
Well, here we go. Robots London, a massive congratulations to everyone who's participated in Brick Online today. We're delighted to be the official sponsor of the British Rowing Indoor Championships. So we're great to have the support of Robots with us.
And Rach Williamson, that's one way to wake up. First race of the day. Nice one, Rach. We'll be speaking to her later. Let's go to our next race.
Yeah, so we're already underway.
Sorry, Will, I got a little bit excited there. It's just 350 metres in, but it's a really tight one between Barnett and Davis, Will.
Yeah, so men's 40 to 49, 500 metres. John Barnett only took up rowing 3 years ago at the age of 44, representing MST Health and Fitness. He's gone off really, really strong, holding splits in the low 120s. Look at his stroke rating as well, 45, 44 strokes a minute. He's pulled out a lead of 9 metres over Steve Davis. Steve Davis just dropping back slightly, and Tony Maddox in Ergo number 1 from the Four Oars Rowing Club has just pushed up into second. John Barnett's splits just slowing down now. We're going to see if that distance starts to go down. And Craig Barrett has moved up into second. He's still pulling in the 120s, and he's closing down on John Barnett quickly.
Goodness me, yeah, there's a big 50 metres coming up. Craig Barrett, that number just going down agonisingly close. Barrett putting everything in. He's on 39 strokes a minute, but that split is very far down, right to the finish line here, right on the edge. 0.3 seconds according to this provisional result. My goodness, it's Barnett versus Barrett there. Barnett had a really good strong, but that final 100 metres, as we said before, is so crucial in these short races. But Craig Barrett coming into second place, and Michael Manellis in third. But my goodness me, I think that's certainly woken everybody up there. What a finish to that race. 0.3 seconds according to that provisional score. Unbelievable. That's all I can say.
Oh my word! I think John Barnett was in a real world of pain there. He built up that lead of about 12 or so meters by halfway, and he was just clinging on with dear life, holding on with his fingernails. But Craig Barrett was charging down and just slightly ran out of room. Only a couple of tenths in it at the end. I think if that race had been maybe 50 meters longer, I think the result would have been a bit different.
Let's talk about the world of pain. Let's talk about that. What's it like? I mean, when you because I can't imagine what that pain is like, the lactic acid that builds up so quickly because the race is so short. So Warren, can you just talk us through briefly what it takes for the body to get rid of all that lactic acid buildup?
Well, I think it becomes less of a, it's going to sound really strange, but it becomes less of a physical thing and more of a mental one. When you get to that point, in no races, 100 metres to go and you've got someone bearing down on you, you have to call on something else further inside you. You have to say to yourself, actually, I do have something else left here. I don't care what my arms or my legs or my body's saying. I have to keep going here. So you just get that extra push of, I don't know, whatever corn is called, whatever scientific term it is for it, and you just have to dig deep for it. I think that is it. And then the pain really comes, I think, when you finish it. The adrenaline takes over for those final 100 metres or so. And then when you finish it, that's when it starts off, and you find yourself sort of gasping for air, your limbs are falling off. But that's what it is. But the thing is, when you reflect a minute later, though, you'll know that you've given it everything. I think if you enter into that world of pain, you know you're going to come out at the end of it, and you know that whatever you've done the best you can. That's what I think it's all about, really. But I'm no expert on that. There's people doing this today, they do it all brilliantly as well, and I think they could give it us a great. That's what the video cameras are great for. I think you can see it happening all the time. It's brilliant.
Yeah, my old rowing coach certainly had a whole raft of catchphrases he's used for that stage in the race. The hand in the flame, turning the screw, telling us that pain is temporary and that winning will be forever. But that really is what you've got to do. You've got to remind yourself that it hurts right now. It hurts in this last 100 metres, but the finish line is just round the corner.
Yeah, I think my old coach's favourite was you got to enter the land of chocolate. And I don't think any of us ever really fully understood what the land of chocolate meant, but I think we got there a few times. It's, as Warren mentioned, it really is a huge mental aspect to it as well, because if you with a 2K or a 500 metre or any hard piece on the rowing machine, if you pace it properly, it's going to be really, really painful by the end, and you've got to prepare yourself for that. And it's about how do you think you're going to respond mentally when you come up against that. You come up against that sort of barrier, and things are starting to really hurt, because it's so easy just to let it slacken off and sort of let the pain go away. And it's how you sort of mentally prepare yourself to smash through that wall and just go, well, it's all going to be over in 20 seconds if I can just make myself hurt a little bit more now. It'll all be worth it for that PB or that medal on the other side.
I feel the pain every time I do a HIIT exercise, but that's a story for another day. Anyway, thank you so far, gents. Let's bring you up to speed with some social media posts. Jack, you want to go first?
Well, here we go. Great to see the coverage rolling. Big thanks to all those behind the scenes, back for another day, pedaling hard. That's Fiona Rennie, who is our volunteer manager for the BRIC Online event. She's the one looking after all of us behind the scenes.
At Andy_RE, Andy Kerr, I should say, _RE, absolutely hacking. That's great. The emoji, 4 minutes, IR3, wake up call, wanted over at 989 metres and smashed it with a bronze. Nice one, Andy. And also got a new PB as well for him. So congratulations.
An all-important PB there. So here we can see Joanna Perkins just sharing a post. Super proud of this one, smashing the 4-minute race at the British Rowing Indoor this weekend. A little bit different to Sydney, doing it amongst toys, mess and an Xmas tree, but he won. His biggest fans super proud too. What a lovely photo there from Joanna Perkins.
Yeah, some great social media posts. Keep them coming. Make sure you use the hashtag BRICOnline, and Jack and I will give you a shout out throughout the day. We've got the next race coming up, Will and Warren. What can we expect from this one, Warren?
Well, I think again we're looking at another close race. Again, it's a 500 metres, so it's going to be over in a matter of minutes, so that it's going to be ever so intense. I think this one, we're looking at some great entrants here. We're looking at Kian Stringer, I think is a name to look out for. He was certainly the fastest of the entrants today from yesterday's 2,000 metres. 6 minutes 10 in that 2,000 metres. And I think he's going to be he's there in lane 18, you can see in the bottom right of the screen. But there are loads of great racers, and they're all standing to attention on their rowing machines, ready to get started. But there's a false start again, though. But we'll have to wait for them to reset, Will. Second time, I think, just to explain to people about these... So, just to start explaining these false starts, well, I think the part of this comes from the adrenaline. Well, how else can we explain this false starts, Will?
It's really hard when you're racing virtually as well, and because if you're just doing a rowing piece by yourself, you can just start whenever you want, and the machine will start. But in a racing situation, that the reaction time, especially for a short event like a 500, you've got to be so on it. So I think everyone's just a little bit anxious about wanting to get that reaction time as quick as possible, and just maybe going in a little bit too early. Important to mention as well that this is the first of our races today where we've got it's combining two races. So we had the first heat of the men's 40 to 49, and that last race, the fastest time from John Barnett was 1:25.6. So we've got to bear that in mind as we go into this race, because we're going to get all those combined together, and so we'll add all the results of those two together to get the overall winner of the men's 40 to 49. And we're underway, and it's Zoltán Bogár of Hungary who's underway with a 1:10 going off the line. He's already opened up a 9-metre lead with 100 metres gone. I think I'm not going to be 100% sure it's the I've got this right, but I think Zoltán competed at the Scottish Indoor Rowing Championship just a couple of weeks ago and set a ridiculously fast time of 1:15 or something like that. He's gone through halfway and he's still pulling 1:13s, Warren.
He is. That is incredible. And I think the fact he's on a 43 stroke a minute, that's a very fast time as well. Bit of a battle for second place as well between Baker and Lemos Silva. Silva was 5th at yesterday's 2,000 metre event, and he's taken over into second place. But look at Zoltan Bargar go. 1 minute 18. That is phenomenally fast. As we approach these final 100 metres, I think, well, bear in mind, remember, Will said from the last heat, 1:25.6 the fastest time there, and he has certainly got that in his sights, and he's going well beyond it here. An astonishing race, which has taken a mere 75 seconds for Zoltan Bargar to finish. Silva and Graham, I think, just finishing off there. Matthew West coming in third. Lemos Silva in second. Dead heat there for second place. Danny Graham and Darren Roberts there also on dead heats as well. And well, I think the race was just stolen there by Zoltan Bargar. He jumps off the start line, caught us all by surprise, Will.
Absolutely astonishing. Yeah, really got that split down. But it's also a really good example of how you can fade over a 500 metres, because he was, with 100 metres to go, he was pulling 1:15 splits, and by the finish line he was pulling 1:30 splits. So really started to go into that world of pain that we were talking about just a few minutes ago. But dead heats there provisionally, both second and third, and fourth and fifth. So with these big wide fields, we're seeing some incredibly tight racing.
Well, we've talked about that world of pain and the challenge in the closing stages of an indoor rowing race. But can we perhaps look at the good side of that, in that isn't it that pain and that challenge from indoor rowing that has generated such a good community spirit within the sport, and that we see after races people shaking hands and having that shared experience of that challenge and that pain is what brings our indoor rowers together at these events.
Yeah, I think there's two things. There's the sort of the amazing endorphin rush you can get from indoor rowing, and setting a PB on the ergo is like a feeling like you're never going to believe, especially if you're doing it around other people. And no, that hasn't been as possible as we'd have liked this year, but doing it either at a race like the British Rowing Indoor Championships in the Velodrome, or doing it with your squad if you're a member of a club, setting a fast time and getting everyone shouting and screaming at you. There's really not many feelings like it. You really feel like a superstar. But that, as you say, Jack, that element of the rowing community is massive as well. And we've seen over the last few months, over sort of the various restrictions and lockdowns that we've been under, that indoor rowing community has really grown, and people that are just training by themselves in their living room or in their garage or in their garden, and sharing their progress, sharing their results over social media and sort of and rowing in rowing forums. It's really encouraging to see.
And
If
also,
I could
just
just
picking
jump
up on
in here
that
as
point,
well.
actually, about the indoor rowing community, the one thing I've noticed is just what you said about the community coming together, having to do it virtually as well, using webcams on laptops and their mobile phones. They're still able to race together, even though they can't be in the same room at the same time.
I think at the end of the day, with this rowing community, like you say, everyone's got the same goal, and it's one of the things that my coach drilled into me all the time: just make the boat go faster. That's what everyone's trying to do here. And I think when everyone's going into that world of pain, like you say, it brings that camaraderie together. You know that everyone's doing it side by side, whether you're in the same room or not. You can see it on the screen. I think that really does bring people together, because they can comment and say, "Oh, it was a great race there. Really managed that well. How on earth did you manage to get that time? Can I do the same thing?" So I think that's what this does. That's what's great about this. Everyone's going for that same goal, just trying to make themselves faster, and everybody can help everybody do that. That's what I think is so great about events, like whether they are in the same room or not. That's still achievable, I think.
Yeah, and how technology has improved has really allowed indoor rowing to just change massively over the last few months. The fact that people can stay connected, and whether it's you're just doing it over video. There's sort of growth recently of people just doing regular training sessions on their road just over Zoom, and just being able to feel like you're in that same virtual room as someone. But also the number of apps and technologies now that you can connect the rowing machine to, that's either giving you a guided session, or allowing you to track your data and share it online, and that online, really being able to sort of generate that online community.
And speaking of bringing people together, indoor rowing started as this kind of niche sport that was part of rowing. It was something that rowers did when they had to train in the winter and couldn't necessarily get out in the water. It's now turning into a sport in its own right, and we're seeing athletes from all different disciplines coming across to take part in rowing competitions like this. So not only bringing rowers together, but also bringing together people from all different sport communities to get involved in racing. What do you think about that, Warren?
I think that's brilliant. And do you know what I think? Well, we've already seen it already this morning. It brings together so many different approaches to how you approach even these small races. Some people, as we saw, go for 500 metres, they go absolutely like hammer and nail at the start. Some plan it out and some save it all for that last stretch. But that's what we're seeing, and that's what we'd like to see in this Masters 30 to 39 men's final. And you can see there, it's Tobias Schneider that's jumped out at the start here, the German. 1:16 at rate 51 strokes a minute. There's one of those guys that is really jumping out at the start. He is of Ergerudo and Saar Lewis. So he's one of those indoor rowing teams. He's followed by James Dyer, who was a great indoor rower himself, 6:21.14 in the 2,000 metre yesterday. But it's really tight between him and Gavin Hancock. And as we approach the halfway mark, we're going to see Gavin Hancock coming through already, Will. And that's a really tight race already. And as you can see on the screen, we have in race 2, we have Stuart Elvin and Russell Graham. And Russell Graham is the man you can see. Look at that rate he's going at, Will.
That's really, really impressive. We can see Russell there. He's currently sitting in about 7th place. This is another event where we've got 2 heats. So there's the Masters 30 to 39 split across 2 heats. So your time here, you're not just racing the people in your field, you're also racing the 40 or so competitors we're going to see in the next heat. But Tobias Schneider and Gavin Hancock, it's tightening up. But Schneider is pulling still pulling in the 120, so I think with just 20 or so metres to go, he's pulling away from Gavin Hancock. And across the line, so 123 for Tobias Schneider, just almost a second ahead of Gavin Hancock. So 123.3, that's the time we've got to remember going into the second heat of the men's 30 to 39 men. Sorry, Warren, I cut you off there.
I was just getting so excited at the finish of that race, and also just seeing how much effort Russell Graham was going. It was a massive, fast rate. He was just staying up there as well. But Tobias Schneider managing his race very well, keeping off Gavin Hancock and James Dyer, who fought for that 2nd and 3rd place, and they did it very well. Even more great racing across the board here in the British Rowing Indoor Championships. But we've got another video for you. Check this one out.
I was bullied quite badly throughout my years at school, and naturally that took a knock on my self-confidence and the way I viewed myself. Tall women are just models, and I think a lot of people are like, oh, you're tall, you could be a model, but it's like, I'm not built like a model, so if you don't fit that criteria, what am I? I'm Erica, I'm on the World Class Start programme. So I'd never actually done any sport before. I just sort of was always tall, never really had a sport, but I was always like a chubby kid until I had friends at work that were rowing at uni, and they just sort of said, why don't you just do it? You've got the perfect build for it. It was one of them things where I think probably 2 or 3 sessions in, I was just sort of like, this is what I want to be doing. Growing up, I didn't have the greatest time with my body image, and I think it's something that's impacted me more than I realised. I was always taller than all of the boys at school, carried a little bit of extra weight, and it's something that I've just been picked on since sort of primary school. Now coming into sport, I've found more securities rather than insecurities in myself. I'm no longer just this weird person that sticks out. I'm almost glad you said those things to me, because it's almost made me who I am now, and I'm proud to say that my body does what it does. I think especially because a lot of us have come either from school or in university, we're still in quite a schoolish environment. It's structured and you're with people that are doing the same thing, but equally coaches aren't like teachers, and you've got this like working relationship with them, but you can also have a laugh with them. Like, you respect them, they respect you. You learn like resilience, you know that you've got to persevere, and you learn how to set goals and how to work towards things. So I think you just have such a completely different mindset that you no longer focus on just how you look and that's who you are. You have so many different qualities that aren't defined by the way that you look. When you go through a bit of a tough time and you've been picked on a lot, it's quite lonely and it's quite a sad experience. And sometimes you almost think when it's at its worst that it's never going to get better and you're never going to meet people, but then you suddenly are part of this entire new community that's just completely changed my life and the way I view things. Like, people say like my rowing family quite a lot. I think it very much works on if you try, if you're enjoying it, and you try when it matters, then you're going to be welcome. So it really doesn't matter how tall you are, how you view yourself, what you've come from. If you can just turn up and give it your best crack, you're going to be welcome anywhere.
Need to know
Welcome to your switch on class.
Should be a tough session. Trust me, I hear what
Ramp
you're
it up
saying,
now.
but I like
Empty
it's
that
what you're
tank.
telling me. I'm curious, George.
Now, over this weekend, there is a huge operation going on behind the scenes, including a number of Brick Online volunteers, around about 40 or so. So big thanks to them for helping us out this weekend. If you fancy getting involved, if you want to volunteer at a future event, please subscribe to the newsletter where you'll be able to get any information about future events and how you can get involved.
And don't forget, all the results for this weekend's race and the full times for all the athletes taking part are available online at britishrowing.org/brickonline. While you're on the British Rowing website, if you want to get yourself a little memento to remember this weekend by, if you've had a good race, do take a look at the British Rowing shop, where there are t-shirts and wooden coaster medals that might fit the bill as a good Christmas gift as well. But I think we've got some posts from social media to pick up using the hashtag BrickOnline. We're enjoying taking a look at all of your experiences here today. And here we go. Rachel Williams from our commentary team. Day 2 commences. First race today in the 4min IR3 event. Definitely a new way of waking up. Aim was over 900 metres and I did it, so I can't complain, especially with a pandemic. Bring on Invictus Games 2020. Well, Rachel, we look forward to having you back with us in just a few moments' time on the commentary, but congratulations on your race this morning.
I liked her hashtag, by the way, Captain's Look. Anyway, Ole Christians Carlson says, yes, bad start and bad finish, but the middle part, light flying, 500 metre British Rowing Indoor Championships. Nice one, Ollie.
And here we go. John Burrow, absolutely buzzing to have come first in my heat. Thank you. PB by 4 seconds. Well done all. Well, thank you for joining us, John, and congratulations on your new personal best. Well, here we go. We're underway with the Masters 30 to 39 men. We'll pass you back over to our commentators.
Thank you very much. Yes, what a great start you're seeing here from Chris Glasgow in the Masters 30 to 39 men. He's already quickly approaching the 250 metre mark. Glasgow is part of he's rowing from America. He's part of an online community of rowers over in America, which is great to see. And on the screen here, they're going incredibly fast. On the left, you can see Stuart Elvin, and on the right, you can see Nicholas Leon. It's his first time competing in an international indoor event. I think his camera's just gone over there, but it looked like he was going really fast. Fraser Brent and Stuart Elvin. Stuart Elvin, you saw on camera, he's battling for that second place as he comes into the final 100 metres. He's starting with Fraser Brent. These two are all about it. Elvin's one of the fastest from yesterday, over 6:10 in the 2 kilometre, and he's holding on. He's trying to get into second place over Fraser Brent. Chris Glasgow going to take this race. But Stuart Elvin just trying to find some meters in the 1:22. Just going to miss out though. But Fraser Brent keeping him off well. Chris Glasgow winning that. 4th place to Elliot Awen. And, well, Will, it's loads of drama in a matter of seconds once again at this event. It's great to see, isn't it?
Yeah, really, really impressive there from Chris Glasgow. All of those times, I think, looking like they were quicker than the first heat of the 30 to 39 men as well. So I think provisionally those look like they're going to be our champions in that event. Really, really impressive times there. 1:15 is shifting, and to get a 1:17 and only be looking at a silver or a bronze, that's tough. That's tough to see.
I think I remember having dreams about having a 1:17 500 meters. That's how much that was hard to achieve. But that just shows, and we saw it in the video as well from Stuart. You could see the rate he was going at as well. It was over 40 strokes a minute throughout. I mean, what does it take to maintain that number of strokes a minute in that distance?
Yeah, you got to really, really practice at it. I was never someone that felt that comfortable doing the really super high ratings. I was more happy sort of in the low 30s. You've got to get really used to sort of working out what's your ideal stroke length, because maybe in a shorter race you can maybe get away with using slightly less of the sort of full leg compression, but it's then just about like being really, really quick and sharp around the front end, so you're getting that tension on the chain nice and quickly, and then also as soon as you finish one stroke, you're getting straight onto the next one.
Well, my rowing coach always used to say there's no such thing as a sprint in rowing. I think he was probably referencing the fact that even in these 500-metre races, you do get that lactate buildup. It's not like just a speed exercise. There is still endurance involved in these races. Those last 200, 100 metres, they really hurt, don't they, Warren?
I will definitely not be disagreeing with you on that one. It definitely hurts. Doesn't matter, for me, it doesn't matter what distance you're doing, it still hurts. But yes, it definitely does. I think the key thing, actually, is the rowing is a sport about repetition. Your ideal aim is to get your best stroke, repeating it every single time. And that's actually something I think you can lose with the high rate one. That's what these guys are doing so well. They're maintaining their position at the front of the stroke, getting the catch, and that allows them to drive through the power through the legs and the back, and they're managing to maintain that on every stroke at those high rates, which is just a phenomenal thing. That's what we're seeing from all these incredibly fast times. That's why they're getting 1:13s at 40 strokes a minute. It's just phenomenal.
Warren, when you're watching a race, can you tell what strategy a rower is using?
I think you can. Yeah, the thing for me, I'm looking at those two numbers on the right-hand side. There's the number on the far side for our viewers, who, in case they're watching it for the first time, that the number on the far side is how long it takes them to complete 500 meters. The one next to it on the left is how many strokes are taken in a minute to do that. For me, some people do it differently. Some people just go, they want as high a stroke rate number as they can, and keeping that number on the right-hand side as small as possible. That's what you're looking for. Some do it by keeping that stroke rate high, and some do it by trying to keep it maintained lower, but driving the power through. So that number there, actually, so 1:15.9, that's the number you're looking for. Chris Glasgow, that was phenomenal, and he was maintaining that at 40 strokes a minute. So he was going really fast, but keeping it low. So that's where it can differ a bit. So I'm looking for how many strokes they're putting in, and how low is that number on the right-hand side. That's what I'm looking for, really.
Yeah, it's all about that kind of effort to work ratio, I guess. Correct me if I'm using the wrong words here, but kind of the more strokes you take per minute, the more energy it's requiring you to take those strokes per minute, and you need to be generating the requisite power output to make that worthwhile. If you're not getting that split low enough, then those extra strokes are just wasting energy. Is that not correct, Will?
Yeah, it can be the high rating is only really efficient if you've got the power and the technique to make it work, and that's what I say. You've got to work at it, and you sometimes see some more inexperienced, maybe in junior events, athletes that are sort of really sort of flying up and down the slide, but it's not necessarily always being translated fully. And it's only if you've got to have the power to be able to make that drive phase happen quickly to then allow you to have that quick recovery phase while you're not putting any pressure on the chain.
Thanks, Warren and Will, so far for your brilliant commentary. We're going to take a short break. We'll see you after this.
It is bad that we didn't qualify all the boats. That just puts more pressure on us, not just on us as a nation, but on us as individuals trying to get into the team. It means it's more cutthroat than we want it to be.
Oh yeah, but rowing, like, it always wins. And I was like, mate, do you know how much fucking work has gone into that? I've not gone to university. I've turned down like 2 American scholarships. I've just had a hip arthroscopy. And you just go, oh yeah, but rowing wins anyway. It's like everything has gone into that.
We now can't be complacent, because if I'm complacent, somebody's going to take my spot.
You know, there's a lot of question marks about what we're going to put together this summer, and there's a lot of stress that comes with that. And I sort of jokingly said to my dad recently that it feels like the whole world's on fire around me, and I'm just sat here chilling.
Actually, inevitable is going to happen. It's the toxic nature of ownership. If Jürgen picks somebody in a boat ahead of me, then I have to at some point accept that.
I can't keep looking back at being an Olympic champion, reigning Olympic champion, because that's only going to weigh me down. I need to be focused on, with this hungry team, to develop something new, something special, and something better than I've ever sort of done before.
You speak to World Rowing, and you ask them what the blue ribbon event is, and often people say the 8. I would say for us as Brits, it's the 4. 5 times, coming into hopefully our 6th time.
The great thing about Redgrave and Pinson, Cratton, all those guys, they've created this dynasty which is amazing. It's not that era now, like it's not given. You've got to crunch out 230k, 200k a week, and like go through the dark winter blocks. It's just like every day you're getting up. You know, it's not done and dusted.
I want to defend my own title. I want to defend my seat. I want to defend my gold medal. But whatever boat you get put in, you're going there to win anyway.
I don't want to say my goal is an Olympic gold now, because like that's so far away, but my goal is definitely to be an Olympian.
As an individual, I have so many powers and strengths and skills. As like being a strong, tall black woman, I have those too.
I was bullied quite badly, and that took a knock on my self-confidence. Tall women are just models, but it's like I'm not built like a model, so what am I?
The stereotype of rowing is that everyone's white and comes from a private school. Just doesn't matter where you come from.
Winning doesn't really allow for prejudice. It's your ability, it's not your colour. If you're the fastest, you're the fastest. I'm not slow because I'm black.
Well, welcome back to Brick Online for our live weekend of racing. We're shortly anticipating our next race, due to set off in just a few moments' time. We've said goodbye to Will and Warren, so we need to thank them for a brilliant stint here for our first morning races. But it's hello to Camilla and Rach, who'll be joining us for these next few events. How are you feeling this morning, girls?
Right now, I must admit. So, but feeling good and ready to get underway with some racing. How about you, Rachel?
Yeah, I'm good. I've got my breath back, so let's bring it on. Let's go for it.
Well, I must say, super impressed that you've already done a race and you're freshened up and on the commentary here this morning, and you're joining us for the Masters Women's 55, 60, 65, 70 and 90 categories, being led by Joanne Blundell of Great Britain in the 50 to 59 category, and then a really tight race actually there going on in the Masters 60 to 64 women's race.
Really is. I love it when it's quite tight, but obviously this is a sprinting game at the end of the day. So I think with those stroke rates, they're mid-30s, they look fairly strong and controlled at the moment. And yeah, we'll see how the last section goes.
Yeah, when you've only got 45 strokes there or thereabouts to make it count, it really is over in a flash. And closing in on Linda Wills in the 60 category is Nikki Glenn. I had noted her from the commentary notes, a gold in 2018 at the Indoor Championships, a silver in 2019. Can she overtake to get that gold here again at Brick Online? We'll have to see. It's going to come down to the line here.
Definitely. If it's changed again, will Nikki take it? Linda's right on the heels. There we go. So Joanne has finished in the women's 55, just behind Sharon, then Caroline from Italy, and also the women's 60 race. Wow, literally 2 seconds splits the first 5 ladies in that race. And also looking further down, we've got the women's 65. Marjorie has just finished with a great time of 1:52, sub 2 minutes, with Anne not far behind.
Yeah, such tight times. And as we look a little bit further down to the women's 70 category, a huge lead there for Jutta Vogeli of Germany, who's coming into the line now, looking at 59 strokes a minute. Blimey, that is double the stroke rate that we'd seen from most of those athletes there in this 500 metre race. But having a look, we'll wait for all the times to be confirmed, of course, throughout the morning, and you'll be able to get the link for the results in just a moment's time. But it's our last athletes now coming into the line, completing their race this morning. We've got Helen Dallman in the women's 70 category, a time of 2:45.8 provisionally. And Val Coleman, a name that I keep seeing again and again, and a big round of applause to a Wonder Woman, really, in the Masters 90 to 94 category. I think that deserves a standing ovation, because I think that's the second time she's raced this weekend, Rach.
She is superwoman in my eyes. To be able to still compete at that age, it just shows how strong her mind is, her body is, and that she still loves to tackle an event just like this. So amazing to see, absolutely inspirational.
Well, we've got a chance now to say a proper hello to Camilla and Rach online and into a race within 10 seconds of being on broadcast. Well done, girls, for jumping straight on there. But what a race to start off your stint there. Some really close finishes. The women's 60, 1.3 seconds separating some athletes there. What do you make of the performance there, Camilla?
I mean, for someone to come from behind in a 500 metre race where it's barely 2 minutes long, that requires some racing maturity. And certainly in the case of Nikki Glenn, you know, we knew that she was going to be a really fierce competitor there in that women's 60 category. She's got pedigree in the event from the podium in previous years of Brick when it would take place in the velodrome. So, yeah, a fantastic sprint and yeah, great race between her and the rest of the field. But, and again, you know, I think some really impressive performances all around in those Masters categories.
Let's talk about the rower who deserved it. I think so, you called it a standing ovation for that particular race. What makes this person so special?
Well, I think
yeah, no, go ahead.
No, sorry, Rach, you go ahead, because I know that you've probably seen Val race across the whole of this weekend.
I purely just think she's amazing to be in that 90 to 94 age bracket, and just to be able to go anywhere on a row machine, I just think it's amazing. I don't like it myself. It's a love-hate relationship. And for someone to do it at such an amazing age, you know, still out there pushing it, still enjoying it as well, she's definitely a hero in my eyes.
And I think she's quite new to the sport of indoor rowing as well, from everything that we'd read from the virtual champs earlier in the year that she competed in. She'd picked up rowing over lockdown, and at the ripe old age of 90, that's a pretty impressive achievement.
Here we go. So we're just waiting before we start the Masters 50 to 54 women event, 500 meters. Just waiting for all the competitors to stop their flywheels from moving, which is the big fan at the front of the row machine. And as soon as they're all ready, the race will start.
And there we are, we're sat at attention, ready for, I was about to say, ready for the explosion of energy that we were going to get from these 9 athletes, but we've had a false start, Rach. I don't know whether you want to kind of talk through what that means for these guys who are sat on their eggs at home.
Yes, so on the row machine, we have red tension, which where it is exactly what it says on the tin. You're ready to row, you're at that attention, so you're in that forward position, ready to take that first catch off the machine. And then as soon as it says row, you have to go straight away. Any sort of delay in that start can it can take meters off your game. And sometimes you can get a bit too excited and you're ready to go, ready to blast off that starting block. So that's exactly what someone's done there. They've just accidentally pulled on that machine, pulled on that cable, and looks like we've had a clean start. So here we go. So again, the Masters 50 to 54 women, 500 meters. Looks a very strong start. We can see by the stroke rates in the high 30s, low 40s to get those flywheels going. And straight away, it looks like another tight beginning to this race.
Yeah, it was a hugely impressive achievement for all of them to get back on the horse after that false start. A very quick turnaround in this Masters 50 to 54 women. And like you say, Rach, not much time that you get off the start to compose yourself, because it's all go all straight away in these short sprint races. And out in the front of the field, we've got Margaret Greenhall leading the way. She's up at 42 strokes a minute, pulling a 1:44 on pace for a really quick time as we go through halfway. Sat in second place, we've got Jackie Hamer, usually a coastal rower. She competed at the World Coastals in 2017, and she's also done a 100k team relay on the indoor rowing machine. So she's a pretty well-versed competitor over the long distances, almost the longest of distances, and here the short distance, Rach.
Yes, definitely. Most people, they either aim for the longer distances or they go for the shorter distances. It's quite rare that you get someone that does both. But as we can see, we're in the last 50 meters here, right towards the end. Looks like Margaret's going to go still strong at the beginning, but Jackie is getting very close. She's catching up really slowly within 2 meters distance. And there we go, just about to finish now. Margaret, nice strong 7, Jackie just behind, 0.2 of a difference. So once again, these are sprinting events. It could be anybody's game, and it's all a case of just have to go for it full out. But an amazing event once again for the Masters 50 to 54 women.
Wow, 0.2 seconds. These races just get closer and closer, it seems, every single time. But I wanted to ask you, we've just seen Val Coleman a couple of races ago, and we're seeing more and more of these Masters events through the morning. It's fantastic to see that Masters athletes can get together and race like this, and I think it shows to all of us really that there is no limit on when you can do sport. There is no limit on when you can enjoy that experience and race and try and get better and get PBs. But rowing is a particularly good sport for that, isn't it, Camilla?
Yeah, definitely. I think back to my home club at Stratford-upon-Avon, and again, rowing on the water, but very similarly for the ergos, that you can start rowing at any time, at any age. We had people who were starting in their 60s, 70s, 80s, and obviously we've seen Val starting rowing in her 90s, like we've just mentioned. So it's a fantastic way to kind of pick a sport that is not load-bearing. It's great for people who have potentially had injuries, that it really gives them access to be able to do something that's not your typical kind of running, cycling, and learn a new skill. It's quite different. So yeah, and having had a look down the list of entries that we've had in that previous race in the 50 to 54 women, we had people like Jenny Taylor, her first ever entry to Brick from Wallingford Rowing Club. So lots of those kind of, it's my first time going on the rowing machine, it's my first competition on the indoor rowing machine, and at the age of say 50 to 54 and even older, it's a fantastic sight to see that we're getting even more people engaged in the sport of indoor rowing.
And Rach, if someone's watching this for the first time and they're thinking about getting involved in indoor rowing, what should that first step be for them?
I think just if they're interested, just go to your local gym, just have a look at the machine itself, whether you want to do indoor rowing or outdoor rowing on the water, and just speak to the people, the staff members, the club members, and just say you're interested, and just have that. You don't know unless you try, is what I always say. And if you give it a try, at least you can say you've done it, you like it or you hate it. But I know personally with rowing, it is a love-hate relationship. But it's also amazing because it's so adaptable, any age, gender, ability, it just covers the entire spectrum. And it's great. Once you get into it, you can have a different on-site, whether you want to do it just socially or competitively, or purely just to get through lockdown of a pandemic. It works wonders.
Well, Camilla and Rach, it's great to have you joining us on commentary today. You've both got background within rowing and indoor rowing. Do you want to tell us just a little bit about how you got into the sport?
Yeah, I mean, so for me, I was actually a graduate of the British Rowing Project Awesome campaign back in 2004. I joined as a junior. Project Awesome was a sort of initiative run by British Rowing that came into schools. I was at my local state school that didn't have a rowing club attached to it, and they introduced us to the indoor rower. And we've spent the first kind of 6 to 9 months learning technique on the indoor rower after school in our gym, and then they gave us the opportunity to join the boat club, and here I am ever since. So however many years that is later, 16 years, I've had a fantastic opportunity presented to me to row on the water. I've been really fortunate enough to be supported to the Junior World Championships and beyond, and now of course that next step away from actually competing and into commentary. So yeah, it's really fun.
And for myself, I'm fairly new to the sport. I only started back in 2018 through the Invictus Games. It was something I was just told, you know what, just give it a go, even though every time I went to the gym, I never touched a row machine because it's just horrible. And then I sort of got introduced that actually you can adapt it, you can change it, and you can use it in different ways. And I was injured in the military, and that's how I've lost the use of my right arm. And so I had to find a new sport that wasn't my original passion of rugby and swimming, that I can learn to use and to strengthen up my non-dominant arm, which is now my left arm. And through the Invictus Games, which is a military competition for those who aren't aware, for wounded, injured and sick, it's a way that we can all approach our injuries, our mental, physical health through sport and use it as a recovery tool. And that's exactly what I did. And I'm still rowing to this day, and I'm still glad I picked it up with this new focus, new energy. And yeah, and Brick is my new annual get together with the rest of the team, and just enjoy it.
Camilla, you talked about there that you've been around the sport for about 16 years or so. How much has it grown in that time that you've been a part of it?
Oh, hugely. And I think that the demographic of people that are taking part in the sport is better than ever. I think there's such a widely diverse range of people that have access now to their local boat club or to their gyms. And, being able to take part in events like this virtually just makes that access grow even further. So I'm hoping that a lot of people who have picked it up and caught the bug over lockdown decide that they want to be members of British Rowing and continue competing in events like this, and maybe even looking to look at the world stage or whatever else.
Well, we've just had a false start on that next race, but we should be back with it in just a few moments' time. Camilla mentioning there, if you have caught the bug for indoor rowing, it's worth a reminder. British Rowing have just launched a new indoor rowing subscription with all the information about nutrition and training that you need. It's £32.50 a year, and you can find out more information on the britishrowing.org website. So do head on there. Lots more information about the whole event there as well. britishrowing.org/brickonline, of course, the main link for this weekend with all of our results and times from all the races here today. So we should be just a few seconds away from picking up that next race now as the flywheels start to wind down and we get ready. Do you want to take us through the competitors in this next event, Camilla and Rach?
Yeah, so we've got a hugely international field. Once again, we've got athletes from here in Great Britain, but also Finland, Italy, the USA. So a really mixed field. And one name I've really got my eye on is Georgia Paramatsi from Greece, a really loyal competitor here at both the British Rowing Indoor Championships Online and previous adaptations of Brick, and always a very strong competitor, a world record holder in her own right. So really excited to see her compete, Rach.
Yes, definitely. And we'll also have some webcam footage from Teresa Horesova. Sorry if I've mispronounced that. And she is a Czech currently living in Switzerland, never rowed on water, and she started CrossFit 5 years ago. And then she realised that she loved rowing, and we're going to be watching her through her event today just on our screens. She's looking focused. She's ready to attack this with the plan and the position that I'm sure she's working on. As you can see, nice and quick out of the start with that cable, getting that flywheel moving as quick as she can before she settles just a little bit into her plan, into that middle section before finishing strong at the end. But going down the list here, we can see once again, Camilla, it's lots of changes already, lots of changes. Every time I look at it, the names just keep going up and down. There's not much in it at the moment. We've got Georgia from Greece at the top at the moment, then Claire from Great Britain, only 1 meter behind. And I think we're really going to see lots of changes, lots of tactics. Some people go off strong at the beginning, some people strong in the middle section. What do you reckon, Camilla?
Yeah, well, we're already coming into that middle section, and you can see those little boats shifting up and down the line. You could see their boat number 5, which is Benita Antonia Clausen of Norway, just shifting up through the rankings, trying to get onto that podium into the top 3, but just being held off by Arabella Carbut there, who sits in 3rd place. Up at the top still, Georgia Paramatsi. We picked her out right at the start of this race, and she's mimicking all of those perfect performances that she's had in the past. She had an absolutely stellar race at the World Indoor Championships in Paris back in February. She competed at the virtuals over the summer, and here she is once again closing in on the last 50 meters. But we're going back there to our webcam footage of Teresa Horesova, who is on that boat number 7 there, as you can see, about a quarter of the way down your screen. I think she's going to cross the line provisionally in 6th place from the Czech Republic. What a brilliant performance for someone who's just started their indoor rowing career, Rach.
Definitely, she's done amazingly well. You can see how much you put your body through on these row machines. It's because 500 meters does not take long at all, and it's a sprint. You have to go straight through, but she just needs to relax now, breathe more, and then she can start to recover a little bit once she's settled a little bit more. But again, as you can see by the results, a really quick turnaround. It's seconds between the first few, and then the top 10, it's only 7 seconds that splits all of them. So once again, an amazing tight race, and as you can see, she's I think she's enjoying that race. And she'll get her breath back in a sec, and then she can review what she's just raced.
Must be hard watching, doing the race and then finding yourself. You're also on webcam as well, so you're kind of trying to keep your mind on the race at the same time. Congratulations, Teresa. How do you feel after that race?
Hi.
Take your time.
Was there a question? Sorry.
It's all right. Take your time. I was saying, how are you feeling about that race?
I can't hear anything. Sorry. I'm not sure if you're asking anything.
Nice to meet you. I was asking you how you're feeling about your race.
I'm disappointed because I seriously died in the last 200 meters. It's not my personal best, but okay. I've had a tough week, and congratulations to the winners. I still enjoyed it. This was my first time racing live. I really loved it. Thank you.
Yeah, race day nerves can get to you sometimes, but are you excited that you've got that first time now and that you can come back and you can build on that in future events?
That's what I do. My personal best is 1:35.8, which I managed about 3 weeks ago. So I was hoping I can get faster. I didn't happen today. It's okay.
You must be very proud of yourself, Teresa, even though taking part, even though it didn't exactly plan out today. What lessons do you think you can learn from this?
I was too nervous. My heartbeat was really high already in the morning, and I couldn't calm down. And when I was waiting for the start, my legs were shaking. I'm not used to that. I'm usually much calmer, so it's a lesson learned, and I gained some experience, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity.
First race, and you had a false start there from one of the other athletes in the race. Can you tell us how that feels when you're sat there on the start, you're ready to go, and you have to wait a few more seconds?
Well, my legs were shaking even more because I couldn't wait for this to be over. So then obviously, it only added up on my nervousness, but it's okay. I learned a lot in this 1 minute and 36 seconds.
Yeah. 1 minute 36 seconds. It's still a good time. You will do far better than me ever on a rowing machine. So well done, Teresa. Thanks so much for taking part, and thanks for talking to us as well.
Thank you so much, and thank you for organizing this amazing competition. Take care.
You are so welcome. Have a good afternoon. Well, there you go, Teresa. First race ever at the Brick Online. Fantastic to have her with us. What, 1.5 seconds off her PB? That's pretty good, I think. So a good performance there for first race with a false start as well. Always nerve-wracking when that happens on the start line.
And don't forget to keep sending us your social media posts, and make sure you use the hashtag as well, Brick Online. Jack and I will be giving shout outs for the rest of the day. So make sure you keep sending the stuff in, and we'll make sure you get a shout out.
Well, here we go. Well done to Mike Hurley, a new world record in the 2,000 metres. A fantastic photo there. Look how delighted he is with his score in his race earlier.
Ekaz says, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, another PB. We're seeing lots of great PBs today, actually, in the 500 metres race. So congratulations to you, Ekaz. Thank you, British Rowing, for organising such a great event in these difficult times. You're most welcome. I'm sure it kept many people motivated to train and stay healthy. Congratulations to everyone. Thank you for that.
And here we have another post from the Army Rowing Club. Sergeant Phil Weth smashes a 500 metre PB at the Brick Online with a 1:24. That's an incredible time. In his own words, I've just died in the last 100 metres. Amazing commitment from the team Army Rowing today. Well, congratulations. It's great to see Team Army here joining us this weekend. But here we go. We're back with the next race. Over to Camilla and Rach.
Thanks,
Thank
Jack.
You, so we are just starting the Masters 30 to 39 women event. And straight away, we got Vanessa Waite taking the lead with a high stroke rate. She's gone into it really strong. And just behind is Sophie Gallagher from Great Britain, also Sally Lancaster from Great Britain. And we also have few competitors from around the world, from Denmark, France, USA, Ireland, Italy. But it's looking very close in that middle pack at the moment. But Vanessa, she's flying out of the blocks at the moment.
Yeah, she's absolutely pacing this to a T. She's through 200 metres with a big gap between herself and the rest of the field. But it's Sally Lancaster climbing through the ranks. She's moved from third behind Sophie Gallagher through into second. I think we should have had some footage potentially of Vanessa, who's leading this field as she goes through the last 100 metres. The split's just creeping up ever so slightly, but I think she's just doing enough to hold her 9 metre lead over Sally Lancaster. That is quite something with 50 metres to go. Like you say, Rach, very tight there in the middle of the pack from positions kind of 7 through to 10, all switching around, less than a metre between them.
There we go. So we just finished. So Vanessa at 1:32.0, amazing time, great pacing from her. And again, very tight in that middle section, only 3 seconds cover from 7th to 15th. So amazing job from everybody. 500 meters is not something to take lighthearted. It's a sprint race, and it's all about keeping that pace as tight and as sort of efficient as possible, as well as the high stroke rate and the speed that also needs to be involved. But well done to everybody in that event.
Yeah, some fantastic performances there. And the winner, Vanessa Waite of Tribe One Rowing, a dual international for 2 other sports as well, which is amazing.
There we go.
Well, I think
Smiles
we've
on
got
the
Vanessa on the line with us now. Vanessa, a 1:32. Are you happy with that time in your race?
Ecstatic. I wanted to get under 1:33. So second even off that is amazing. I'm so happy. Shout out to all the tribe, Tribe One.
I can tell, Vanessa, I was going to say, I can tell you're really, really happy because you've probably got the biggest smile on your face that we've seen on all the rowers over the weekend.
I am.
So far. How did you manage your nerves before the race?
I did the hoovering. Watched Home Alone with my kids. That was it. I've got my coach Tasha. Yeah, she's a gold medalist. She knows what she's doing. So my support team, John, where's he gone? He's run away. Camera shy. Yeah. Oh, I'm so happy.
Want to tell us a little bit about how you prepared for this weekend? What kind of training have you been doing over the last couple of weeks?
Well, basically, 2 weeks ago, my partner John said to me, just go down the gym, bang out to 500 meters, see what time you get. So I was like, okay. And over lockdown, obviously, been on the rower loads. So I did it, I got 1:35. He looked up the time and he was like, it's really good, you should enter. So I was like, yeah, okay, fine. So then over the last 2 weeks I had to prepare. I just did sprints, 250s, 300s, 400s, couple of 600s, which, you know, you sprint the first one, fine. Then you do it again and again and you die. And then I just rested really this week to make sure I had the energy left. That's it.
Can I ask you how you're going to celebrate? Are you going to celebrate?
Absolutely. There's champagne in the
fridge. Well, thank you very much for joining us, Vanessa. We'll give you time to
No
catch your
problem.
breath and enjoy your afternoon.
Thank you.
Great race today, and well done on the new PB. Well, there you go. Vanessa with a time of 1:32, 1 second faster than even she was aiming for. That is incredible, and a winner there in that event. Of course, the final results will be confirmed in the next 30 minutes. Be published online at britishrowing.org/BrickOnline.
Honestly, that's just the best, isn't it? To see somebody just so happy. I know it's provisionally that's the timing that Vanessa has right now, but that's exactly what we want, isn't it? From over the weekend. And as we're seeing with people sending in their social media posts as well, Jack, that they managed to shave off even like a millisecond off their personal best. They're just so happy about it.
Absolutely. Just having that PB is always an aim that you can go for. You can just focus on what you need to do to get that new time, and it feels great when you get that new personal best performance. We've got lots more racing to bring you. We're here all the way through till about 5 o'clock this afternoon, but for now we're going to take a short break, so enjoy these messages.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but I like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you'll be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence to let them in, talk up their body.
Well, hello and welcome back to day 2 of Brick Online for our live weekend of racing. We're delighted to have you with us. Lots more races to come all through today, through till about 5 o'clock this afternoon. We're on the 5-minute sprints today, so lots of short, sharp races. And then around 4 o'clock, we switch over to the relays with lots of people joining up into teams to compete.
And of course, we've got to say many thanks to our event sponsor, Robots, without whom it wouldn't be possible to put on this fantastic event this weekend. Now, Robots have created an innovative rowing-based workout for using indoor rowing machines and body weight exercises as well. It's fun, it's exciting, and most important of all, it's suitable for all ages and all abilities. You can try a Robots workout at home in their London studio or online. Their platform is called Robots at Home.
Yeah, rowing is a fantastic workout for all parts of the body, so definitely worth checking out what they're doing with Robots at Home to get yourself fit over this period in the new year, especially when lots of people like to get off that Christmas weight. Rowing is a great way that you can look to do that. So we've got lots more races coming out. The next race is due at about 24 minutes past 11. But we'll bring in our commentators, Camilla and Rachel, waiting in the wings. Camilla and Rach, what do you think have been your highlights for this morning so far? Should we go with you first, Camilla?
Gosh, I think that race that we had a little bit earlier where Nikki came from behind in the Masters 60 women, I think that was so exciting, and only 0.2 to separate them at the top of the leaderboard. I think between that and seeing Giorgia Permazzi really dominating the field again, I think she's such an incredible athlete, and to see her competing all the way from Greece once again is absolutely amazing.
Rach, can you just talk us through the stages of a more faster paced event for those who are just new to watching the sport?
Yes, so you have to do your planning and work out what your pace is. So with the 500 meters, for example, you need to get a really quick start, nice and short, sharp, sort of lengths of the rowing handle and the cable and everything, just trying to get that flywheel going as quick as you can. And then it's trying to keep, not settle too much, because at the end of the day, it is a sprint event. So you need to keep that long and strong pace going, but have enough in the tank just for that last 100, 150 meter burst at the end, and just let it all out, just empty it. So it's a tough one. Not everybody enjoys sprinting, especially on a row machine. It's can be quite tough on the body, but it's also fun because those who don't have that endurance, or they don't enjoy the 2K event, for example, it's just a case of getting in it and smashing it, and it's done in 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. So it depends what you prefer generally and what your body type is. But for those who just have power and just want to smash it out as best they can, it's a perfect event for them to take part in.
Now, Camilla, there is actually a little bit of a technique into how to get the most out of your rowing stroke on a rowing machine. Do you want to talk us through the kind of sequencing these athletes need to deliver in order to get that real power down from their legs?
Yeah, of course. And we saw some footage, actually, if you were tuning in, of the GB rowing team doing their 2K. And that was an absolutely beautiful demonstration of how to get your power down. But in terms of technique, what you're looking to do is use the strongest muscles in your body, which, of course, is your legs. And if you think about the rowing stroke as being a lever, and you're looking to really kind of create a chain of energy from the handle down to your legs, the best way to do that is to use your legs first off the catch of the stroke. And so what you want to do is you want to leave your arms out there for as long as possible, nice and straight, so that you're almost doing like a squat jump, but laterally, so that you utilize all that power that you've got in your legs. You can use it as a big lever, like if you were jumping off the floor and you wanted to get as high as you possibly could. You'd use your legs first and then open your body up, and then maybe to get a little bit of extra at the end, throw your arms up in the air. But that's the best way I can describe it. And then obviously you've got to do that over and over again. And for 500 meters, that's about 45 times you've got to do that back to back. So pretty tiring.
And Rach, how important is it using your legs for the sprint races?
Very important. Again, exactly what Camilla said. It's the strongest muscle of the body. You have to power with your legs, bring your body, your body's your second bit where you pivot from the hips, and then your arms is last. So a lot of people, if they're new to the sport or not quite know what technique they need to take, they tend to believe it's an arm sport, when actually the power from your legs is exactly that squatting position, but laterally, and getting that power going. And it's the fastest area that you need to go. You've got to power backwards and recover a little bit on the way back in to be able to power back out again using your legs.
Well, I think there was an interesting comment from Camilla just there that maybe just to get your head around this, these races, 500 meters, a very, very short distance. Maybe these athletes will take just around about a minute to cover their distance. So when we talk about athletes doing 40, 45 strokes a minute, these races are literally 45 to 50 strokes, and that's it.
Yeah, a really short period of time, and every single stroke counts. I know every single stroke counts over 2 kilometers like we saw yesterday, but almost even more so. One stroke is such a big percentage of your race in these 500 meters that you've got to make each stroke better than the last, as my old coach used to say. You've got to make sure that your next stroke is better than the last one you took, and better again than the last one you took. And it's easy to count those down when you've only got 45, 50 of them to tick down in your head. So we're looking here at a couple of our competitors that we've got lining up for this next event. We've got Zsolt Darvas in the Masters 50 to 54 lightweight men, competing all the way from Hungary. And we've got Andy Ganaway competing in the Masters 55 to 59 lightweight men, who both warming up, ready to take on the next 500 meters in their stride.
Well, we're told we're about 1 minute away from this next race. This was the combined Masters 85 to 89, 80 to 84, and a load of other categories that you can see on your screen. 75 to 79, 60 to 64, 55 to 59, and 50 to 54. All these categories are lightweight, though. I think it's probably one of our first lightweight races of the day. Rach, do you want to take us through what the lightweight classification means?
So there's 2 weight categories. You've got lightweight and heavyweight, and the difference is obviously it's based on weight on the day. So with Brick Online, they have to take a picture of themselves being weighed at home to sort of clarify what their weight is, and these competitors probably won't have that muscle bulk on them that the heavyweights will have, but they will have that sort of endurance, that quick limb speed that maybe the heavyweights probably won't have as much. But it's amazing just to see so many different categories being able to compete, especially on an indoor rower.
And there we go. Looks like we're underway in these several categories. Like we've mentioned, we've got all ages within these lightweight men. So we're going to have to keep an eye on all of those colours that denote the categories there on the left-hand side of your screen. Right at the top, that's our lightweight men's 50 category that we can see Zsolt Darvas, who we've got on webcam there, sat in 4th position, leading the way. We've got a tight race between Paul Morris, I think it was, that was sat in 2nd place. We've also then got the Adrian Nelson trying to cling on to the lead. As we look down then at the lightweight men's 55 category, where we've got Andy Ganaway again sat in 4th position, who we've got live on webcam, but only 3 meters in front of him we've got Paolo Palazzi of Italy, and then a 1 meter gap in the race out in front, Rach.
Yes, and as well as all these different colours, it's almost like Smarties on a page in my eyes. But we do also have the white boats that don't have within the category that I mentioned at the top, because they didn't get in that boat category in time prior to the race. But again, very tight, especially that lightweight men's 60 at the bottom in the green. The first 5, it's constant change, and then the last 50 metres for everybody, almost everybody now. The lightweight men's 50, Chris Morris just finishing now, Adrian Nelson, wow, 0.7, almost nothing from it. And the lightweight men's 55 also finishing, again, 2 seconds, that splits the top 3 competitors. Across the board, it again is a tight finish. You can't leave anything as tanky in these sprint races.
Yes, and as all of our results come trickling in down the leaderboard, we've got our last couple of athletes completing the course. Philip Stubley of Great Britain there, competing in the lightweight men's 80 category, I believe. And then just coming into the line, Ian Nimmo, also in our lightweight men's 80 category. There, so plenty of results to cast your eye over, of course, all provisional for the time being, and some great performances there from our webcam participant. Zsolt Davos in the lightweight men's 50, it looks like, has managed to clinch a podium place, and same for Andy Ganaway, has come back from 4th position to hopefully slot his way onto the podium here at Brick Online. But really good performances all round.
Really is. It's these events, all of them are just getting tighter and tighter, and it can be anybody's race at the end of the day. It's all about getting that power through the legs and going, because it's only a minute and a half. Once you blink, the race is over, so you just have to give it everything you can possibly do. Don't leave anything behind. And again, amazing effort by everybody. It's great to see so many competitors from around the world all competing at the same time and having fun.
Well, I think we've got Zsolt on the line there after his race in the Masters 50 to 54, 3rd place in a time of 1:28.7. How do you feel about your race, Zsolt? How was your race, Zsolt? How do you feel about that result?
500 meter, it's very tough. It started with a high pace, but the last 100 was very difficult. But you know, it's so great to race with many competitors around the world. I very much enjoy it.
What was your plan, Zsolt? How did you want the race to go?
It's a fascinating race. It was very tiring, you know, pushing 500 maximum speed. It's very tough, especially at the end. But I enjoyed it. It was great fun to race with many people. Thank you for organizing it.
You are very, very welcome, Zsolt. Your time of 1:28.7, how does that compare to your personal best? Are you happy with that performance? Is that a good result?
Well, as a Masters, this is my best time, because I already prepared for the 2000 and I never did a 500 test. So this was my basically first 500 test in many years now. I also didn't know how much I can do. So I started strongly and it ended up 1:28, so all good.
And so finally, how much did you enjoy taking part in the race?
Sorry, I didn't hear you well.
I said, and finally, how much did you enjoy taking part in the race?
No, it's really fantastic that I think there are racers for 41 countries all around the world, from North America, Australia, Europe. So it's really fascinating that, you know, in this, especially these pandemic times, we can't have, you know, face-to-face race on the water or even in a gym. You can do it online, wherever in the world. So this is really fantastic.
Well, thank you so much for joining us. If I heard you correctly, it's your first time racing in the 500 metres in the Masters category, so 3rd place is a brilliant result there. but we've also got some more results to bring to our viewers from some of the races earlier on today. So Anne-Marie, do you want to pick up this first one that we have?
Yeah, just very quickly, the Masters 30 to 39 men in the bronze. Stuart Elvin taking the bronze, Fraser Brent taking the silver in 1 minute 17, and Chris Glasgow from USA taking the gold in 1 minute 59. 1 minute 15.9.
And here we have the result for the Masters 40 to 49 men's 500 metres. Matthew West took the silver in a time of 1:19.7 because he dead heated with Bruno Limos Silva, who also completed the course in the same time. What a close finish there. But it was gold to Zoltan Bogar in a time of 1 minute 15.9 seconds.
Moving on to the Masters 50 to 54 men 500 metres in the bronze position. Paul Chomsky in 1 minute 24.7. Scott Jenkins taking the silver in 1 minute 23.0 and taking the gold. Another GBR rower, Simon Wilson Story in 1 minute 22.4. Very close.
Well, here we have the Masters 55 to 59 men's result, and it's a very international showing. Wicha Dalsum completed the course in 1 minute 25.3 to take the bronze. Kent Peterson of Sweden completed the course in 1 minute 23.5 to take silver, and Ole Christian Carlsen completed the course in 1 minute 20.9 to take the gold.
In the Masters 60 to 64 men 500 metres, Tim Clark took the bronze from Great Britain in 1 minute 29.3. Johan Dennekamp, hope I pronounced that correctly, Johan, from Great Britain, silver for him in 1 minute 27.8. And then Massimo Giletti from Italy taking the gold in 1 minute 26.6. Congratulations.
Well, here we have the Masters 65 to 69 men's 500 metres. Ken Lake took the bronze in 1 minute 30.2. 0.3 seconds faster was Richard Stevenson, completing the course in 1 minute 29.9. And just ahead to take the gold was Isa Nevelean in a time of 1 minute 28.7. What a tight race there in the 65 to 69 men's 500.
Moving on to the men's Masters 70 to 74 500 metres, Yuri Etel from the Czech Republic in 1 minute 40 taking the bronze. Graham Spittle taking the silver from Great Britain in 1 minute 35.8. And then Robin Sturck, congratulations my friend, you've won the gold from the Netherlands in 1 minute 35.2.
Well, here we have the Masters 75 to 79 men's 500 metres. It was Robert Lee who took the silver in 1 minute 59.2 and Jeremy Lear who took the gold in 1 minute 36.7.
Next up in the Masters 80 to 84 men 500 metres, Brian Court takes the gold from Great Britain in 1 minute 56.7. Congratulations to everybody so far.
Well, a reminder, full results for all of the competitors taking part in all of these races, not just the medal winners, are available online at britishrowing.org/BrickOnline. So if you want to see all of your times and access all of that data on everyone taking part, do take a look on there.
And also keep feeding us with all your social media posts, videos, photos. Make sure you use the hashtag BrickOnline and we'll make sure that we'll give you a shout out during the day.
Yeah, lovely to see all those posts coming in from people racing all around the country and indeed all over the world. Over 2,700 entries this weekend from 40 countries worldwide. We're really excited to have you all with us. Here we go, Katie, aka Bob, Brick Online, day 2. Queen Athletics do the honours today, and turns up this jumper coordinates perfectly with my Christmas. That looks amazing.
I love her jumper. At Meg Knight says, super excited for my 500 metre race today and great to see at Camilla Hadland commentating again. Hashtag BrickOnline.
Well, there you go. We're ready for our next race. We'll pass you back to our commentators, Camilla and Rach.
Thanks, Jack. And yeah, great to be commentating again. Thanks, Meg. Looking forward to seeing her race a little bit later in her 500 metres. But back now to the lightweight men's 30 and 40 events. Only 2 categories here to keep eyes on down the page. In the yellow, we've got the lightweight men's 30, a really tight race between Pekka Lensu of Finland, Claudia Rodriguez of Portugal, and Damien Alonso of Spain. How's it looking in the lightweight men's 40, Rach?
Sorry?
I said, how's it looking in the lightweight men's 40 race?
Once again, a tight start to the race. The first 7 athletes there got Francesco from Italy, Alexander from Spain, I think that is. Sorry about that. And yeah, really high stroke race of high 40, almost at 50 there. So just coming to the end, that felt like the race was over in a blink of an eye. So well done. We got Pekka from Finland at the top, 125.1, second by 0.1 of a second, Damien. And really close, within a couple of seconds, everybody's finished. So once again, it could be absolutely anybody's game at all in these sprints.
That was a really exciting race there in the lightweight men's 30. I could barely take my eyes off those little yellow boats as all of the positions changed, all the way from Damien Alonso of Spain all the way down to Paul Clark of Great Britain, Andy Knight, all jostling there in the middle. And the reason I think it felt like such a short amount of time is because our winner there, 125.1, that is an absolutely blisteringly fast time there from Pekka Lensu, and we wouldn't expect anything less. This is a Finnish indoor rowing champion from the lightweight category. He got a silver medal at the Finnish Championships over 500 metres this year in that event, and he's come here to the Brick Online Championships and gone one better to hopefully, this provisional results of course, clinch himself a gold.
Definitely, he knows his stuff. He's done this before, and again, he entered this because it's online. It's accessible to everyone around the world, which is amazing. And yeah, well done to everybody. I think everybody should be really pleased with those times. 125 to 140, it really is no time at all. It doesn't take much before the race is over. I'm trying to get through all the names. It's a challenge for us as well, but no, amazing event. It's very close, and again, it could be absolutely anyone's game on the day.
Yeah, we must give, again, big kudos there to the winner of the lightweight men's 40 event as well, Francesco Procaccianti of Italy. Another 125 score there, 125.8, almost 3 seconds, in fact, over 3 seconds quicker than his next competitor. That is quite the margin, Jack.
Yeah, that is incredible. And do you know what's quite interesting? It's looking at these different event categories where we've got the 30 to 39 racing against the 40 to 49. When you see some of these slightly older athletes still matching the times of those in the younger age category, that's always really exciting and a real challenge for those racing in the 30 to 39. They want to make sure they beat those in the category above that they're racing against.
Definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
I bet those guys in the 40 to 49 category are loving it right now. I bet they're still in with the 30-year-olds. And I hope it makes them feel just as young and just as athletic. But it's great to see the competitive nature, especially with different age categories as well.
Camilla, is that what surprised you this morning on the races that you commentated on, the fact that you've got the 2 different age groups really going up against each other?
Yeah, it must be great for all of these competitors as well. And another really smattered board here that we've got of plenty of different categories, and we'll run you through the race going on at the moment. We've got the lightweight women's 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, and the lightweight men's 65 and 70 to 74 lightweight men. So I'm sure all of these athletes really appreciate the fact that not only do they get to race the people in their own age category, but they also get to race people from all age groups around them, Rach.
Definitely, and I'm just looking at the Masters 70-74 lightweight men. They're right on top of the lightweight women's 50, and as well as the lightweight men's 65. They're all right on top of each other, so it's going to be a close finish across the board in general. And we're just coming up to the halfway mark, just gone past. In the final 200, as we can see, Louise Barber from Great Britain in the lightweight women's 50, just ahead. And it's about to change again. I think Samantha Ayers is about to pip in front. It's very close. And let's not forget the lightweight men's 65 at the bottom in the orange boats. David Spector from the USA is just pipped in front of Stan Schanzenstein from Canada. And very strong finish there, 1:31 from lightweight men's 65, which is a phenomenal time. And we're just coming into the end of the Masters 70-74 lightweight. Julian Bunn from Great Britain, Denis Bouchet from France, and Mike Price and Dave Kirby from Great Britain as well, doing amazing times.
Yeah, Rach, you absolutely called it in that lightweight women's 50 event. You saw Samantha Ayres starting to mount her sprint with about 100 metres to go. And look at that, tied for times in those top two between Samantha Ayres and Dania Amon. What a fantastic race. Another really close one, and probably one of the best races of the day once again.
Thank you, Camilla and Rach. Let's bring you up to date with some results. Starting with the Masters 50-54 women in the 500 metres. Congratulations to Jenny Taylor. She takes the bronze in 1 minute 45.7. Jackie Hammer, also from Great Britain, takes the silver in 1 minute 44.9. And finishing off the triple header, also from Great Britain, Margaret Greenhall taking the gold in 1 minute 44.7.
Well, in the Masters 55-59 women's 500 metres, Caroline Lucas took the bronze in 1 minute 48 dead. Sharon Salter took the silver in 1:47.1, but it was Joanne Blundell who took the gold in 1 minute 39.6.
In the Masters 60-64 women 500 metres, another triple GBR header for Linda Wills taking the bronze in 1 minute 50.9. Celia Whittam, congratulations to you, Celia, taking the silver in 1 minute 50.6. And Nikki Glenn taking the gold in 1 minute 49.3.
Next up, we have the Masters 65-69 women's 500 metres. Anne Nimmo, took the silver in 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Marjorie Room took the gold in 1 minute 52.3.
Moving on to the Masters 70-74 women. There you go, 500 metres. Taking the silver, Hélène Dallemont from France in 2 minutes 45.8. And then Jutta Vogeli taking the gold from Germany in 2 minutes 22.0.
And then in the Masters 90-94 women's 500 metres, the battle axe that is Val Coleman, who's been competing all over the weekend. We had her in the 2 kilometres yesterday, but here she's back in the 500 metres in a time of 3 minutes and 4.8 seconds. Congratulations, Val. Thank you for joining us.
And as ever, make sure if you want to show us your celebrations, if you've managed to shave off even a second or a millisecond off your PB, do share your photos and videos online. Make sure you use the hashtag BrickOnline, and Jack and I will definitely give you guys a shout out during the day.
Yeah, we love seeing what everyone is up to all around the country and indeed all over the world as they compete for this Brick Online live racing weekend. Well, we've got lots more races to come. We're just bringing in our commentators again, Camilla and Rach. I think we've got one more race with you. What do we have to look forward to in this next event?
So we are looking at the Masters 30-39 lightweight woman. We've also got the Masters 40-49 lightweight woman as well. And I've just been reading up, we've got a lady called Katie Butterfield from Great Britain, and it's her first sporting competition ever. So what a way to get into that competitive nature, just give indoor rowing a try. And she literally said she's the winner in her family's eyes, and I think she's a winner to all of us just for giving this a go and seeing how she enjoys it. And I bet you she'll be back next year as well.
What tips would you give her to calm her nerves, Rach?
I would say just enjoy it. For the first time, just go on there. Don't have any expectations. Don't aim for any just try not to give it too much. Just enjoy it. Just try and go for a nice strong pace, and whatever you get at the end of it is going to be a PB, it's going to be a seasonal best, and she can just build it on from there and hopefully enjoy it and come back at a later stage.
So we've seen some really close races this morning, some dead heats, some 0.1 second differences, some just over that. How much of today do you think is preparation? How much of it do you think is rising to the occasion and seeing your competition and fending them off as you go on down the course, Camilla?
Well, I think it's a combination of being able to rein your nerves in and not go off too quickly, because there's always a risk of blowing up. And I think I'd seen, some of the GB rowing team giving tips and tricks for this weekend, and one of them was, don't try and do anything extraordinary. Don't try and do anything that you've not done in training, because then there's always a risk that you can always go off too hard, and do what you've trained for, right, and what you've prepared for. But ultimately, I think that's the beauty of competition, is sometimes people do have that extra bit of adrenaline to do something extraordinary, whether that's right at the end. We've seen some sprint finishes where it's been so close, and that people have managed to pull out that extra bit, towards the line to get a personal best or to pip the person next to them by 0.1. So I think it's a fine balance between being able to execute your race plan well, but also, channel the spirit of competition and use it to your advantage.
And also, just picking up quickly on that point, Camilla, about concentrating on your own race, so to speak. Don't get sucked into what everybody else is doing. Just make sure you follow your own plan, right?
Yeah, and I think that's really, really difficult to do sometimes. It's difficult to do when you can see everybody's names. I know that a lot of the competitors have got the leaderboard up in front of them on their laptops, because that's the purpose of being able to enter a competition like this, right? It is for that edge to be able to see yourself racing next to other people. That's the reason why a lot of people have entered. But I think that it is really difficult to get carried away. Not to get carried away even when you do have a lot of people packed in tightly, and a lot of these races have 40 competitors or so in them. That's a lot of people to try and block out of your bubble.
Absolutely. Well, exciting scenes in these 500-metre races. Some really tight finishes already this morning, but much more to look forward to. But while we wait for that next race, we've just had a false start, so it'll be a few moments while we reset the flywheels. Let's pick up some social media. Here we have Paige Howe. Really excited for myself and my sister Yasmin Howe's 4 races today. Massive bowls of porridge eaten. Can't drink any more protein shakes. Let's smash it. 4 races in one day. I hope that's 2 each and not 4 all each, because that would be a lot of rowing for both of you. But good luck today. We're delighted to have you with us here at Brick Online.
Tim Armstrong saying, excellent event, well organised and great fun, even if my eyeballs were bleeding at the end of the M50 500 metres. Thank you. I hope that's not the case, Tim. I hope you enjoyed the race as well, but thanks very much for sharing your message with us.
Well, here we have someone looking at their scores and their full data from Time Team. You can log on and access this through britishrowing.org/brickonline. But John Coltrane, British Rowing Indoor Championships, men's 40 to 49 500 metres, 42nd out of 58, new PB. Good to beat Steve Davis again. Ronnie O'Sullivan next. But just look at those splits there. You can see the makeup of his performance, his pace there. That dictates how fast he was going per 500 metres, so how much power he was putting down, and his stroke rate dictates how many strokes he was taking per minute. So you can see the stroke rate rises over the course of the race. The power, just as he starts to get tired towards the end of that 500 metres, drops down, but not by too much. A fantastic result there for John Coltrane. And if you want to see more of those power and stroke rate graphs, do take a look at britishrowing.org/brickonline. You can download all the data for our athletes. Some really interesting analysis available there through the Time Team race system.
So the next 500 metre race is not too far away now, ladies. What can we expect from this race, do you think?
Well, as we can see, the lightweight women's have just started, and once again, a very close start. Everybody's given it absolutely everything. The names will be jumping around. It looks like Sarita Christina Hansen from Denmark is just ahead at the moment. And we've also got the race in red down below with Karen Burrell from the USA having a strong start there. What do you think, Camilla?
Yeah, I think we were expecting Christina Hansen of Denmark to go out of the blocks quickly. She is a double world and European champion over 2K and over 500 metres. She secured second place at both the European and World Championships. So it's going to take some doing to throw her off that top spot. We're almost through halfway, and doing a really good job of trying to do that is Olivia Joyce of Great Britain. She is right on the heels, level in fact with Sarita Cristina Hansen. We've then got in third place Laura Gildi of Italy, and then again a couple of really tight pairings going down that lightweight 30 women's race. And out in front of the lightweight 40 race, we've got Karen Burrell of the USA leading the pack. I'm sure anyone tuning in from the US, hello and welcome. You'll be glad to see Karen pressing ahead there at the front of the field, but being chased down by Rachel Latta of Great Britain.
Yes, I've just been watching Kate Brooks. She's just turned another gear on. She's just pipped ahead of the previous two competitors, and she was a CrossFitter turned rower. And as we come to the end, very close, Sarita just, tie first. 0.4, and then third place Laura from Italy 0.6. Wow, it just gets closer and closer. It's so entertaining as well.
That was absolutely stunning, that finish in the lightweight 30, women's 30. I was watching all three of those athletes come into the line that have finished on 1:41. Not much to separate them, 0.2 of a second between first to third, and a really good job there of Sarita Cristina Hansen to cling on, but she's going to have to share the podium if these results get confirmed with Olivia Joyce, because she stuck with her the whole way, didn't she, Anne-Marie?
Yes, she did. How close was that? Did you say 0.2 of a second between second and third? Of course, these are provisional times which will get confirmed in a little while, Camilla, but goodness me, that was really, really close. And it was literally over within a blink of an eye as well, which shows you how quickly that race went.
So quickly. And also, I think not to be scared off by people's titles. You know, I think Olivia would have been sat there on the start line having a look at the pedigree of someone like Sarita Cristina Hansen and thinking, my word, you know, a double world and European champion, but she went out there and she stuck with the pace, and you know, that performance that she's put down meant that we got a really close race the whole way. It was absolutely amazing and over in a flash because I enjoyed it so much.
Yeah, great race. Ladies, thank you so much for your brilliant commentary today. We're going to say goodbye to you. Enjoy the rest of the day, whatever you're up to. Thanks very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, our fantastic commentators today bringing you all the action. A good chance to say a real thank you to all of the volunteers behind the scenes. Our commentators are all volunteers helping us to bring you all the action here at BRIC Online. If you're interested in volunteering at more British rowing events, do take a look at the British Rowing website. There is a volunteer newsletter you can sign up to find out about all the volunteering opportunities. But joining us for these next few races, we're bringing back in our commentators. Here is Fergus and Alex.
Hey
Fergus
guys.
and Alex, how are you feeling this morning?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I mean, technically it's now the afternoon as of a few seconds ago, but looking forward to some school-age rowing going down. A bit different when it's a time, because it doesn't matter how hard you go, it's going to take the same amount of time. You know, you can't sprint harder to finish this thing earlier. So it's all about pacing and knowing, because you know exactly how long this thing's going to go.
Welcome along as well, Fergus. What are you looking forward to seeing the next few races?
Do you know, I think just like Alex said, I think we're going to have some fantastic sort of 3-4 minute races coming up in the next half hour or so. And I think with these younger athletes, they just throw themselves into racing. They've got absolutely no fear at all when it comes to this sort of distance. And it almost comes down to just sort of hanging on for dear life, and just seeing how long you can go for. And we can see there on the screen, we're actually underway now with the Year 7 boys and the Year 7 girls. They're a 2 minute race, I believe it is. And we can see there on the screen, we've got two different races going on. In yellow, we've got the Year 7 boys, Matthias Pickett. And in dark blue, Alex, we'll have the Year 7 girls. And we're already through 100 metres.
Yeah, so small field this time. Matthias doesn't have anyone to race against except himself, but has actually only started this erging during the second lockdown, basically around Halloween. So he's only had 5 weeks prep, so really good to see someone picking it up that quickly and entering this event.
Absolutely, and we can see they're already through 200 meters, approaching halfway in this 2-minute race. Matthias Pickett, he's racing for pride as we come up to that 1 minute mark, but out in front of the Year 7 girls race, it is Anya Knight who is leading Laura Temple sitting in second place there. That's a fantastic rate of striking. You see there, Anya, Alex, up at 43 strokes a minute. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was actually just looking. The notes for these two are both competitive swimmers. So they've clearly got that aerobic capacity to just sit up and just drive away at sort of the high 30s, low 40s. So Matthias has now gone up to rate 40. The splits have been fairly consistent. They're always going to bounce around a little bit at those rates if you're slightly inefficient, but they're being pretty steady on these strokes. And so they're coming into the last 25 seconds. I assume they're going to have parents and family around really cheering them on into this last 20 seconds of this race.
Yeah, absolutely. Can we see there Anya just starting to close the gap ever so slightly on Matthias, but it is him who is still leading this Year 7 challenge. Anya Knight leading the Year 7 girls. We come into the last 10 seconds. We're seeing the stroke rate still high, still up at 42, 45, 46 strokes a minute. And we're just coming into the last couple of seconds. That was a phenomenal sprint there. Matthias in the Year 7 boys, 504 meters, but winning visually the Year 7 girls, Anya Knight ahead of Laura Temple and Rosie Bentley on 358 meters. Short, sharp and furious racing in these 2-minute races.
Wow, some incredible results there from our first of these timed races. But Fergus, can you tell us a little bit? We've just switched from doing 500 metres. We're now onto timed events. That's a little bit of a different mentality for an athlete to approach that. You've got a set time that you're going to be rowing for. The work that you do doesn't necessarily bring you closer to the finish line. The harder you work, the more you've got to work for the rest of those 2 minutes.
Yeah, absolutely, Jack. And I think I almost find these timed pieces are so much harder to actually do because you've got no control over when you're actually going to finish. If you're doing sort of a 6k piece, 5k piece, whatever, you know exactly that you can have some sort of impact on when you're going to finish. But these timed pieces, these 2 minutes, these 5 minutes or 30-minute pieces you'll do in training, you're on it for that amount of time. There's nothing you can do about it. You've just got to sit there and crack on with it.
Alex, how do these rowers prepare for these types of races?
To be honest, I'm a bit out of touch with how the school boys and girls would do this, because when I was a schoolboy rower back in sort of 95 through the 2000, we didn't really do specific stuff like this. I was just thinking back, when I competed in 1998, we had to do 2K. We didn't get to do like a 2 minute. So it'll be interesting to see like how strategies for this have been brought about and how training for this is, rather than like we used to just flog up and down the Thames a bit and then get thrown on an erg and do an indoor competition. So, yeah, I'd love to give you a bit more insight, but I might not be the person to ask.
So we've talked about the challenge of having that timed finish, but also what we've seen throughout the morning. All of these races today are short, fairly sharp races, 500 metres a short distance, 2 minutes a short time. We're seeing some really close results. So hopefully more of that to expect in the next few races, Fergus.
Yeah, definitely. And I think as we get older, we'll add 1 minute onto each race sort of as you go up in each category. So I think hopefully with that you'll get a little bit more experience from these athletes. You'll maybe see a little bit more pacing, but I'm sure in the time, sort of those 3-4 minutes, it's still just going to be hell for leather, really, just chucking everything at it.
And I guess, Alex, again, it's that question of finding the right balance, isn't it? Because you don't want to go out too quickly, but then you're conscious that you might be racing against somebody that you know. So you want to try and get that edge, but at the same time, not running out of so much energy that you don't have enough in the tank for the final push.
Yeah, I think that 2 minute you just had there is that kind of, it's almost like a naughty distance or naughty time, because your body can cope with about 1 minute and 20, 1 minute and 30, but that extra 30 seconds, if you've gone out a bit too big, it'll definitely catch up with you. Whereas like a 3 minute race, I think you're going to have that more defined, maybe 30 seconds in the middle where you settle down a bit. You'll have your clear start, maybe a bit of a settle, and then a wind up to the finish. Whereas on those 2 minutes, you pretty much don't have that. You're pretty much just going on and hanging on there. So it'll be interesting to see like who can find the best rhythm through these races as they get longer and longer. And actually some of the longest ones we got go out towards 6 minutes. So you're not that far away in terms of, well, certainly like the elite men will finish their 2K in a 6 minute block, but you're getting out towards those regions of time that the senior athletes will be doing as well.
One of the things I find quite interesting with these junior races, in some of the events we've got coming up, we have the boys taking on the girls, or the girls taking on the boys in these junior events. And we know that when you get to an adult athlete, you would expect the average adult male to go faster than the average adult female. But in these junior events, the athletes can be much more closely matched. So you get these quite interesting challenges with the junior girls really right up there behind the boys, and sometimes coming right through. So quite an exciting gender dynamic there in these junior events to look forward to, isn't there, Fergus?
Sorry, Jack, could you just say that one again? Just reconnecting with the old Wi-Fi here.
Well, actually, if I'll just jump in, ironically, in a GCSE paper last year, one of the physics questions was actually about like the power in the muscles of people as they get older, and actually up to about the age of 11 or 12, girls have just as much muscle power as the boys, and then going through puberty, that's when you kind of get the split. So definitely at these younger ages, there's no reason why there can't be really strong competition between the two genders.
Could we see that more in terms of mixed gender racing, or do we have that now within the sport?
Well, I think you're seeing it at the moment, particularly in coastal rowing. You're starting to see that mixed gender approach to training, which I think is fantastic for the sport, and I think it's very important for the sport going forward to stay included, particularly on an Olympic level. And we saw at Henley Royal last year with the King's Cup, that was mixed gender crews for the first time at Henley Royal. So we're starting to make steps that need to be made in order to keep our sport relevant on the international stage.
And I think as well, even at a local level, when people were trying to not rack up too many points, there was loads of mixed racing. You'd often have mixed doubles, mixed fours, mixed eights racing, just because you wouldn't score those points on your British Rowing licence, so you could stay in the categories that you wanted the next summer. So it's definitely something that's been around. It's good to see in the Olympics, we have those mixed races as well. So I don't see why it can't happen.
Yes, and within Brick Online, of course, and our adult racing later on this afternoon, we do have to look forward to, I believe, some mixed relays where we'll have mixed gender teams of adults competing in those relay events later on this afternoon. They're always really exciting races to watch, the relays, seeing the transitions between athletes when we're in the velodrome. But when we're watching online, all athletes competing together in real time, and we can get some really close races there in those relays. So great to have mixed teams represented later on this afternoon there.
We're just waiting for the next race. Go on, sorry, Jack.
I was just saying what you were saying. Looking forward to the next few races. We're just going to be going up the age groups, as it were. So we've had the Year 7 boys and girls. We're moving on to the Year 8 boys and girls, due to set off in just a few moments' time. So there we go. We'll pass you back over to Alex and Fergus.
Thank you, Jack. Yes, we've got the Year 8 3-minute race going on here, and we've got again two different races. We've got the Year 8 boys in yellow on the top of your screen, and in red on the bottom it will be the Year 8 girls. We've got about 18 competitors racing for the guys, and I think about 6 or 7 girls. So another fantastic field racing here at Brick Online. And just looking at the top of your screen, it's a phenomenal start from Yaroslav Zakharov from Ukraine ahead of Igor from Poland. Max and Harry from Great Britain sitting in 3rd and 4th respectively. That's going to be a very tight tussle as we come through the first 40 seconds. And Alex, looking at the girls' race, it's a dominant start from Berry Tompkins.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a split with the leader for both, just walking away at the moment, but then the race for second is really close in both these. I was just noticing the rates right at the start. Some people were hitting literally rate 50, high 40s. They've definitely been drilled in sort of taking those choppy first couple of strokes, get that flywheel moving, and then now what we're seeing is, now that we're over a minute into this race, they've settled race rhythm, and it'd be interesting to see who can just sustain this rhythm through this next, I guess, a minute and a quarter before they wind up for the finish.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think within these two races, we've got even more developing. We've mentioned that battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th between Igor and Max. But looking just further down the field, a phenomenal tussle between Zach Broadway and James Dutton for that 5th and 6th position. They're nip and tuck the whole way down, both sitting at 148, 149. But almost two different strategies, Alex, that you can adopt here. You can either go for the really high rating approach that the likes of Zach and Max are opting for, or you can grind it out like James Dutton's doing at the moment.
Yeah, so obviously we don't have any biometrics on these people, but it'd be interesting to see if the people who are a bit taller, whether they're going for that lower rate approach, whether it's the shorter athletes that have gone, I'm just going to take more strokes per minute, get that rate up to make sure I'm not having to put too much work in per stroke to find that balance. So just looking at it now then, so Berry Tompkins has really pushed out that lead for the Year 8 girls there. It's really impressive the way she's moving away.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the rest of that Year 8 girls race as we come into the last 30 seconds or so, it's looking very, very tight for that 3rd, 4th and 5th place. Medals are very much up for grabs. There's just a matter of 3-4 metres separating Olivia, Georgia and Caitlin. And as we speak, they're switching all the time. And Alex, as we come into the last 20 seconds, victory looks set for Yaroslav and Berry respectively, but it's very, very tight for the rest of the medals.
Yeah, and especially the bronze medal on the girls there. They're separated still by 10 metres. Probably maybe Sophie's not quite got enough there, but certainly Olivia and Georgia really close fighting for that. So here are the results coming up. Do you want to take us through that, folks?
Absolutely. So it was a provisional 1st place for Yaroslav Zacharov ahead of Igor Tokarachi from Poland, with Harry Burns taking 3rd with 853 metres. In the girls' race, it was a phenomenal performance from Berry Tompkins, with 793 metres covered ahead of Dania Al-Kaif in 2nd place, with Georgia Mackay taking 3rd place. So those are your provisional medal winners in this Year 8 boys and Year 8 girls 3-minute race. We were talking about that crossover. Berry's performance there would have put her about 7th, I think, in the boys event there. So showing how competitive the girls can be across the board.
Yeah, absolutely. It's lovely to see these mixed events, whether that's mixed gender, whether that's mixed category, because it means that every athlete who competes here at Brick Online has someone that they can compare themselves to and to push them on to the line. So great to have mixed categories in that context. If you've got a really fast girl like Berry Tompkins, she can really start to challenge those boys, and that will push her through to hopefully get PBs and personal best performances here at Brick Online. So we're moving on now to moving on towards a 4-minute race. It's starting to get a little bit away from the kind of sprint territory into a little bit more of endurance. How does that change the approach these athletes will need to take in these races, Fergus?
Well, I think you start to develop far much more of an actual race plan in comparison to the 2-minute pieces where you could almost just sort of go off and hang on for dear life. The 4 minutes, you've actually got to put together your start, your mid-race pace, and then start to put a finish together in the last 45-second minute or so. So it does become a bit more tactical as you start to cross over that 1,000-metre distance or so.
And where, Alex, when it's a 4-minute race, where do you see the rowers start to separate from each other, do you think, in that last final third?
Certainly the final third is where you're going to get the athletes that are really prepared well and are strong, being able to sustain that. I would expect it to be pretty close coming off the start. There'll obviously be some changes. Some people have fantastic starts, and that's kind of, when they're on the water, what they rely on, getting out in front and being able to control a race. So there'll be some people that get out really hard and just aim to sort of stay in front and play the kind of mental game of, I'm not going to let anyone catch me. And then there's going to be other people that are kind of comfortable not being in the lead at the start, but are just happy to let their fitness and strength show in the second half of this race, where, like I say, I think that's where the stronger athletes who are really confident in their abilities will start to move through the field and out in front.
Well, we look forward to that next race in just a few moments' time, but before that, please enjoy this video. Okay, I'm sorry about that. It looks like we didn't quite have the audio on that video, so we will pick that up in a few moments' time. But we were talking there about the different approach that you need to take as these races start to get longer. They become a little bit more of endurance pieces, but we've also just changed from kind of adult athlete events down to junior athletes. So can we talk a little bit about how junior athletes approach races? What will we see from them that's different to adult athletes? Do we tend to see higher ratings and a more stroke approach compared to more power from the adult athletes, Fergus?
I think you summed it up very well there, Jack. I think the young, what I've noticed and sort of from personal experience, the younger athletes just chuck everything at it. They're just so enthusiastic, particularly it's not just on the water but on the ergs as well, and they're far more likely just to thrash it up and down on the erg, try and get as many strokes in as they possibly can. It might not be the most effective way of going about the piece, but they're certainly not going to shy away from a challenge.
And is the preparation the same as well, Alex, for this type of race?
I think honestly it depends on who has been coaching the athletes, to be honest. So my old housemate was in charge of a junior program, but had come across from a university kind of background. So he was very much of the mindset of, I'm just going to train these athletes in the same way, make sure that, they've eaten the right stuff beforehand. I don't want to say super regimented, but pretty much, this is where you have to be at this time. This is what you're going to go do. Whereas I know when I was at school, it was pretty much like, there you go, here's your own machine, go have a crack. So I think it does depend on who's been looking after you.
I think it's a case of different strokes for different folks. This is a brilliant event. It's a great fun event, and we're trying to get as many people involved this weekend as we can. But for some athletes, they'll be coming here really intent on winning. For others, they'll be coming looking for that personal best. And for some, it's just a chance to participate, a chance to race against other athletes across the UK and have some fun during what's been quite a difficult period for the sport. Don't you think, Fergus?
Oh, completely. And I think you hit the nail on the head right there. The most important thing about junior rowing is participation and ensuring that everyone enjoys the sport. I think there's no point, and it's so counterintuitive, just thrashing kids, just forcing them to train hard, train for long hours, because they're not going to enjoy it, and eventually they'll drop out of what is a fantastic sport. So I think events like these and events that pop up across the country that actively encourage participation are so fantastic for grassroots in the sport. Because at the end of the day, we all do this sport because we enjoy it and because it's fun and because we've had such fantastic memories from over the years. And it's so important to be able to ingrain that from a young age.
Alex, how important is nutrition? Because Jack and I had a social media post earlier where a person was saying that she's had enough of drinking protein shakes. If you're a young person, like a year 8 person, you won't be really drinking protein shakes. So what type of nutrition do you think they'd be having beforehand?
I think really it's just important that you eat right in general. It's not specifically about having one of these must have this supplement, must have that supplement diet. You can get a perfectly good diet out of just eating well. So, coming into this, if you do have a 4-minute race, there's no point in eating a load of sugar an hour before. That's not going to work for you. You're just going to be on that come down. Whereas, maybe having some sugar in the sort of 5 minutes before the race can give you that little bit of a pep then. But generally, it is just about eating well the whole time. It's not about, a day before the race deciding, oh, wait, I better start taking this protein shake or that carbohydrate drink, stuff like that. The nutrients you put in the whole time are what allow you to train well. And really, the training you do the whole time is what's going to predicate as to what you're going to get at this event. And I'm sure at Newcastle, they're told, you can't just be an athlete at the weekend. You have to be an athlete all the time.
Yeah, definitely. And I think at a young age, I think the most important thing is getting that balanced diet. Like you said, Alex, there's no point of stuffing all these protein shakes or things into people. That you're going to get far better results by having a well-balanced diet and you're fueling yourself properly with proper food, rather than trying to supplement it with shakes or powders or whatever from a young age. I think you're far better installing good habits early on that these juniors are then able to take forward for years to come to benefit their training.
Yeah, I think the clear point that both Alex and Fergus making there, consistency is really key in rowing. It's not something that you can prep for at the last minute for any of these races, whether that's physicality or nutrition. You really need to be putting in the consistent work over a long period of time to be delivering some of the performances that we're seeing from the top athletes in these races. We're about to get underway with the Year 9 girls and Year 9 boys, so I'll ask Fergus and Alex to take us through some of the competitors in these races.
Thank you, Jack. Yes, we're just waiting for the final few flywheels to die down. On the left-hand side of your screen, you'll have in red the Year 9 girls, and on the right-hand side, it will be in yellow the Year 9 boys. 4 minutes they're going to be racing. We've got 19 competitors for the boys and about 16, 17 for the girls. And I think this is going to be a fantastic tussle that's going to unfold in the next few seconds or so.
Yeah, and just looking down our notes, there's a few competitors here that have competed either at the actual brick down at the velodrome the last couple of years, and others that have done the virtual. So definitely some experience of what's about to happening in this race.
And there we can see we're 10 seconds in. The stroke rates are high, the splits are nice and low, 41, 41, 49 strokes a minute from Archie Penfold there on the right hand side of your screen. Some phenomenal rates going off the start. And we can see there the computer just resetting as we start to get the initial rankings. And in the girls' race, Alice McClintock and Isabel Hannon, your two leaders, about 5 meters separating them, going with them, Orla McDonald, Sophia Nielsen and Georgina Joy. I think it's going to be another close race. And on the boys' side of things, Alex, James Gleed has got himself a handy lead in the opening sort of 40 seconds or so.
Yeah, so you've got the sort of the early burners, get off that line fast. Like Hagen, second place there, he's now brought the rate down. Well, no, I said below 40, he's back up to 43 again. So it'll be interesting to see if he's just doing that to try and get on terms with first place, or whether that is actually the strategy to go 4 minutes up at 40. So, I mean, I'd say it's not the way I'd do it, but each to their own.
Yeah, and I think two that we should certainly keep our eyes on over the next couple of minutes or so will be Imogen Gorrell, who's sitting there in about 5th place at the moment. She won gold in the first virtual championships in the Year 8 category. So she certainly wants to keep an eye on as the race unfolds, maybe see if she's holding back at the moment or waiting for a bit more. And the other one in the boys event will be Jacob Len, who's previously placed 1st and 2nd in a brick event. You can see them sitting, just moving up actually, as they say, past Ethan Brainbridge. So one to certainly keep an eye on as we come up to that halfway mark, Alex.
Yeah, so both of those are just sort of sitting, they're not out in front being hunted, they're definitely doing the hunting. So they're just sitting there. The splits for both of those that you mentioned are really good. They are just walking their way up. We've seen this in a lot of races. And it's not about where you are now, a halfway mark. It's about where you are at the finish. So, the splits being consistent, the rates being consistent, it's definitely something you can just sit on. And it just feels like you're using less energy when you've just got that good rhythm, even if you are working hard.
Yeah, we're tracking those two. Imogen Gorrell, she's now up to 3rd place in the Year 9 girls 4-minute race. That's been a well-timed, well-orchestrated sort of middle 90 seconds or so from her. And on the boys' side of things, Jacob Len, as we mentioned, he's now within 3 meters of the podium. But out in front, it is Alice McClintock and James Gleed leading their respective races as we come through that 90-second barrier to go.
Yeah, and just interesting with Alice McClintock, I noticed that she went off at about 45 and then settled down into the 30s. Now feeling pressure from Georgina Joy just in behind, who at the moment has the momentum with a slightly quicker split and just 2 meters behind. So it'll be interesting to see if there's a response as we hit that 1 minute to go, and whether that's a marker for these athletes to go, all right, 1 minute to go, that's when I'm going to step on.
Yeah, James Gleed still leading, but Jacob Len of Newark Rowing Club, James Gleed of Newark Rowing Club still leading ahead of Jacob Len. He's worked his magic in those middle 2 minutes, but it looks like he's got a bit of a mountain to climb in this last 40 seconds. James Gleed leading by 37 meters as we come into the final 30 seconds or so. But look at this, we have a lead change in the Year 9 girls. Georgina Joy, with 30 seconds to go, has snuck her bow ball in front of who was the previous leader, Alice McClintock.
Yeah, so those athletes there pushing themselves to be out in front, like the 1 and 2. Looks like with only 15 seconds to go, those two are going to take it. In the men's event, though, that 3rd place is not been guaranteed yet. Really tight for that 3rd place.
And there we see we've just got a couple of seconds left, and the provisional results are now on your screen. In the Year 9 girls, it was Georgina Joy provisionally 1st place, 1,075 meters, 9 meters ahead of Alice McClintock in 2nd, and Imogen Gorrell in 3rd place with 1,049. On the boys' side of things, James Gleed 1,180 ahead of Jacob Len, who were tracking for the race, 1,153, and the provisional 3rd place was Haig Brainbridge, 1,122 meters. So we got another couple of fantastic races, Jack.
Absolutely. Just looking there through that race, some of those athletes, different ratings, quite interesting there. Yeah, definitely. And I think it's something we've mentioned certainly over the past few races and over yesterday as well.
just seeing how they approach the rating, you often see people are maybe more inclined to whip the rate up, sitting at sort of 36, 37 strokes a minute, just to keep themselves moving. Whilst you've noticed with others, they're far more inclined just to sit at maybe 27, 28 strokes a minute, but really thump it out, really put some power down at that lower rate. And I think it works for two different people. You often notice with lightweights in particular, they're far more likely to overrate the heavyweight athletes.
And Alex, they're both like very much, valid approaches, but then different in terms of physical demands. Is that right?
Yeah, I just want to point something out about that last race there. Haig Bainbridge was chasing down that lead in the sort of high 30s, low 40s for a long, long time, and was brave enough to protect that bronze medal because he only got it by a meter. I know it's provisional, but just hung in there. So, went for first and still came away with something. We've seen a lot of people that go for first and end up in fourth or fifth. So got to give credit there, for that brave hanging on, because it would have been under some serious pressure from, I think there was an athlete from Denmark coming through to try and take that third place.
So, okay, I'm being told by our editor that we've got some interesting social that might be relevant to this discussion. So let's bring that in, just have a look at what we've got. So here we go. We can see a performance chart here from Dave Ergs. Day 2 at Brick, 500 meters, 1:20.1. Fastest 500 I've done for a long time. And considering I haven't been focusing on any sprint stuff recently, I'd be really happy with it. Although 1:19.9 would have looked much nicer. But look at that performance graph there over on the left-hand side. You're looking at the heart rate there throughout the race. And you can see how it's going up and down through the performance of that race there. And you can also see a breakdown below there of the kind of split times that they were achieving at different points in the race. So 1:23 early on, and then we've got just an interesting breakdown there through that race, an average heart rate of 106 BPM there. So really, there's this real challenge in these races between stroke rate and power. The higher your stroke rate, the more energy you're expending going up and down the rowing machine, and you've really got to make sure that that's delivering the power that you need to get a good result in these races. But here we go, the Year 10 girls are back on, so I'll pass you back to Alex and Fergus.
Thank you, Jack. 15, 20 seconds into this Year 10 girls, 5-minute race. We're adding an extra minute on as we go up an age category. I want to give it a couple of seconds to let the computer work itself out. But it's a tussle at the top. It is Emma Noble of Great Britain who's just sneaking ahead of Uryana Yatsyuk from the Ukraine. Millie Hurrell and Pippa Homewood going with them though, and that's going to be quite a battle in this opening minute between themselves, Christina Baxter, but also Emily Downing. She's also in this mix for these top 5 or 6 positions or so. And Alex, 1 minute in, it's really going to be starting to hurt now.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is a lot of these athletes are linked with schools or rowing clubs. So just looking down our list here, we got Weybridge, Great Marlow School, Bulebridge, Guildford Rowing Club, Tees Rowing Club, George Watson's College, Lincoln Rowing Club, Peterborough. So these athletes are going to know exactly what this is about. It doesn't seem like there's many who have gone, oh, I just started last week and I fancied it. This is going to be a really competitive race between rowers who, some of these may well have raced each other at stuff like Nat Schools.
Yeah, definitely. And I think having had a summer without racing, it's a fantastic opportunity to size up your competition. Quite hopefully when we'll have a return to racing, you know a little bit more, have a little bit more to expect with your competition. But then as we come into sort of the 2 minutes into the race mark, coming through that 500 metre barrier, Pippa Homewood sitting on 29 strokes a minute, very comfortable rhythm there, 158, 159. She's leading Millie Hurrell, who's sitting ahead of Emily Downing, but it's nip and tuck all the way between Millie and Pippa. I think it's really going to be a case, Alex, of who can really settle into that mid-race pace and really make the most of it.
Yeah, so as we approach that halfway, Emily Downing, who's just moved up sort of from 4th to 3rd to now into 2nd, 2-time gold medalist in the virtual championships, I assume earlier this year, so knows what it's about and now's moved into that lead, but it is really close. I know it looks like these boats are lengths ahead, but if you look, it's about a metre, 5 metres, 15 metres. Those are distances that people can come back from in the second half of this race.
Oh, absolutely. And I think even as you look down the rest of the field, I think if you're going to mount a charge, even if you're still sitting 25, 30 metres back, like Eva Balmer and Bara Wang Olsen, there's still the potential to launch some of these sprints. I think over the years, at some of the World Championships, we see some phenomenal sprints in the last 500 metres or so. So if they're going to go, I would suggest now's the time to go. They've got a long way to wind it in. But looking down the rest of the field, some phenomenal tussles as well. Luella Dalis, Emma Noble and Lily Marie Jackson vying for those middle places. I think they're going to have quite a race on their hands as they come into the last minute 40 or so.
Yeah, and a lot of times you see when there's close racing, maybe sort of middle of the field or lower down the fields, just that one-on-one battle or, three-way battle can drag all three of those athletes or crews up into contention. So I'm just looking at Lily Marie Jackson, Emma Noble, and Charlie Blair in the middle. They're all separated just by a couple of meters. So they're really going to be looking to move up just by competing with each other.
Absolutely. That's going to be fascinating to see what impact that has on the likes of Luella Davis and Eva Balmer. And as we say that, Bara Wang Olsen just sneaking away up into about 5th or 6th position there. But out in front, as we come into 1 minute to go in this Year 10 girls 5-minute race, Emily Downing still leading, sitting 30 strokes a minute, 1:55s, very comfortable ahead of Millie Hurrell and Pippa Homewood in 2nd and 3rd place respectively.
Yeah, so I'm sure Millie Hurrell is going to have the support because the splits are not quite as quick as Pippa's at the moment, and Pippa is closing in. So we'll be seeing whether that support, that cheering in this last 45 seconds can really get Pippa back up into that, 2nd place. But it's really tight between those two. And it looks like Emily's probably done enough at this point, as long as she keeps her composure, just to run it through to the line in this last 30 seconds.
Yeah, we're 30 seconds to go, and it's going to come down to the line. It's going to be a phenomenal race between Millie and Pippa for that 2nd and 3rd place position. We see there Pippa, it looks like she's now in 2nd place, leading Millie. She's sensing an opportunity to sprint, but Millie's not going to back off. We see Millie now down at 1:48, and it's her who switched back into 2nd place. It's going to come all the way down to the line. Watch out for Bara Wang Olsen as well. And Christina Baxter putting in a final sprint as well. Irana Yatsulak from Ukraine also still in this. She's putting a sprint on. But there we see, Alex, the results were a fantastic sprint between Millie and Pippa. Just 1 meter separating them.
Yeah, one went slightly earlier, but the other was able to hold their nerve. So they are a meter apart, super close racing. I thought Bara Wang Olsen, she actually went the earliest. Couldn't quite get on terms, but really close racing. But well done to all those athletes in that race. And I think we're about to go to a video, I believe.
Regatta Systems, making regatta management easy.
British rowing has been one of the serial high-achieving medal sports in the history of British Olympic sport. British rowers know what it takes to be at their best each morning, and that's why we partnered with Evelyn. So with our group of athletes, we have a huge array of different body shapes and types. We have 6'8" people, we have 5' nothing coxes. All of them need to recover. And in the Eve mattress, we found something that's flexible enough to cater for all body types.
Every aspect of the rowers' preparation is world class. That's why we've chose to partner with Eve Sleep to ensure that the sleep facilities that they sleep in and the products that they use are also the best in the world.
The new Eve British Rowing Sleep Den has transformed recovery for us as athletes. For me, the memory foam, the original one that I have, it is fabulous.
I sleep like a baby on the Eve mattress, it's really great. There's definitely no excuses for being too tired for my next sessions.
Having the travel kits from Eve Sleep is just going to, I'm looking forward to getting out on the work camp because it will just make a big difference. Knowing that you've got a mattress topper or a duvet or a pillow, memory foam pillows.
Sleep is about recovery. Sleep is about realising your potential, both physically and mentally. And in Eve, we think we found the perfect partner.
Many thanks to our event sponsor, Robots, without whom we would not have been able to put on this fantastic event this weekend.
Yes, and also a big thank you there you saw in the graphics for Time Team, who are running our race systems this weekend and behind the scenes helping us to run this broadcast over Exposed TV. So a huge thank you to all the people working behind the scenes to make Brick Online a big success this weekend. We're looking forward to our next race. We're due back in just a couple of moments' time, so let's bring in our commentators. Here are Fergus and Alex. So what have we got to look forward to in our next event, you two?
So it's Year 10 boys next. For those who are not familiar, Year 10 is basically 14 to 15 years old. I'll be interested in this race to see what, I believe it's Teddy Gammon. Teddy Gannon, 14 years old, has a 6:38.52K. I think at that age, I was pulling a 7:42. So a lot quicker than I was.
And Fergus, we're now up to the 5-minute mark. These races are starting to get a lot longer. How's that 5 minutes going to feel?
Sore, in one word, very sore. And I think similar to the 4 minutes, you are going to have more of a pacing strategy because you're starting to get on potentially close to that sort of that 1500 meter. I reckon these guys, the top guys, are going to go somewhere between 1300 and sort of 1500 meters or so. So it's turning into a proper race. It's going to be one they're going to have to pace effectively because it's a long way to hang on if you go out and blow your doors early.
So yeah, we do have a phrase in rowing, fly and die. So it'll be interesting to see if any are going with that strategy or whether they're going with, negative splitting. That's like a bit easier in the first half. Not easy, but a little bit less in the first half and trying to capitalize on that saved energy in the second half. So it'll be interesting to see what these strategies are. But to go back to Time Team, what's really interesting is you can go click on your performance. And a friend of mine, Matt Paul, who works with World Class Start, I put like the Yorkshire Start program, like he was posting basically the graphs of his athletes and saying, look, this is how quick he went. This is a sub-6 athlete, but we can still find places to get faster as well. So it's really interesting. You can look back and analyze your performance using that system.
I think it's fascinating, absolutely fascinating. And I don't know a single rower who doesn't love analyzing the data, be it of your 2K splits, just all down to your heart rate, your watts, your whatever. I think it's a fascinating tool and a very important one in 21st century rowing. But looking down this field, we've got another international lineup in this Year 10 boys 5-minute race. We've got competitors from United Kingdom, Romania, Denmark, United States, to name a few nations. And it's always fascinating, Alex, to line up against international rowers who really you've got no idea how quick they're going to be. Because obviously the likes of the UK competitors, you might have some idea having previously raced them before, but these international guys, you haven't got a clue. So you've just got to trust in yourself and trust in your own race plan.
Yeah, and even like international is fantastic, but even just from different parts of the country, like I know as when I was racing at school, I'd race the same people pretty much every week because you don't travel sort of 300-400 miles. You go to the similar events, so absolutely having people from another country is fantastic to be able to race against them. But equally, you know, racing someone from the north, if you're from the south or vice versa, is really interesting for these athletes as well.
So you
And of course, throughout the day, we've been asking you to share your social media posts with us. Make sure you're using the hashtag BrickOnline so Jack and I can give you some brilliant shout outs during the day, and hopefully we've got some to read for you now. This has probably made my day. I've got to be honest, speaking to Vanessa earlier, the biggest smile on her face. This is at Susan Maroon, who's part of our production team. Definitely my favourite interview of the event so far. 100% agree with that, Sue. What a great competitor. Hashtag BrickOnline, and a lovely smiley emoji there for us.
I can even laugh. That is amazing. I'm so happy.
Well, here we have Daryl Preston, excited to have my junior indoor squad fired up and ready to go this afternoon for this year's BrickOnline. Well, Daryl, we're loving the junior indoor races this afternoon. Do keep them coming. We look forward to seeing your athletes represented in the next few races too.
From John Cole, an unexpected PB for me in the M40 to 49 500 metres in 1 minute 30.9. Looking forward to moving up to M50 next year, which is great. Set yourself goals as well. That keeps your motivation levels up as well. So thanks for that, John, and congratulations on your new PB.
One more here from Jackie Hamer. Almost didn't enter the 500 metres at British Rowing Indoor Championships. Sprints aren't my thing, but delighted with a PB and a silver medal. Thanks British Rowing for organising this and giving us that race excitement during strange times. Well, Jackie, we're delighted to have you. Congratulations on your new PB and the silver medal as well. What a day for you. But here we go, back to the Year 10 boys with Fergus and Alex.
Thanks, Jack. 15 seconds or so underway in this Year 10 boys 5-minute race, and we've previously mentioned him, Teddy Gannon, already out in front, leading by 5 metres or so over Henry Hall, sitting in second place with Jeremy Gundle, Jacob Trotter and Joshua Mann very much in the mix as well. And they'll get into the rhythm now, Alex. They'll have settled down after that ferocious sprint. Well, they might have, they might not have. But it's so important, this middle 3 minutes, to get into that rhythm and feel not comfortable, but not blowing up too early.
Yeah, I definitely think you have to take advantage of the adrenaline at the start, but for maybe no more than 8 to 10 strokes. If you get past that, then you're starting to burn your reserves pretty quickly. Reserves that you're going to want in this 5-minute race. So I was worried for a moment. I didn't see Teddy Gannon, like I was looking down the middle, but then he popped up at the top. So glad he's here and be interested to see. Like, still pulling a 1:35. I think he's one of the only athletes in the 1:30 still at this point. So maybe going for a personal record over 5 minutes for himself.
Yeah, definitely. I think looking down the rest of the field, the name Timis Montevidas stands out from the Langley Academy. He was a bronze medalist in the sprint relay at NJERC 2020 back in February. He's a former medalist at Brick. So I think looking down, he's sitting on sort of a 1:43 at the moment, and I'm sure we're going to start to see him just creep up the rankings as I say it. There he does. So it's certainly one to watch in these middle couple of minutes, making the most of his mid-race pace.
Well, yeah, and from 4th place down to, I guess, about 15th, it's only about 25 metres, so there can be loads and loads of movement in this middle. And as people, if they have been watching yesterday, would know, on the screen, it does tell you where your closest rivals are. So, you know, you might see that you're only a metre behind someone, then you leapfrog them, and you see you're only 2 metres behind the person in front of that, and it just keeps driving you onwards, 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 and up that ladder.
Yeah, definitely. And so one of our leaders at the moment, Jacob Trotter, he competed at the last indoor event, placing 6th in both races. So he's bringing that virtual pedigree to this one at the moment. But at the moment, as we go through that halfway mark, 2.5 minutes to go in this Year 10 boys, it is Teddy Gannon leading out in front, very comfortable, sitting 1:39's 32 strokes a minute, 33 metres ahead of Jeremy Gundle. Joshua Mann and Ben Leon Tazier are your 3rd and 4th place. Ben Leon Tazier joining us from Germany ahead of Noah Thompson from Denmark.
Yeah, so I was mentioning before about people analysing their performance. Like Teddy Gannon now suddenly at 1:39s, 1:40s. We said earlier he's mid-1:30s. That was the typical profile for a lot of the really quick guys. It was a kind of controlled reduction in the split, so letting it just creep up a bit, but under control. It wasn't bouncing around at all. And then as they entered that second half, you could see it came back the other way as they kind of analysed how much they had left and how far there was to go, and then just sort of started emptying the tank at the right time. But again, in a controlled way up to the finish, not a really hard burn with about 500 to go and then crashing back down. It was a really controlled, strategized race from those guys.
And another one who's just made a couple of positions up is Henry Hall, who's been rowing indoors since year 7 at his high school, Jubilee High School, before joining Weybridge Rowing Club in 2017. So it's great to see him continuing this indoor rowing tradition. And he's about 6 or 7 meters off Jonathan Martini. So it'll be fascinating to watch how he sprints in this last minute or so as we come into. But we've said his name all along. 1 minute to go. Teddy Gannon now 50 meters ahead of Jeremy Gundle. Alex.
Yeah, so he's worked out into that position. Now back into the 130s. We'll be interested to see if it comes down below 139 as we go into that sort of last 40 seconds. I'd say the race is certainly on still for silver. Jeremy Gundle currently holding off Joshua Mann. But Joshua Mann coming under a bit of pressure as well from Ben Leontazier, who is competing from Germany. And then behind him, you've got a Danish athlete, Noah Thompson. Those guys are all still challenging and within touching distance of the medals.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go now, and Teddy Gannon's lead just looks untouchable. But I think, as Alex said, we've got a sprint on our hands for that 2nd and 3rd place. We see Joshua Mann upped his rate of striking. His splits were coming down, but it looks like Jeremy Gundle has matched him as we come into about 6 seconds to go. Looks like he will hold on to that 2nd place position ahead of Joshua Mann. But a phenomenal sprint there in the last couple of seconds from Ben Leontazier. Sadly, not quite enough to make up the few meters. He finishes just outside the medals in 4th. But our provisional winner in the year 10 boys, Teddy Gannon, a fantastic 1,536 meters, an average split of about 137. Jeremy Gundle, 2nd place, 6 meters ahead of Joshua there in 3rd place. And he just led from the start, did Teddy Gannon.
Yeah, just got out of the blocks well, didn't back off, and just trusted what he had. So clearly an experienced athlete. You don't pull scores for 2K like that by accident. So it was really, really good to see that performance. It looks like we're straight on to the Year 11 girls.
Yeah, these Year 11 girls racing 6 minutes. We've added another minute on, so about 90 seconds in to their performance. Out in front, it is Lucy Harrington, Yasmin Howe, Isla Wilding. And just those couple of names really stand out. Yasmin Howe, she'd had a very good British Rowing Virtual Championships, and she's very much in the mix at BRIC Online 2020. Those are your 3 leaders at the moment, and again, very, very interesting to watch the middle race unfold over the next couple of minutes or so.
Yeah, we do have a couple of international entries into this as well. So we have a Portuguese athlete, Madalena Pesa, in the middle there, and a Greek athlete as well. Both in the mix in those middle positions. We'll be looking to go up to the top, but at the moment, looks like we've got 3 athletes just pushing out in front, and it'll be interesting to see if Biba Rabjohns and Maple Unwin can keep in contention in the next minute or so and not let them creep out too far.
So Yasmin Howe, she was the 2020 British Rowing Virtual Champion in the Year 10 event. So she's moved up one. She's got another minute of racing to do, but there we see sitting just in 2nd place at the moment. Worth noting as well, though, Biba Rabjohns, she had a fantastic British Rowing Virtual Championships, as well. So certainly one to keep an eye on. And Lucy Harrington there, still in the mix for that bronze medal. So those 4 leaders, I think there's some fantastic pedigree there. And with 3 minutes to go, I think it's very much all to play for.
Yeah, and I'd say the 2 I'd mentioned, Biba and Maple, they have stayed in contention with the 3 leaders. Looks like there's a slight bit of separation now as we move in towards that second half and beyond. But definitely no one's made a decisive move at this point. The splits are fairly even between them. All in the 150s at the moment. I just saw Maple Unwin went down into the 140s. So putting a push in there to try and move up, because probably seeing only a couple of meters behind 4th, and actually will move up to 3rd pretty quickly if she sustains that effort.
I think so. And Isla Wilding of George Watson's College in Edinburgh, she had a phenomenal Scottish Indoor Virtual Championships just a couple of weeks ago, winning her event and actually setting a new Scottish record. So she's She's moved on. She's moved on to the British Championships now, and she's certainly stamping her authority as we come into the last 2 minutes or so. Yasmin Howe is still sitting in second place with Biba Rab-Jones in third. Just a metre or so, I said, ahead of Maple, as you said, Alex. But down the field, though, those positions, it's constantly changing between Magdalena, Lucy, Niamh, Isabel, Jazzy Finlay and Antonia Warner. There's just a metre or two separating so many of these athletes. With a minute 40 still to go, I think it's changing all the time, and it's all going to come down to the sprint in this last minute or so.
Well, yeah, we've got about 8 to 10 athletes all within about 3 meters of each other in the middle there, so that could go anyway. Like, you can see this thing refreshes about every 50 meters or so, and these boats are just bouncing up and down, so you keep your eyes on any of them and it's just yo-yoing up down as people just find that little bit extra or just kind of give themselves a couple of strokes and then just get back after it again. So we approached that last minute. We got 4 clear of the field, but they're really, really tight for that 5th place.
Yeah, definitely. We're now 1 minute to go, and it is Biba. She won gold at the end jerk in the 5-minute race back in February, and she won gold at the British Championships last year in the women's J14 Omnium. So she can do it all. She can do it on the erg, on the water, and she's charging. She's sitting on 152s. She's 13 meters out from the leader, Isla Wilding of George Watson's College, but just 2 or 3 meters behind that silver medal position. But looking down the rest of the field, again, just a matter of meters separating so many of these places with about 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Maple Unwin's gone first with a rate now at 33. The others just below 30, 29s at the moment. But Biba Rab-Jones is the one in the 140s. So looking to move up from third, not sitting there, looking to move into second. So 3 meters to find in 15 seconds.
It's going to be a fantastic 15 seconds, not just for our leaders, but for the rest of the field as well. Isla Wilding still just holding on to that first place, but with about 5 or 6 seconds to go, we're still seeing the charge come from second, third, and fourth. I think it really is going to come down to the line. But there we see. Wow. That's a phenomenal effort, Isla Wilding provisionally holding on for first place in the Year 11 girls 6-minute race ahead of Maple Unwin. Biba Rab-Jones in third place with Yasmin Howe in fourth. And Jack, without sounding too biased, fantastic to see Isla there winning from George Watson's College.
Yes, of course, Fergus and I, both ex-Watsonians, coming from the same school, so always nice to see them represented in these events. And 1 metre separating second and third, that really is incredible.
Yeah,
well, I believe we've got some results.
The first person was in the 149s, and then the next 3 are all 150s, so it was down to that decimal place. So really tight racing.
Yeah, these short distances really do give us a lot.
And it'll be interesting to see how the timings, I was going to say, gents, it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to sort out the timings. Like you said, Alex, these are provisional timings, and hopefully we'll get them confirmed quite quickly so we can see who's going to be taking those positions, because it was such a tight race, and I think it's going to come down to milliseconds, to be honest with you. But as we're talking about it, talk about the results that have been coming through, Jack and I can now bring you up to date with the results that we have so far. So let's start with the Masters 30 to 39 women 500 metres. Sophie Gallagher from Great Britain in 1 minute 35.4, and then Sally Lancaster taking the silver, also from Great Britain, in 1 minute 33.6, and then Vanessa Waite, lovely Vanessa with the big smile on her face, taking top place, taking the gold in 1 minute 32.0. Congratulations, Vanessa.
Well, yeah, fantastic interview from her as well. But in the Masters 40 to 49 women's 500 metres, it was Claire Mears who took the bronze in 1 minute 32.9. Arabella Carbut took the silver in 1 minute 32.3, and Georgia Paramazzi took the gold in 1 minute 31.8. Always a strong contender at these indoor rowing events.
Let's move on to the Masters 50 to 54 lightweight men 500 metres. Zolt Darbus, who we spoke to earlier, taking the bronze in 1 minute 28.7. Closely followed by Adrian Nelson from Great Britain in 1 minute 26.9. And Paul Morris taking the top honours, taking the gold in 1 minute 26.2. Very close between gold and silver. Congratulations, gents.
Well, here we have the Masters 55 to 59 lightweight men's 500 metres, an international showing with Great Britain's Andy Galloway Ganaway, coming in bronze in 1 minute 32.7. Just 0.2 seconds faster was Darius Stanovatsky in a time of 1 minute 32.5, and just 5 seconds faster than bronze, so really tight here, Michel de Petri took the gold in 2.5 seconds faster, 1 minute 30.2 his time.
The results from the Masters 60 to 64 lightweight men in the 500 metres. Emmanuel Romeli taking the bronze from Italy in 1 minute 33.2. Taking the silver, Bill Haynes from Great Britain in 1 minute 32.4. And taking the top honours, Martin Leurink from the Netherlands in 1 minute 31.7. He takes the gold.
Well, here we have the Masters 75 to 79 lightweight men's 500 metres. Riccardo Locatelli taking the silver in 1 minute 49.4. And Derek Vaughan taking the gold in 1 minute 44.9.
Next up is the Masters 80 to 84 lightweight men 500 metres. Ian Nimmo taking the gold from Great Britain in 2 minutes 0.5.
In the Masters 30 to 39 lightweight women's 500 metres, another international showing with a bronze for Laura Goldie in a time of 1 minute 41.6. Olivia Joyce took the, we've got a dead heat here. Olivia Joyce took the gold in 1 minute 41.4, but was matched by Sarita Christina Hansen, who had the same time there. So 2 golds in the Masters 30 to 39 lightweight women.
In the Masters 40 to 49 lightweight women 500 metres, Angela Di Orio, who takes the bronze from Italy in 1 minute 52.6. Karen Burrell takes the silver for US of A in 1 minute 52.1. And Rachel Latter takes the gold from Great Britain in 1 minute 48.8. Congratulations, ladies.
Well, here we have the Masters 50 to 54 lightweight women's 500 metres. Louise Barber taking the bronze in 1 minute 45.8. Sorry, Louise Barber in 1 minute 45.8. But a combined gold from Samantha Ayers and Denia Amon in a time of 1 minute 44.7. Loving these dead heats. Well, there you go. That's us through those results. Yeah, so many dead heats. And do you know what's also great to see is all those international flags from all these different countries racing here today. Over 2,700 entries this weekend from over 40 countries worldwide. We've got another race for you now. Let's pass you back over to Alex and Fergus.
Thanks, Jack. This is the Year 11 boys. 6 minutes that they are racing. And another international lineup. We've got Portuguese rowers Pedro Rodrigues, our current race leader, Adam Holland from Australia, Adam from Scotch College Adelaide, not to be confused, I should say, with Scotch College Melbourne, that all-conquering crew for her, the Princess Elizabeth. But there are 3 leaders at the moment. Pedro Murray Oliver from Great Britain sneaking up into second place, but one to watch as well, Sam Eve and Diego Ferraria from Portugal.
Yeah, so really international feel at the top of this this heat here, or this race. Also looking at the bottom there, Thomas Bale in his notes said he's never rowed before lockdown, but entered to beat his dad. So whatever motivation you can find, just go use it. So hopefully Thomas can come out on top of that little battle there.
I think others that we're seeing here have just recently discovered the sport. It's probably Murray Oliver, former rugby player and discus thrower, started rowing after lockdown this year. And he enjoyed the Scottish Indoors a couple of weeks ago and surprised himself to win the under-16 category. So great to have Murray racing here today. Another one to keep your eyes on will be Lucas Bowes of Newark Rowing Club. His brother Joe has suggested that we keep his eyes on him. Joe, my flatmate back from university. But it'll be fascinating to see how his progress unfolds in the next couple of minutes or so. But our current race leaders has changed. Adam Holland from Australia, from Adelaide, now our current leader, sitting on a fantastic 132s. 32 strokes a minute ahead of Pedro Rodrigues from Portugal.
Yeah, so we still have that international feel to the top. It has moved around a bit. Adam Holland trying to stamp his authority on what's going on here. Moved his lead out sort of through the 13, 14, 15. He's really walking away at the moment. Still sitting on a 133, so You know, I guess he's got some pockets sewn into that Lycra to carry all that audacity around, because he is just marching out in this race.
Yeah, that is some outstanding splits there. We've got about 3.5 minutes to go, so very much in the middle of this race. We're in the middle 3 minutes of this 6-minute piece. Pedro Rodriguez and Murray Oliver in quite the tussle themselves, both sitting at about 140, 141. It's just 4 meters separating them. And as we have a check down the rest of the field, fourth downwards, we've got Matthew Hand, Harry Mole, Lucas Bowes, we've mentioned, Matthias Doris, Freddie Middleton and Scott Bain. I would say they're very much still in the challenge for those minor medals, because we've still got 3 minutes. We've still got well over 750 meters of racing left to go.
Yeah, and those athletes you just mentioned are in a really tight tussle. But fortunately for the athletes in second and third, they're in a tight tussle as well. So their intra-race is keeping them away from that chasing pack. So Pedro Rodriguez, Murray Oliver really battling hard for that second place. And it's just keeping them out in front of that 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, who are all really battling each other. And it looks like Cullen Ross from South Africa is trying to get into that little mix as well.
Yeah, definitely. We're now through 2.5 minutes to go. Our leaders have ticked over that 1,100 meter mark. Fantastic performance so far. But out in front, it is still Adam Holland. He's got oceans of clear water between the rest of the field. Pedro Rodriguez and Murray Oliver still in their own battle, like 7 or 8 meters separating them. And it's just starting to separate out slightly. Lucas Bowes, basically the next best of the rest, almost clinging on to 4th place. He's got about 15 meters or so to close down on Murray Oliver, who's sitting in 3rd. It's doable in this last 2 minutes, Alex. Definitely doable.
Yeah, and also Lucas and Matthias there from Britain and Denmark. Their splits are currently quicker than the athletes in 2nd and 3rd. So every stroke, they're going to be chipping away. So like you say, it was about 13, 14 meters. But that's going to be closing down as long as they stay in the 30s and those athletes in 2nd and 3rd are staying in the 140s. So definitely this can come back together with 90 seconds to go.
Yeah, that gap between 3rd and 4th now down to about 10 meters or so. We see Lucas Bowes, he's dropped his splits. I think 137s, 138s. Murray Oliver looks like he's just checked him. He's just starting to raise his rate of striking. Adam Holland, he's edging out in front again, up to about 78 meters of lead as we come into the last minute or so of this Year 11 boys 6-minute race.
Yeah, and then Lucas Bowes went again. I was actually momentarily pulling the same split, and Matthias is doing now the same split as the race leader, Adam Holland. So their pace right now is as quick as the leaders. It's just Adam Holland was able to find this, commanding, dominant 90-meter lead through the mid part of this race. So real power through the middle to separate him out there. But as I say, people can match it now, but he's done enough to be out in front at this point.
Yeah, we've got just over 30 seconds to go and just 10 meters separating about 2nd through 4th or 5th position. It's going to be a phenomenal tussle as we come into the last 20 seconds. Murray Oliver holding on to that 2nd place at the moment, but is he going to be able to hold this on, Alex?
Well, I mean, I know Coach Jim Chalmers, and he used to just go wind, and that's what they've done. They've gone up to 38. This would have been really impressive to see. They're down in the low 130s. And this is an all-out sprint. All those guys in the first 5 positions are pulling low 130s right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a phenomenal sprint to the line. And there we see Adam Holland from Australia, from Scotch College, Adelaide. First place, 1,937 metres. Getting very, very close to that 2,000 metre mark. Murray Oliver of Great Britain, 1,844. By 7 metres ahead of 3rd place, Portugal, Pedro Rodriguez from Portugal, and Lucas Bowes just 1 metre behind, agonisingly close to that medal podium for Lucas Bowes, with Matthias Doris in 5th place.
Yeah, and that pace that Adam Holland's driving there is about 6:08 2K, so it really is getting close to that 2K mark in that 6-minute race.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your excellent commentary this afternoon. Really enjoyed listening to you talking through wrestling, particularly from my point of view, because I'm a casual fan of indoor rowing. So thank you so much for your commentary. Thank you to Fergus and Alex.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. It's been a wonderful weekend of racing.
Well, there you go, Fergus and Alex. Fergus is writing up the race reports for British Rowing, so do take a look on the website and you can see all the records broken down for each day of Brick Online in his preview and post-race articles. But don't forget, if you want to take part in racing and you haven't managed to get an entry in for Brick Online's live racing, we do still have our online league. You can enter that on the British Rowing website, britishrowing.org/brickonline. It's free to enter. You can submit a time for the 500 metres, 2 kilometres, 10 kilometres, or even a marathon. And we will be publishing all those results into a live leaderboard and crowning our winners later on this afternoon. So you have until 4 p.m. today, just 3 hours left to get those times in.
Absolutely, and also a huge thank you for everybody that's been working behind the scenes to bring this fantastic event this weekend, of course, and a big shout out to the volunteers, to the Brick Online volunteers. There's about 40 of them taking part this weekend, and if you fancy volunteering yourself, let me give you a suggestion. Sign up to the newsletter, which will be able to give you all the information about how you can get involved in future events, and we'd love to have you as well, because there's going to be a lot more opportunities in 2021.
So yeah, do keep sharing your experience as well. The hashtag BrickOnline. We'd love to see your posts from what you're doing at home, where you're racing, whether that's around the UK or indeed all over the world. We've got a few more, well, we've got lots more races coming up in the next few minutes, but I believe we're going to take a short break. So we're just going to bring you this video.
SAS data analytics and like the work they do, it just allows us to collect all of the numbers that we as athletes have produced. We spend a lot of time on these machines and we lift a lot of weights, and even on the water, which is quite hard to measure, sort of pooling it together and drawing a picture of ourselves as athletes is a really good way of formulating like a strategy to go forward with the training. So like my training habits are quite heavily dictated by the data I see. Without that information, I think you'd sort of be flying blind to an extent. You'd just be hoping you were getting it right, whereas I actually know I'm getting it right. The data we collect from the sessions straight away it's very useful feedback, just to know that you've done the right thing. I suppose it's more important in the grand scheme of things. For example, your blood lactate, you want to know that you're sort of in the right ballpark with that you haven't gone so hard that you're completely out of the training zone, but that you haven't also not actually got what you need to get from it. That data is it's sort of important in the short term, but very, very important in the long term. If I look at other athletes in the team and measure myself in comparison to them, which is actually quite handy, I can see that in the long steady stuff I'm quite strong, but then as the intensity comes up, some other guys overtake me. So the way I use that information is that I take this long steady stuff a bit steadier, and then every time there is something a bit sharper and more aggressive, I'll use that as a real opportunity to push on. And without that data to see all of this stuff, I wouldn't have any idea that was what I should be doing. I think the biggest changes in data analysis have come from how we actually read the information. The way the data is relayed to us is now a lot more easy to understand. It's quite tangible information. You can go, right, this is what needs to be done.
And talk about them being in the same household, is that right? Welcome back after that brief video there. Hope you've been enjoying our coverage so far of Brick Online. Do, of course, keep sending in your photos and your videos and your messages. Make sure you use the hashtag Brick Online, and Jack and I will give you shout outs for the rest of the afternoon. Now, we've had a switch over in terms of our commentators, so I'm delighted to say that Will and Camilla will be joining us for a few races, and they live together in the same household, so they will be doing their commentaries together. Good afternoon to you two. How are you both doing?
Good to be back, and we've teamed up for this next hour of commentary.
No problem. I believe the first race is already off. That was the sixth form boys 500 metres B final. So let's take a look at the action from that race. There you go. The results on your screen there, because I believe that race has now finished.
Yep. So the first heat of that sixth form boys event crossing the lines. We've got two heats. We'll combine the results together. You see Max Aleskov from Denmark, the time of 1:25.5. Very, very impressive time there for in the sixth form event, and that's what we'll be keeping an eye out for in the second heat coming up. But there's some big names coming up in the next heat, aren't there, Camilla?
Yeah. So
in the boys, which we'll be getting in just a second. Some big performances from all of these yesterday's 2K race and a few returners here on the Sunday of Brick Online. But just enough time there for you to review the results from that first heat. Top time, like Will said, 125.5 that we'll be looking out for, and we're pretty confident that we'll see that broken in the next heat, given some of the names we've got.
So do you want to take us through some of those names in that next event? Who do you think is going to be right up there at the top of the competition?
The one name that really stands out is Gabriel Obholzer, who of course set that astonishing time in the 2,000 metres yesterday, taking seconds off his own British 2,000 metre record with a 5:54 and going for 500 metres as well. I'm having a little bit of a look at the British record for the 500 metres. It's 118.6, and based off the splits he did for the 2,000 metres, I think that could be in the range of possibility, and I think it'd be pretty cool for Mr. Obholzer if he could pick up two British records in one weekend.
Camilla, we've already seen this morning and part of this afternoon actually some of the rowers coming in literally within a millisecond of each other, finishing together on a dead heat. Do you think we'll expect to see some of that later today?
I think so. We've had a look at some of the next races we've got coming up, and we're kind of building in speed with each race. So we've got some of the under 23 categories, we've got the open categories to look forward to, which are always extremely competitive. And so, yeah, I think we should see some really close racing from people who, again, there's a range from complete beginners, but also some really, really experienced racers in some of these categories who have been competing over 500 metres for a really long time, and they'll know their competition very well as well. And that's something actually to look forward to in this next race, where we've said, Gabriel Obholzer is a really big name to watch out for, but he's also up against Artem Zakharov of Ukraine, who also, I think, podiumed yesterday in the 2K, so he'll be hot on the heels, I'm sure, of Mr. Obholzer, and we're hoping for some tight competition.
So do you think there's any differences that we'll notice as we go from the sixth form up to the under 23 and then into the open categories in how they approach these 500 metre races?
In terms of the approach, I'm not sure there's going to be a huge amount of difference. I think, but we are going to see a jump in speed, especially as we get towards those open categories. And whilst it's maybe possible in longer races for a junior to be slightly closer to some of the senior categories, where it'd be more about fitness and sort of the cardiovascular system, for a 500 metre race, a lot of it's about power. And it can be hard to really generate that power when you're still a junior, and it's until you're able to start doing consistent weight training and being able to add on that sort of significant muscle mass that's really going to help get those super fast times that we're going to see in the open events. I know that in the men's open we've got the world record holder over 1 minute, Phil Clapp. And he's had attempts at the 500 metre world record before, and there we're looking at times of like 1:12 for a 500 metres. So something that most juniors probably couldn't even get their split below 1:12, let alone try and hold it for 500 metres.
That's very true. That's very true. And as we've been saying to everybody that's been watching today, make sure you send in your social media posts using the hashtag BrickOnline, so Jack and I can give you guys and girls a shout out as well as part of our live stream. And I think we've got some messages to share with you now. So let's start with Trenton Boat Club. I love this picture. The picture, it's got Go James Dutton on it. Well done, James Dutton 2007. Fantastic first race. Hashtag BrickOnline. Congratulations, James. I hope you're very happy with your time.
Well, here we go. Chris Farrell, who's working behind the scenes to validate our records today. Day 2 behind the scenes at British Rowing BrickOnline with a little bit of festivities. There's been some fantastic racing again today. Well done to everybody. Great to be involved in helping to deliver this yearly growing event. Bring on 2021. Well, Chris has been brilliant behind the scenes. He's the one sending us the little WhatsApp messages that tell us that a record has just been broken. So we look forward to more of that as records fall this afternoon.
Claire J. Wells is saying, so proud of two of our newest squad members, Agnes and Adzilika. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. Stepping up and taking part in #Brick Online for Broxbourne Rowing Club. Great to have you on board, ladies. Thanks for sharing your day with us. And the race has now just started, so we'll hand back over to Will and Camilla.
Thank you very much. So we are underway with that second heat of the sixth form boys, and giving him a bit of a big up. Don't think we have Gabriel Opholzer in the event here, so it could be quite open. And it's the Danish Simon Jørn Jakobsen off with a 1:18 and a really high stroke rating of 47, and he's opened up a 7-meter lead already, coming up towards halfway.
He's competing at a very unique spot to be signing in to race this 500 metres from, and really pushing hard, 7 metres ahead of the rest of the field, but then a really tight race for the podium there between Connor O'Byrne, Artem Zakharov and Edward Baker, and you've just seen the position switch around there, Will.
And third, really tight between Zakharov and Baker. I think Baker, they're just poking ahead and got a slightly faster split, holding around 1:20. We're coming into the last 50 metres. Edward Baker has pushed into the lead. Jørn Jakobsen really dropping off now. The split's going up into 1:30s, and he's going to just be trying to hold on for a medal. Wow, that was really tight. What a fantastically paced race by Edward Baker. He crosses the line half a second ahead of Artem Zakharov from the Ukraine, and Jørn Jakobsen just holding on to cross the line in third place.
Of boats there that we saw coming into the line, everyone changing places, and some really great competition towards the middle of the field there. I saw a few people kind of switching around. Felix Locker, Luke Beaver, some great performances there towards the end of the leaderboard from Amir Shah of Hungary and Timofey Lyubov of Ukraine. It's just a fantastic sight to see all 33 of the boats lining up against one another and getting so much competition, and a great performance there from Edward Baker to come from behind.
That is one impressive split from a sixth form boy. That is incredible. So one of the things you were talking about just before this race was how we're going to start to see the power go up as we go up through the age groups with these athletes. Of course, something that we haven't actually talked about here on the live stream yet is that there are some settings on the ergo that the athletes have available to them, particularly resistance. So an ergo can be from 1 to 10 in terms of how much air resistance there is within the wheel. What difference does that make to you when you're rowing in a race like this?
I think the drag factor, as we call it, or setting the damper at the side of the ergo. So if you've been to a rowing machine at the gym, you often see that little lever by the flywheel that you can have on a setting between 1 and 10. That effectively changes the resistance that you're pushing against. So quite often, if you're a junior or you've got less power, it's better to have the resistance much lower because it's much more maintainable. Again, for kind of more powerful athletes, they can set the damper even further up. But actually, in all honesty, not many people tend to have it at 10, which is a common misconception. People think that, if you're big and strong, you should have it right the way up at drag factor 10. And actually, in reality, not even, some of the international sport athletes will have their drag factor up at 10, will they, Will?
Yeah. It doesn't, what resistance you have the damper set at doesn't affect your speed. You're not going to necessarily go faster because you're pushing against a harder or a lower resistance. It's just sort of how much you feel like you're having to work against it. So the more power you have, the easier it is. Like someone with loads and loads of power might feel like they can't actually push that hard when the resistance is set really low. So they might just want to just move it up just a little bit so it feels like they've got some weight against the handle. If you've been in a rowing boat, imagine it's the difference between taking that first stroke while the boat is stationary and you're having to you've got loads to push against, or if the boat's going full speed and your blade's just going to kind of fly through the water. That's kind of the difference in feeling.
Camilla, when somebody's looking at resistance, do they decide it from a personal preference, or is it dependent on their stroke weight, or depending on the type of race that they're doing?
I think element of personal preference. There's also some guidance that I know a lot of coaching books and coaches issue. Certainly, you can actually, as part of the rowing machine settings, you can go into the drag factor and it will display a number, which is more of a kind of measure for getting it exactly right, rather than the kind of big gradings of 1 to 10 on the side of the flywheel. If you go into the drag factor setting on the ergo, it'll display a number like 125 or 126, and that can go all the way up to like 140, 150. And so if you want to get it precisely right and gauge the feeling of that, I know certainly when I was rowing, the sort of guidance between 125, 130, because that kind of mimics like the pressure that you'd get if you were rowing or racing. But again, I think it's very dependent on situation, and even for some tests and for some races, there is a setting that dictate, right? They will say you have to have your drag factor set at this specific level in order to compete or in order to submit your score. So yeah, I think there's partially personal preference, and it's partially as part of the setup and part of the kind of coaching guidance as well.
So we've been talking earlier today about this kind of power to stroke rate ratio. Like the higher that you rate, the more strokes you're getting in over the course of the distance, and in short sprints like this, that can be beneficial. But tweak that too far and you're expending extra energy to get up the slide that you should be spending on trying to generate that wattage. So do you think as we start to see these older athletes coming through, we start to go up the age groups, we're going to see any differences in the rates that athletes are racing at for these 500 meter sprints?
See a really big variation across the field. There are some athletes that like keeping it up in the sort of over 40, and then some people that still feel more comfortable around 30. And the main difference is if you think about the two phases of the stroke being the drive phase, so when you're going backwards, you're pulling the handle with you, and the recovery when you're going back up the slide. The only way you can make the drive phase go quicker is by being more powerful, or by taking a shorter stroke. So you've got to make sure that if you're trying to raise the rating, that you're still making sure that you're not trading off making a shorter stroke, and you're actually using higher power to get it. And I think we'll see that as with the more powerful age groups. But we're straight into the next race, which is the sixth form girls 500 meters.
Competitor that we're used to seeing in these virtual and online events. Meg Knight leading the field. She picked up a gold medal yesterday in the 2K event for sixth form girls, and here she is again over 500 metres, displaying a similar level of dominance ahead of Harriet Drake-Lee and Sophie Hake.
Yes. This event, 500 metres, which I think stands at 1:26.5, only holding a 1:32, so maybe slightly after the 2K yesterday, slightly more measured performance, but still with a really strong lead of 6 metres over Harriet Drake-Lee of Great Britain and Katerina Motileva of Russia. Coming up towards the last 100 metres now, and it's holding pretty stable at the front.
We were thinking about stroke rates before. You can see there on the right hand side of your screen as we come into 50 metres to go. I'm sure we'll see a lot of those numbers coming up. Meg Knight still holding 38 strokes a minute, but Harriet Drake-Lee has pushed the rating right up to 45 in order to try and close the gap.
And it's Meg Knight that crosses the line in first place ahead of Harriet Drake-Lee, a margin of just over a second for the athlete from Peterborough City Rowing Club, and it was the Russian Ekaterina Motileva of Dynamo St. Petersburg who crossed in third, just missing out on the medals provisionally. It was Lily Abbott, ergo number 8, representing Tideway Scholars School. Had loads of representation from them across the weekend, but some really strong performances all across the field in the sixth form girls are us competitors coming across the line there. So we're going to go to a quick video now, and we'll be back with you shortly.
as an individual, I have so many powers and strengths and skills. As like being a strong, tall black woman, I have those too, so I shouldn't want to be anything else. I'm proud to be black. Hi, my name is Valerie. I'm part of the World Class Start program. So I started rowing at my 6th form. It wasn't ever too serious. We went to one competition called NJERC in 2018, and the World Class Start stand was there recruiting tall people. So I went and put my name down, and that's how my journey began. So I grew up in Brixton, which was notorious for being a very violent area, lots of gangs, and I even remember hearing gunshots when I was younger. Like, that was just the norm. Growing up, there was lots of jokes being made because I was quite overweight as well, so just lots of picking, classic bullying, and that just led me to like complete confusion about who I wanted to be. Dedication and just drive goes such a long way. There's nothing that you can't achieve if you want it bad enough. I can say that without fear of feeling like I won't get what I want, because I've already proven to myself that I can surpass any limitation that has ever been set on me. In secondary school, being the fat kid, and then 6th form being like the one black kid, I feel like people always overlooked me. I've proven the people that used to bully me wrong, and now I want to prove myself wrong. On World Class Start, it's insane how close you get to people so quickly. Like, our rowing circle is our only circle. They bring out the best in me, and I feel like as a community, as a World Class Start community, we bring out the best in each other. Like, we're all working for that same seat in a boat, but we're all here to push and root for each other like it's no man's business. It definitely doesn't matter where you're from, as long as you all have that baseline mindset and mentality of you want to try your hardest. Whatever your hardest is, you want that. You'll succeed. You'll be successful in your own way. There's no such thing as limitations. There's absolutely no such thing as a barrier or a ceiling. The sky is genuinely the limit. Like, if I want to be an Olympian, I can be an Olympian. Full stop.
Well, there you go. Welcome back to Brick Online for our live weekend of racing. Over 2,700 entries this weekend from over 40 countries worldwide. And what amazing racing we've had all the way through Saturday and into this first half of Sunday. We're now looking forward to some big races coming up in the next half hour with the under-23 men's 500 metres, under-23 women, and then we're into the open lightweight and open 500 metre categories. So lots to look forward to in the hour up till 2 p.m. But we'll bring you those races in just a few minutes.
Rowing, by the way, have launched a new indoor rowing subscription for just £32 a year. If you want to sign up by joining British Rowing, you'll get all the information that you need to help with your indoor rowing racing, some training tips, nutrition, racing, and so much more. And if you sign up soon, you'll be able to get exclusive discounts as well. So do sign up if you're interested in getting a subscription.
So much information available on the British Rowing website, of course, including all of the results from today's racing. BritishRowing.org/Brick Online. With that, let's bring back in Camilla and Will. We're looking forward to this next race, the under-23 men's 500 metres and the under-23 lightweight men's 500 metres. Are there any competitors we can see in there that are big names in this next event?
Yes, we're stepping up in the age categories from the from 6th form up to under-23. So we should be able to see some of those times going even quicker. In the open weight category, you can see out of the front, I was going to mention it was Leo Muster of Estonia. He's going really great guns, pulling on 1:15 and a stroke rate of 44 with 200 metres to go.
Well through halfway, 150 metres to go and still holding 1:15, slipping slightly to a 1:16 now, but in terms of an average, this is going to be a really quick time, perhaps the quickest we've seen all day here from Leo Muster. On the webcam now, we've got Baptiste Marie from France, who's competing in the lightweight under-23 men's events as well. He came 10th overall at the under-23 lightweight event at the World Indoors, and here he is back again for the Brick Online Championships. But they're our first finishers, and wow, Leo Moister with a 1:16.2. We saw him at the World Indoors back in Paris in February, clinching gold in both the 500 and the 2K event, and he's managed to do a similar thing here today.
Impressive performance there, and also in the lightweight categories as well. Alexander Schreider of Poland crossed the line first in the lightweight category. We are hoping that the times were going to go a little bit quicker as we went into the under 23 events, and so it proved.
He did off the ergo. I need to cool down. Quite right, of course.
Really needed a bit of a break after pulling a time like 1:16. That's quite a feat. Anything under 1:20, I think, is absolutely phenomenal. And fingers crossed we'll see even faster, as we say, the later on we get throughout today. We've got some of the open events to look forward to, and that's a real benchmark, I think, being set by young Estonian Leo Moister. I was really lucky to see him racing at the Worlds earlier this year and commentate on his performance there. So great to see him back in action up against even further competition here at Brick Online.
Well, we should mention these races today make up some of the events today make up the continental qualifiers for the World Rowing Indoor Championships, and this indeed was one of them. So the top two fastest athletes from these events and those who are entered, so those who have orange marks on the boat, the top two fastest of them will go through to the World Rowing Indoor Championships in 2021. So you'll see that our winners should progress through to that. Of course, results to be confirmed by officials within the next 30 minutes. But I do believe we have some confirmed results to bring you, so Anne-Marie, do take it away.
Yeah, certainly. For the Masters 50 to 54 lightweight men 500 metres, taking the bronze, Zolt Darvas in 1:28.7. Adrian Nelson takes the silver from Great Britain in 1:26.9, but just sneaking ahead. Let's change that now to the Masters 50. Let's start that again. Just sneaking ahead is Mr. Paul Morris. Look how tight that time is. 1:26.2. Congratulations, Paul, on taking the gold medal.
Well, next up in the Masters 55 to 59 lightweight men, Andy Ganaway took the bronze in 1:32.7. Derisa Stefanowski took the silver in 1:32.5, but it was Michelle De Petri who took the win in 1:30.2.
In the Masters 60 to 64 lightweight men 500 metres, Emmanuel Romoli from Italy taking the bronze in 1:32.2. Congratulations to Bill Haynes from Great Britain, who takes the silver in 1:32.4. And just sneaking ahead from the Netherlands, taking the gold, Martin Neurink in 1:31.7.
Well, here we have the Masters 75 to 79 lightweight men's 500 metres. Riccardo Locatelli took the silver in 1:49.4, but it was Derek Vaughan who took the gold in 1:44.9.
In the Masters 80 to 84 lightweight men 500 metres, Ian Nimmo takes the gold for Great Britain in 2 minutes straight, 0.5.
In the Masters 30 to 39 lightweight women's 500 metres, Laura Goldie took the bronze in 1:41.6, but we had a dead heat for gold between Sarita Christina Hansen and Olivia Joyce, both completing the course in 1:41.4. Very close racing there.
Next up is the Masters 40 to 49 lightweight women 500 metres. Taking the bronze position, Angela D'Orio from Italy in 1:52.6. Karen Burrell from the USA taking the silver position in 1:52.1. And Rachel Letter, congratulations Rachel, taking the gold in 1:48.8.
Well, here we go. The Masters 50 to 54 lightweight women's 500 metres. Louise Barber took the bronze in 1:45.8, but it was another dead heat for gold between Samantha Ayers and Denia Amon. both completing the course in 1 minute 44.7. We love these dead heats here at the British Rowing Indoor Championships online.
In the Masters 50 to 59 lightweight women 500 metres, Helen Lane from Great Britain takes the bronze in 2 minutes 4.1. Claudia Giacomazzi takes the silver from Italy in 1 minute 53.5, and winning the gold, Claire Rainbow, great surname, from Great Britain in 1 minute 48.2. Congratulations, Claire.
We're in the Masters 60 to 64 lightweight women's 500 metres. Janet Dutton took the bronze in 1 minute 56.4. Nadine Limousin, I think I've got that right, took the silver in 1 minute 53.7, but it was Carol Woodward who took the gold in 1 minute 48.5.
Next up is the Masters 60 to 69 lightweight women 500 metres. Taking the silver, I think I'm pronouncing that right, Gel Forder from Great Britain in 2 minutes in 2, and taking the gold, Carol Atka, also from Great Britain in 2 minutes and 1.1. Congratulations, ladies.
Well, we'll bring you one more result. This is for the Masters 70 to 74 lightweight women's 500 metres. Martine Mallet completing the course in 2 minutes and 1.9 seconds to take the gold in that event. Well, there you go. We're back with Camilla and Will getting ready for our next race, the under 23, I think it's the under 23 women's 500 metres and lightweight women's 500 metres, or have I skipped one?
That's correct, Jack. You've got it spot on. So we're ready to go. We've got the under 23 heavyweights in the yellow and the lightweights in the red going off the start. And making a very early running, it's Charlotte Dixon of Great Britain, representing Gladiator Training, who is out in front.
The Hungarian Feravari, who will sit in second place, but being closed in by the Estonian. We saw great Estonian performance in the men's under 23s, and here in the women's as well. It looks like Lisa-Marie Lahn is going to be climbing up those positions as we go through 200 metres gone.
National field in this one, down in sixth position. I think we've got Emily Strange, who was the runner-up from the virtual championships earlier on in the year, and currently only sitting in sixth position, although maybe closing up slightly now. Lisa-Marie Lahn of Estonia closing in on Charlotte Dixon at the moment, though.
We have a clear leader with 200 metres to go. Hazel Wake representing the Oxford University Women's Lightweight Rowing Club, and of course their season slightly disrupted last year on the water, making great progress here at the online British Indoor Rowing Championships. Lots of changes though, Will's just noted, in the women's under 23 race with only 100 metres to go.
4 metres separating Lisa-Marie Lahn and Charlotte Dixon at the front, although I think Charlotte Dixon has been able to put on a bit of a sprint, getting down back into the 130s, coming up to the line, and Charlotte Dixon of Gladiator Trading does indeed hold on to cross the line just over a second ahead of Lisa-Marie Lahn of Estonia. Var Hansen of Denmark crossing in third.
Hazel Wake led the whole way with a 144.5 ahead of Anna Bazicki of Greece with a 1 at 48.8. Liga Parfina of Latvia, 153.1 provisionally there to clinch third spot ahead of Paige Howe. We saw some tweets from her earlier on the social media. She's racing here with Yasmin, her sister, in one of the other categories. And a really great time there to round off that lightweight women's under 23 category.
Fantastic race. We're just going to go to a quick video now, and we'll be back with you very shortly.
Need to know
Welcome to your
everything, when,
switch
what,
on
and
class.
where I need
Should be a
everything.
tough session.
Trust me, I hear what
Ramp
you're
it
saying,
up
but
now.
I like it's
Empty
know
that
what you're
tank.
telling me. I'm curious, George.
Welcome back to Brick Online, a weekend of live racing, live stream for you at britishrowing.org. Hope you enjoying our coverage so far. We've been loving the races that we've been seeing over the weekend, but we are far from done. There's lots more races to come this afternoon. We've got 2,700 entries taking part of the weekend and 40 countries as well. We've had webcam interviews from around the world and talking to the participants who are just delighted, to be taking part, and even better, managing to shave off their times of their PBs, even by a millisecond. So it's been a great joy to be involved in this fantastic event. But like I said, we've still got plenty of races to come, haven't we, Jack?
Absolutely. I think we've got the best job of them all, Anne-Marie, being able to watch everything from here and chat to all the competitors. It's been brilliant. But yeah, if you've been watching these races with Envy and you want to find a way to get involved in the action, you still have a few hours left to enter our online league. It's free to enter. You can submit a time from any rowing machine for a 500 metres, 2 kilometres, 10 kilometres or a marathon distance. And you enter them into our leaderboards, which are updated live, and you can see how you fare against all the other competitions. So do take a look at the online league on the British Rowing website, britishrowing.org/BrickOnline, if you want a taste of the action.
And make sure you keep sending us your social media posts as well, because Jack and I have been giving loads of shout outs over the weekend and we've still got time for a few hours more. So keep sending them in. Make sure you use the hashtag BrickOnline and we'll give you guys a shout out too. Let's start with Aphon Swag, I think that is. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm ready to row at British Rowing. Thanks for all supporting. Great photo there. I hope you're enjoying your day.
Well, here's Uni Rowing. Uni Rowing just finished their commentary crossover with Junior Rowing News over at Brick Online. You can check out the dulcet tones of myself and Fergus over at the replay of the live feed on YouTube. So that's Alex from our commentary team who works with Uni Rowing and Fergus who works with Junior Rowing News. Fergus is also writing the reports on the British Rowing website. So if you want a nice summary of the records broken each day, do look on there. They get published about an hour after the last race of the day.
And here we have Team Buckle with a little bit of audio. Let the warm-up begin. 1 minute race needs a bigger warm-up for me than the 2 kilometre, as it's too short. So I need to go at optimum from start to finish, which we'd be talking about actually. Just under an hour to go at Doncaster Rowing Club.
Yeah, easy to forget with those 1 or 2 minute races. It is literally just 40 or 50 strokes. So every stroke has to be spot on if you want to get that winning time.
Yeah, and as we've said, we've got still plenty of races to come. We've got some relays this afternoon, which I love a good relay race. So I'm really looking forward to that this afternoon, very much so. Let's bring in back our commentators for our races, Will and Camilla. What has struck you so far, Will, about what you've been seeing?
I think the really tight racing. And watched some of the 2K racing yesterday and saw that it was fairly tight. But going into the 500s, it's just been amazing. The number of dead heats that there have been has just been astonishing. But it looks like we're almost ready to go with the next race. Just 3 races to go now for Camilla and me as we build up toward the open men's and women's 500s. But we've got the lightweight men coming up next to the open lightweight men's category.
Yeah, we've got some webcam footage here that will accompany this race. We'll get to see a couple of competitors here, Alexander Chuklar and Andy Lane, that will be running alongside us here, and we'll get to see all the action live from their homes and rowing clubs. Just great that we get this footage alongside these little yellow figures.
We've had a false start from one of the athletes. I think that looks like number 6. Well, athletes coming from Australia, I think that is William Legg. That would be right in the middle of the night for William competing from Mercantile Rowing Club in Australia.
Best start possible. I know that's something that one of our commentators, Rach, was saying earlier when she was racing, is that she really wants to make sure that first stroke counts, as you've only got so many. So we do get a couple of false starts. It's nothing to be worried about. All these athletes will have to compose themselves to go again and try and give it their all. And yeah, as we said, racing all the way from Australia, William Legg, I'm sure, got a tough job against the clock.
Very impressive candidates in the field. Here we've got an ergo number 3, Martino Goretti, who won the 2,000 metres yesterday, representing Italy. On ergo number 4, we've also got Gregor Hall, who won the Scottish indoors a couple of weeks ago, and on the times weren't recognised, went faster than the British record for lightweight in that event. So it should be really, really tight, this one.
And we're off. And already through almost 150 metres gone. And in Spain, Jose Daniel Martinez Lopez that goes into the lead, but only just ahead of Martino Goretti, who I'm sure will be looking to charge down and replicate the success of his 2K yesterday.
Nothing separating these, and we've got Ashley Cowley, who's moving up now. He's up in second, and I think he's going to come into the lead very soon, representing Newark Rowing Club. He's raced England at Home International Regatta, and he's captained England twice. And he's translated this over to the ergo. He is just sitting 1 metre behind Jose Daniel Martinez Lopez. Gregor Hall of representing Stirling Rowing Club is sitting in third, and he's going pretty quickly as well as we're into the last 100 metres.
Only 1 metre separating the top two now. Gregor Hall makes his surge in the final 50 metres now to go. 1 metre to close to clinch that gold medal. But he's going to have to hold off William Legg, our false starter. It really hasn't rattled him at all, Will.
No, not at all. We're coming across the line, just waiting for the... Oh, my word. Just 0.1 of a second separating our top three provisionally across the line. Jose Daniel Martinez Lopez, of Spain, managed to hold on. Club de Remo Torrevieja will be cheering because he has held on provisionally to cross just 0.1 of a second ahead of Gregor Hall, representing Stirling Rowing Club. And then it was William Legg, as Camilla mentioned, who false started, who came out of nowhere in that last 100 metres to sneak up into a what looks like it might be a joint silver medal position. And Martino Goretti, our winner of the 2,000 metres yesterday, looks like only able to take home fourth.
It's going to be on the podium for our Italian friend Martino Goretti, but some fantastic performances ahead of him. Obviously got a provisional result there. We'll wait and confirm all of our results later on in the day, but I think we're going to be joining our webcam friends who we saw there racing alongside all of the action. And I'm going to pass you back now to Anne-Marie and Jack, who I think will be looking to talk to those competitors at some point.
Yeah, absolutely. Another fascinating race. You know what? The quality of the races, guys, I don't know what you think, but for me, they've just been absolutely amazing, and particularly the competitive nature, how close as well some of the timings have been. You know, Jack and I have been giving out the results. It's literally been a millisecond there or even 1 second here. Everybody's really getting involved and trying to take as much as they possibly can from this race, I would say.
Yeah, I think that over just 500 metres, we've seen every single race, 0.1, 0.2, 0.3 separating the top three. And even in some cases, like you say, not separated at all. We've had plenty of joint medalists here at the BRIC Online Championships, and plenty more to come, I'm sure.
Loads of different race profiles as well, like some people who are going off fast and fading, and then other people who are just trying to hit that speed and maintain it. And the fact that we're seeing the leaderboard changing so much, even with sort of 150 meters, 50 meters to go, people who were in the top two ending up, so almost out of the top 10. People that started off quite gradually getting up into the medals, and yeah, really, really fascinating to see close racing all the way up and down the field.
And I believe we can now chat to somebody who took part in the race. Alex, can you hear me? Okay.
Hey.
Hello, Alex. How are you feeling after that race?
Sorry again?
How are you feeling after that race?
The same as I felt with about 200 to go. I thought I was going to die. It's a hard road.
We can tell. We can tell. I was going to say, take your time.
I wanted to qualify for Worlds and didn't quite make it. So, but, you know, I'm just glad to be racing. I haven't raced since this weekend last year.
Oh, fantastic. Well, it's great. It's great to have you back, Alex. Glad to hear you're back in the hot seat racing.
I'm not back. This is my first rowing competition. I'm a swimmer and runner.
How do you feel about your time?
I was way too far. Sorry?
How do you feel about your time? You're 1:25.5. How does that compare to your personal best?
It's 0.1 faster than my best, but I rode it like an utter idiot. I let my race plan go completely, and instead of dying at 400 meters, I died at about 350, 300. And yeah, I feel frustrated. There's so much adrenaline in an online race that people don't realise. It's like, yeah, okay, you're in isolation, but you're still on a start line, on a start gun, before starts, you get all this kind of stuff. It's yeah. I'd say these last 4 weeks have been a lot of sleepless nights here, worrying about racing and what have you. And I love that feeling, but it takes it out of you. So in some ways I'm disappointed. I wanted to go faster, but in other ways I'm glad. It was a good race and I really enjoyed it. So thanks, guys. I can see Phil Clapp's going to go for another fast time, so I'll let you guys go.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thanks for talking to us as well, and thank you for taking part. Let's head up to our next race, which is the Open Men. Will, can you pick this up for us, please?
Yes, I can. So it's the Open Men's 500 metres. Probably going to see some of the fastest times of the day. Phil Clapp, the world record holder, over the minute. He's already gone through halfway. He's pulling 1:11s, and Vincent Mat of France pulling 1:12. There's only 4 metres separating the top 4 at the moment.
And he's pushed out now to 5 metres ahead of the nearest competitor from Ukraine. It's then Vincent Mats in third, but Phil Clapp, you can see the space that he's opening up in this final 100 metres now. The world record holder, just completely uncatchable.
Anton Bondarenko of Ukraine, the champion and silver medalist from the World Games in 2017, looks like he's going to cross in second. That was a 1:11.8 for Phil Clapp there across the line. And then that's to the world record of 1:10.5. That's pretty impressive. Chris Scott of Great Britain crossing in third. Look how many fast times we had. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 athletes going under 1:20 in that, and we had some really, really tight racing with just a second separating second through fifth in that event.
On that one, that is guaranteed to be the fastest race of the day, I think.
Well, it's worth mentioning with these events, these are part of the European Continental Qualifier for the World Rowing Indoor Championship. So the top 2 athletes from each event will go through to the World Rowing Indoor Championships in 2021. But for those who don't qualify through the European Continental Qualifier, there is another method, which is called the Open Pathway. And up to 10 athletes worldwide will be selected from times submitted through that pathway also. So for Alexander, who we just spoke to, he said he sadly just missed out on that place through the Continental Qualifier, but he does still have another opportunity in the Open Qualifier, as will some athletes in this race here.
And I believe we've got our next interview now. Let's say hello to Jonathan Hamilton. How are you doing, Jonathan? What were your thoughts about the race?
Oh, it's tough. Just that anaerobic side of it's really tough. 2K yesterday, preparation took a lot of nerves and stuff, but today was a lot more just grit and grind, I guess. I guess it's the same for all the other competitors.
So can you tell us a little bit about how you've prepared for this weekend? What have you been doing for training over the last 2 weeks or so?
So during lockdown, my gym where I'm currently at, they've raffled off pieces of equipment. I was lucky enough to get a rower, and so the last 4 weeks I've just trained for the 2K and 500 just because what else to do in lockdown, right? Gave me some focus, probably drove my wife and kids up the wall a bit, but hey.
How good is it to get back out there rowing competitively?
This is my first time. It's my first time ever rowing like competitively. At university, which is like 14 years ago now. I think I've been on the water once. I've been doing a bit of erg stuff since. And people are like, oh, you're quite good, so you try and see how good you are compared to some of the people on here, which is, it's mind-blowing how good they are, to be honest.
I'm hoping the experience hasn't put you off, though.
Pardon?
I said I'm hoping the experience doesn't put you off from putting yourself into another race.
Oh, not at all. Aiming for 2K wise, which is the gold standard, isn't it? I'm aiming for that 6:30 at least, and then if I can go down, I'll keep on trying.
So for anyone watching at home who hasn't tried indoor rowing, what would you say to them? Why should they get involved in this and come and race at events like Brick Online?
It gives you a bit of grit, focus, and it's just an all-body workout, isn't it? Really, if you haven't got weights, you can just get on a rower, and then you're going to start seeing results within weeks. So my PB's already gotten down 30 seconds, so within the 4 weeks. So yeah, you'll see results.
Well, Jonathan, thanks so much for talking to us, by the way, and I hope you take as much as you can from the experience. It sounds like you've not been put off at all, which is great. It's great to have you part of the community. We'll let you go and recover and do what you need to do. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Sorry about all the banging. Live gym. Cheers, bye-bye.
Well, great to see that with the new COVID guidance, people can get back to their gyms and get back to exercising with other people as well, though. So fantastic to talk to Jonathan there. Glad to see that race in the Open Men's 500 metres, but we're nearly ready for the Open Women and Lightweight Women's 500 metres. So let's pass back to Camilla and Will. Who are the key competitors we've got coming up in this next race?
So it's Camilla and mine's last race of the day with you, and what a fantastic one to finish on. It's the Open Women and Open Women's Lightweight 500 metres. Having a look, we have a really competitive field there. We've got 9 in the open weight category and 4 in the lightweight, lots of whom also entered into the world qualifiers, as denoted by the little orange stripe on their boat. Plenty of people who've competed at Brick before as well. So should be a really fantastic race.
The surname is anything to go by. Joanne Clapp, her first performance here at Brick. She steps for a new challenge, competed in Ironman Championships. She's cycled South America solo. And as I say, if her surname could replicate the previous performance in the men's race, she's on to a winner. But we've also got a few heptathletes named and the Irish heptathlon champion who's come here to compete, and Chrissy Nettleson, who competed for the first time last year. So good to see her returning, having had a good experience last year.
Yeah, second position last year, and we've got Jasmine Carter on the webcam representing the University of Toronto Rowing Club and Hanlon Boat Club on your screen just now. We're just getting ready for the start of this race in the Open Women's and Lightweight Women's 500 metres.
Who's on your screen now, he's going to be going for a personal best time here, so we'll have to keep an eye on the clock. Fantastic opportunity to have used all of her winter and lockdown training and put it all out here at the British Rowing Indoor Championships Online.
just been told there's a 2-minute delay on that race, so we'll bring that to you shortly. But Camilla and Will, you're coming to the end of your stint here this Sunday. What have been your highlights of today, do you think?
It was probably that lightweight men's 500 metre race. I don't think I've ever seen any indoor races that were that close, that many changes in the medal positions that late on, and close across like a large number of boats. It was keeping us on our toes, trying to make sure we weren't missing anything that was going on.
Yeah, I think I'd have to agree. And we had all the action. We had a false start. We had close racing. It really provided all the entertainment, and as Will said, kept us on our toes quite a lot here in the competition.
And also for you guys as well, seeing the number of people that have been taking part over the weekend has been absolutely amazing, hasn't it?
It's great, yeah. There's been, most of these events, we've had sort of 40, 50 people filling up sort of the full event, which has been fantastic. So it looks like we're almost ready to go here with the women and lightweight women's 500 metres. After that short delay, just getting everything sorted.
Yeah, the athletes sitting to attention. Great that we've got that webcam footage. You can see exactly how the athletes go through their preparation to start the race. They'll see that stop rowing sign on their screen as well. So what you can see on the left is also what they'll be seeing on their Concept 2 ergo. And we'll wait for the flywheels to stop spinning. The athletes will sit up at attention, just like we can see Jasmine doing here. And as soon as it says attention row, that's when all of the power will start to go down. And there we have it. We can see the sheer determination there on Jasmine's face as she presses away her first 10 strokes here in this open event for the 500 metres women's.
That really, really strong start. You could see how much force was going through the ergo. The actual screen itself was shaking around a little bit. But it's in the open category, we've got Sonia Peltola of Finland out in front, running of 1:27, and it is Joanne Clapp currently sitting in second place. Very tight third between Violante Lama and Luisa Kruger of Italy and Germany, respectively. And it's Kruger of Germany just pushing through into third place. As I say that, very tight in the lightweight category. Laura Barragan, Paulina Makowska, and Sarita Christina Hansen only separated by 4 metres.
And really close in both of these races. We've got 2 clear front runners in the open event between Sonia Peltola from Finland and Joanne Clapp, hot on her heels, 6 metres behind both of these athletes in the 130s. If you look at Joanne Clapp's split now, she's well under what Sonia is pulling, and she's closed that gap now to 4 metres. Has she got enough time, Will, in this last 100 metres to take that top spot?
50 metres to go. It's going to be really, really tight. I think we're going to see tenths of a second separating this one, but I think Joanne Clapp is maybe going to just poke the bow of her boat in front, still going faster. Oh, and across the line, 0.3 of a second for Joanne Clapp crossing the line. So it is a Clapp double in the 500 metre event. That was a really, really astonishing finish there to take that timing down. Going across the line and overtake Sonia Peltola.
Wait for all of those results to be confirmed. Of course, everything we say is provisional as we see it across the line, but they will be confirmed by our race officials. We're just waiting here for Diane Pham of Great Britain to complete the last 50 metres of the race in the lightweight women's category. But again, another really exciting finish there at the top of the open, and also within the women's lightweight, Laura Barragan of Great Britain only a second ahead of Sarita Christina Hansen, who we saw earlier actually. One of the other events, she had a really tight finish for the Monsters race, I believe. One of those joint gold medalists earlier on today.
And amazing to see an event that was decided right in the last 50 metres with Joanne Clapp pulling through over the finish competitor from Kievan Urquhart. And my finish is not completely up to scratch, so I probably did absolutely butchered that one. But fantastic performance there to round off the Open Women's 500 metres.
I'm really interested to see what Jasmine has to say after that. We'll let her catch her breath first and foremost, I suspect.
Well, Will and Camilla, that is the last race of your shift for today. But I wanted to ask you, we've seen 2 or 3 dead heats today. I think we had one yesterday as well. We've done a number of events together, and I don't think we've really ever seen more than one dead heat at a rowing event in the years that I've been volunteering alongside you. Isn't it just incredible, the number that we've had this weekend?
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's one of the things, you know, across all of the different competitions we do of whatever length, whether it's 2K on the water or 500 metres on the rowing machine. I think always a spectacle to watch when it's close racing. That's what makes it exciting, and I've never seen anything like it. It's just a testament, I think, to all of the training that's been done over the various lockdowns that we've had, that we've got such great competition, and it's been a fantastic couple of days of racing.
Well, let me ask you very quickly, just using Jasmine as an example, we were watching her on the webcam, how quickly she had to, you know, get that motion going to get herself quickly out of the blocks, in inverted commas. Were you surprised to see, or is it surprising to see somebody pull out so quickly in a race like that?
In a 500 metre race, I didn't find it that surprising, no, because it's because you're going from that standing start, you've got to get up to speed so quickly. You've got to get your average split down to essentially what your target is going to be for the whole race. So you'll often see athletes taking slightly shorter, much more powerful strokes, and you can build up start building up a lot of lactic acid just from those first few strokes. But it's really worth it to get that flywheel moving as quickly as possible. So you'll see sort of half slide strokes, really sort of stamping on the legs, and sometimes that means that you can see the ergo sliding around a bit. Some people find they need to use weight plates or sandbags or press the ergo up against the wall to stop it from sliding around too much.
A friendly, willing volunteer that can hold your ergo for you whilst you set off the start at a phenomenal pace.
Well, speaking of Jasmine, I believe we have her on the line to talk to now. Let's see if we can go across to her. Hello, Jasmine. We've just been talking about how fast you were off the start. Can you tell us, was it always your plan to go off hard right at the top of the race?
Yeah, my plan was to start 140 and get around at 138, but then I started quite fast, and then I think I got quite tired in the last 200 meters.
And Jasmine, what's your preparations been like this week?
I've been doing more sprinters rather than long pieces and more starts to practice. But perhaps I should have done more aerobic long pieces. But yeah, a lot more sprinting work.
So is this your first time racing at an indoor rowing event, or have you got a few events under your belt already?
I did a 2,000 metre about a month ago for the Canadian Indoor Rowing Championships, and this is my first 500 metre event. So
Congratulations! I was going to say congratulations taking part in your first 500 metre event. What prompted you to sign up?
I felt like it would be a really good opportunity to practice racing against fast people and keep me motivated during this quarantine period. I'm originally from England, but I live in Canada, so it's nice to take part in a different country's event.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for joining us all the way from Canada. That's Jasmine there. Her time of 1:43.9 for your first ever 500 metres. That's a pretty good PB to set. And we look forward to seeing you hopefully at more British rowing events. We do more virtual ones in future maybe. We look forward to seeing you race with us again. Well, there you go. Jasmine there, just finishing off the Open Women's 500 metres and the Open Lightweight Women's 500 metres. She can enjoy her warm down now. We've got a bit of a break before our next race. We'll be back at about 2:10. Next race sets off at about 2:15 there. So we'll see you shortly, but for now we're going to play you some videos.
the stereotype of rowing is that everyone's white and comes from a private school. Just doesn't matter where you come from. It all boils down to how well can you move a boat. Hello, my name's Archie Drummond, I'm on World Class Start. So the way I got into rowing was a bit unconventional. I started off as a rugby player, but picked up a bit of an injury and then needed something fitness-based that didn't involve working my knee too much. So there happened to be a local rowing club. I came down and got tested, and then that's been it. You know, you're tested on your own and you're trying on your own, and you know, when you're on the rowing machine, you're on your own. When you're in a crew boat, it is the ultimate team sport because, you know, your feet are in shoes that are bolted to the boat. So in a way, you're mechanically attached, so you really need to become a team. It's taught me a lot about self-discipline, self-motivation. You're going through something that I'm going through. That sort of knowledge that you have that connection with that person is why the rowing community is so special. As long as you fit the criteria in terms of your height, your arm span, it doesn't matter which school you come from, it doesn't matter which part of the country you come from. You know, when you're in that boat with someone or without someone, all that matters is how good are you at rowing. People like me and Ollie, who wouldn't have had the opportunity to study abroad before, now through rowing, we've had that door open for us and we've taken that chance. I just need to look at someone like Mo Sabihi or Jacob Dawson, who really have had similar backgrounds to me and then came through World Class Start, just to know that, you know, it is absolutely doable to make it through World Class Start and onto the team. My personal goals is to win an Olympic gold medal. That's my goal.
Future is now.
I didn't really have one. I didn't really like sport, to be honest. It's just kind of going along with it. Sorry, that's really rubbish. I look up to loads of different athletes for loads of different reasons, and I take inspiration from different ones. So like Rachel, who was a Paralympian and that Olympic gold medalist, she was awesome, and her last race was spectacular. How hard it is. How hard it is. Water. Probably Catherine Douglas. Karen, yeah. Engineering. Nothing, I don't want to hurt anyone else's ears. Airborne. Netflix. Night. Rare. Oh God, I don't know. A Hustler today. The UK, in the north. Jess Minder.
welcome back to Brick Online for our live weekend of racing. We've got a packed hour and 15 minutes ahead before we get into our relays a little bit later on this afternoon. But coming up next, we've got the two para rowing events, the PR women's events, so a combination of different categories there, and then it's on to the para rowing men's events. So those coming at 2:15, so in a few moments' time. And then after those, we're back down to junior events with the Year 8 boys 500 metres. But those all-important relays starting at about 3:30. So lots to look forward to throughout this afternoon at the British Rowing Indoor Championships online. We look forward to bringing you those races. But I think Anne-Marie's got a few social posts we wanted to share.
Yeah, I do. So Cian Dunphy, I think, Dunphy, I hope I pronounced that right. Well, for being a CrossFitter, I don't think I did too badly. First time doing a rowing competition and it went all right. And then he lists out where he came in his various races and it says, now time to get rid of my Fran lung. Best of luck with that, my friend. Thanks for sharing your post with us, Cian.
Well, here you go. Silvery B, British Rowing, NSBS Sport, Brick Online, 1 minute, 20.5, smashed it. Well, I'm glad you've had a great race, Silvery B. Delighted you could join us here in the sixth form boys, it looks like, today at the British Rowing Indoor Championships online.
And let's give a warm welcome to our next commentators joining us for the next few races. Hello, Carol. Hello, Zoe. How are you both?
I'm
Great.
really well today. I'm so looking forward to this because 1 minute race. How exciting is this going to be, Zoe? I'm just so hyped for it. What about you?
Yeah, it's going to be intense. 1 minute is going to fly by. I'm sure for them, they're going to feel every second of it. But for us, it's going to be hot out the blocks and off they go. And it looks like we've got our first race on the screen there for you. Race 2-3-3, the women's 1 minute. And as you can see there, we have different classifications, AR3, PR3, PR2 and IR3. So interestingly, we have Sally Renard from the Invictus team on Team GB versus Colleen Kelly-Wardle, who's Team Canada, leading the way there. So I am sure they're getting a good idea of where they are at this point in the season before they go into competition in 2021. So good to see them straight out there approaching that 15-second mark. 1:44 there from our GB contender, Sally. And Colleen's just dropped down there a little bit to 2:02, settling into a rate 36. But Raina from the USA has just taken it there. So brilliant, brilliant, brilliant quick work.
Just incredibly fast. I was just waiting to jump in for a moment there because I wanted to give a mention to Rach there, who was commentating with us yesterday, and just wanted to wish her luck so she wouldn't hear me. But what an amazing fast race, and just, sort of speechless by how fast that minute disappeared.
I think that's what we can expect, Carol, isn't it, for these next few races, that they'll literally be over within a blink of an eye.
Oh, I know. I'm sure the athletes won't feel it that short. So a minute is fast and furious, and you know it has to be fast and it has to be zippy. And I'm looking forward to the next one, the next few races. It's going to be great fun.
Well, I think we have to give our hats off to Rach from our team, but here we have Caroline Buckle, who's just racing in that last event. Caroline, how was your race? How do you feel now?
Oh, I'm tired. It was good. PB for me. I'm pleased.
Are you able to talk through what was your plan for the race? Are you able to talk through that with us?
Yeah, so I knew that I'd practiced a couple of weeks ago. I've been mainly going for the 2K and the 500 metres, and that's what I've raced at in the last 2 weeks. But I knew my 1 minute I could do with a 150 split. So I just wanted to get below that. And instead of going on a really, really fast stroke speed, I wanted to use my pure strength instead to pull. So yeah, I'm really, really pleased with that. Yeah, still some work to do, but I'm going more for longer distances. But this is good. This is really good, just to really get your heart and lungs going.
Well, we know you're a frequent competitor at the British Rowing Indoor Championships, and it's very popular with lots of para rowing athletes. Why do you think this event is a good one for para athletes to come and attend?
This is what I started at. This was I started through Invictus event sort of introduction, and they use the 4-minute and the 1-minute rows, and they're a good introduction. They're fast, they're hard. It's quite good, especially as a para, because it takes so much to get that flywheel going. Then for me as a PR2, so I'm not using my legs, it's all trunk and arms. It is pure brute force that keeps that going, and so it's a really good measure, but in short stints. And then it gives you an idea of what you need to work towards if you want to go for the longer distance, like the 2K yesterday. So I did this at Brick last year. I did the 1-minute and 4-minute last year at Brick, and looked at the 2K and thought, never in a million years will I ever do that. So yeah, it's just a really good introduction. It gets everybody going, and it's just a fantastic sport. Like Rachel said yesterday, anybody with any sort of disability can get on a rower. There is that many adaptations that you can do, and you can take part. And I think that's what's so good about rowing.
Well, it's been fantastic to have you with us over the last few days, also taking part. I'm so pleased that you can take away from this particular race that it's going to help you with all your future races as well. So thank you for talking to us. Go away now, go and recover, and maybe have a cheeky glass of champagne later.
Definitely. Thanks.
Well, if you ever wanted to see a behind the scenes of an athlete racing at the British Rowing Indoor Championships, Caroline is always great at showing her whole experience on social media. So do check out the hashtag BrickOnline. You'll see lots of posts from Caroline about her prep for this weekend and what she's been doing throughout the weekend of racing. We're just getting ready for the Para Rowing men's event. That'll be here in a few seconds. But here's a little post from Chris Anslow getting warmed up for the last race of the weekend, BrickOnline. Great to see you there, Chris. We'll see him racing in just a few seconds' time.
Rowing Hamburg in Platts Hinter, Moran Samuel talking about taking part in the race. And as you see, there's two pictures of her getting ready to get racing, and then the second picture you can see her timings as well and her splits. And I think, I don't speak that language, but I can pretty much guess that she's very happy to taking part, and she's using the hashtag Hamburg and also the Road to Tokyo as well.
Well, here we go. Another post from Trenton Boat Club, who've been fiercely supporting their athletes throughout the weekend. Wow, that was a fast race. Well done to Meg Knight's second gold of the competition with a new PB, and teammates Abby Crockett and Eleanor Punchard in the sixth form girls 500 metres. Fantastic effort again. Can't wait to start competing on the water again. Can't we all? We look forward to water racing. But until then, we do have these virtual events, and they're a great way to get all of the rowing community and indeed the indoor rowing community from all the other sports together.
And this is B. Tompkins 11 saying, well, happy with that. Short, sweet and concise, using the hashtag BrickOnline. And as you can see, taking the gold there in the year 8 girls in the 3 minutes. Congratulations, I think it's Berry Tompkins. Congratulations to you, Berry, taking the gold. Well deserved.
Well, there you go. Do keep your posts coming in on social media. The hashtag BrickOnline, Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. We'll be looking out for more highlights to bring on the live stream and give you a nice shout out here. If you'd like more details of any of the races taking place today and all the results, they're available at britishrowing.org/BrickOnline. You can see all the times for all the athletes and some handy graphs as well. But here we go. Next event, the Para Rowing men's event. Lots of categories there. I'll pass you over to our commentators.
Yes, and if it's anything as fast as the last one, I think I'll jump in before Zoe gets a chance. A very hotly contested race this. Just about 100 metres in, Sean Walsh of the USA taking this early lead in the AR3 category, and Ian Ronald, Mark Parsons in the PR3 category also going very strongly. And then we have Frank Piero and Andy Kerr in the men's PR1, and Chris Anslow, men's AR1, we saw a shot of him earlier. He is going very strongly too. And here we go, 15 seconds to go. It's still Sean Walsh and Ian Ronald of GB. Sean Walsh of the States racing really hard now, just lifting it up. Look at these ratings. I see a 70 down there in the middle of the screen from Latvia. And boy, oh boy, that's it. Just all seems to be over. Wow, what a race. Sorry, Zoe, I didn't give you a chance.
That's fine. But look at that. I mean, what a field of classifications. And exactly like Caroline Buckle said in that last race, there is a classification for everybody, the para, the adaptive and the Invictus classifications. And I think we saw a selection of each one of those in that race. Phenomenal.
Yeah, too many to mention individually and too fast. And I was just looking through the bios earlier, and it's just amazing some of these people's journeys and where they've come from to compete, and from different backgrounds and different disabilities, but you know, they all are competing, you know, all together from all over the world. It's fantastic.
And I don't know about what you ladies think, but I really get the sense of, Jack and I were talking about this yesterday, about the sense of community as well over the last, like yesterday and today, just everybody just really getting involved, putting their heart and soul into it, you know, whatever their ability is, if they're pro or they're amateur or they're just like a casual rower, they're definitely giving it their 100%. And I can feel that camaraderie actually when, you know, watching the races and then looking at people's timings. I really feel that vibe coming through.
I think the rowing machine is a great leveler. If you've been sitting on one, everybody knows how it feels sort of 1900 meters into a 2K piece or 30 minutes into an hour-long piece. You all know the pain, the agony, and yes, I think you have to go through it to actually sort of empathise.
I mean, we talk about that community within indoor rowing, and it is a fantastic community, but it's never stronger than with these para rowing athletes. They really do see the British Rowing Indoor Championships as a highlight of their calendar, and it's an opportunity for them to all get together and race and catch up on what's happened in the last year. So always fantastic to see them at the Velodrome, but indeed online this year. And they give us some of the most exciting races of the day with these new 1 minute and 4 minute categories that we're seeing, don't they, Zoe?
Yeah, absolutely. And exactly to that community point, distance and time is a universal language. So in that last race, we had France, Germany, GB, Belgium, Italy, Hungary, Latvia, Romania, and the USA. So whether we can get to velodromes or not, that is phenomenal. And no matter what your first language is, you know time and you know distance, the world around, and it's that absolute leveler. Everybody can join together, and also you can see exactly what your competitors can produce, and you can just compare yourself, encourage people, and then you can also track everybody's progression as well. We've seen some people spotted early coming up through the ranks, coming into our national teams as well, and we're seeing others now within the other national teams representing over this weekend, coming through their ranks as well. So really, really impressive.
Yeah, it's been hugely impressive over today and yesterday, and we've still got so much more to come. So let's just take a moment just to take a breath, and we'll be back with you after this.
Colombia for me is amazing, great people, friendly people, give a great image to the world. I love my city.
We're very proud of our country. The pressure of never wanting to let my teammate down.
Adapting from hard courts to play, indoor to outdoors. All for the moment.
Sounds a little bit cliche, but my childhood sporting hero is probably Steve Redgrave. Well, John Collins likes to think he's the team DJ, but I think Mo is probably the winner of the team DJ overall. Fresh Prince of Bel-Air, potentially, yeah. A lot of sort of Kygo, Avicii sort of likes to get me like tuned up and ready to go, mixed in with a bit of sort of rap. I mean, I'd probably go Netflix, yeah. 100% Ronaldo. Six Nations. Medium rare. The last film I watched was as a team, a few of us watched Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, the Quentin Tarantino film last night. if I could live anywhere in the world, it would 100% be California. I went to university in America on the East Coast, really enjoyed that, but I also spent a bit of time in California and just loved sort of the outdoorsy atmosphere, and it's a really great place.
Well, welcome back to Brick Online for our live weekend of racing. Just a few moments away from the Year 8 boys 500 metres, but we've got a couple of results to bring to you. Anne-Marie, do you want to bring us the first one?
In the AR3 Open Women 2000 metres, Inez Kalman from Hungary takes the bronze in 9 minutes 29.5. Congratulations to Jodie Hill taking the silver for Great Britain in 8 minutes 46.8. And it's Charlotte Coburn who takes the gold in 7 minutes 47.6. Congratulations, Charlotte. Well done.
Well, okay, I think that's all the results we've got to bring to you at this particular moment, but we're just getting ready for these Year 8 boys race, which is off now. So I'll pass you back to Carol and Zoe.
Yes, thank you very much, Jack. And yes, this race is underway, and it's 500 metres, and we're almost halfway point. And Anton's from Latvia having this early lead. And then look at that bunch chasing for the second, third, and fourth places. Nothing there between them, Zoe. Very, very close together.
Absolutely, a real close one, and exactly as you've seen with the races over the weekend, they will see on the screen how close they are to each other, and they've got 150, just coming up to 150 metres to go in this Year 8 boys 500 metre race. But Anton's there leading quite well, 5 to 7 metres, rating 46. My goodness, I think he's really feeling Yaroslav on the heels there. So he has taken his rating up at 45, and he's still holding that rating. My goodness. Gosh, Yaroslav there, 3 metres, 2 metres. Oof, let's see, how close? Well, it looks like Anton's has maintained, and he has held provisionally. Those results are showing that he did that in a 1:34.9, absolutely very closely followed by a 1:35.3 by Yaroslav from Ukraine. Igor there from Poland, 1:35. Harry, our GB entry, with a 1:38.8. And as we look into the field there, Ashton just coming over the line. Dante very close as well from Weybridge Rowing Club. And Bailey just through there in a 2:08. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic.
And the first 6 all finished within 4 seconds of each other. So close. And that last little bit where there were sort of 4 or 5 just hitting for sort of silver, bronze, and sort of the minor placings, it was just wonderful to watch. And as you said, from all over the world, watch it, keeping an eye on each other, just making sure they were doing enough to maintain that lead that they had. But what a sprint for the finish from some of these athletes, and some incredible ratings, you know, just as they were ramping them up in that last 100 metres.
We've been talking about these ratings all day today, but seeing some of the rates that these young athletes can do, it's just incredible. I know when I was a rower, I did not feel comfortable above 30, let alone breaking 40. Or in some cases, these people off the start are breaking the 50s, which is nearly a stroke a second. That is purely incredible off the start of these races. So fantastic to see the young athletes really flying off with the handle. We're just waiting for our next race of the day. It will be with us in a few moments' time. Before then, a final reminder that you can enter the British Rowing's online league if you want to take part this weekend, but you haven't got an entry in a race. Do take a look at the British Rowing website. You can enter a time for the 500 metres, 2 kilometres, 10 kilometres or a marathon, and it will go into our live leaderboard, and we'll be announcing who's won those events at about 4 or 5 p.m. today. But the closing for submitting is 4 p.m. BritishRowing.org/BrickOnline.
And one result to bring you, the AR men's 4 minutes. Congratulations, Chris Anslow from Great Britain, 987 metres there. Well done, Chris. Hope you enjoy your gold medal.
Result from the AR2 men's 4 minutes. Andrew McAvoy, completing a distance of 1,047 metres, takes the silver, and Carlo Fabio Marcello Calgagny, I believe, completed the course in 1,179 metres to take the gold.
In the AR3 Open men's 4 metres, taking the bronze, Ben Gallagher from Great Britain in 1,188 metres. Achim Fahl from Germany taking the silver in 1,211 metres. But storming ahead in 1,233 metres is Francesco Saverio Di Donato from Italy taking the gold.
In the AR3 PD men's 4 minutes, it was Krist Makovics who took the silver in a distance of 910 metres, but Rafael Legros completed the 975 metres to take the gold.
In the IR3 men's 4 minutes, Andy Kerr from Great Britain winning the bronze in 1,038 metres. In 1,094 metres is Frank Poirot from France taking the silver, and Thierry Dutroux from Belgium, 1,111 metres. That's such a length. Congratulations, Thierry.
In the PR1 4 minutes for men, Attila Farkas completed the course of 908 metres to take the silver. It was Nicholas Marfil who covered 1,040 metres to take the gold.
In the PR3 PD MVI men's 4 minutes, 772 metres was taken by Ramathan. Okay, here we go. Vara Tarajasama from Germany, and then Mark Perkins from Great Britain taking the gold, and his distance was 1,207 metres. Congratulations, Mark.
In the AR3 Open women's 4 minutes, Ines Kalman completed 911 metres to take the bronze. Raina Stroman from USA completed 948 metres to take the silver, but it was Great Britain's Sally Reynard who covered 1,050 metres to take the gold.
In the IR3 women 4 metres, Rachel Williamson takes the gold for Great Britain. Her distance, 916 metres. Congratulations, Rachel.
So great to see our commentary colleague Rach there taking the gold in her event this afternoon. She's been fantastic with us in the commentary team, but also done 2 races this weekend on top. Incredible. Well, we're just getting ready for our next event. This will be the Year 9 girls 500 metres, and they're just being told to stop rowing now. The flywheels are winding down. But Carol and Zoe, do you want to take us through some of the competitors in this race as we get ready to start?
Yeah, absolutely. Go on, Carol, you go for it.
No, Zoe, you go ahead. I've been hogging the mic.
We're too polite. Okay, so look, they'll be getting off really quickly, and this is 500 meters, so it's going to fly by. But we have Imogen. Now, she won gold at the British Rowing Virtual Champs earlier this year, and we have also Isabella as well that also picked up a bronze at BRIC in 2018. So we've got a mix of them doing virtual and in reality. And as we look now, they've got the attention on the screen, and that's it. They are off. So let's see the rates. They will probably speed up now as we go into the first 100 metres of this Year 9 girls 500 metre race. We have competitors in this field from Denmark, France, South Africa, Hungary, GB and Sweden, and a real range as well. We've got Poppy there who has rowed for her school at the British Rowing Indoor events for the last 2 years, and she didn't want to miss this. So let's see how she goes through now. She is just popping up the field there. Poppy there, rating 36 on a 147, doing really impressively there. But just leading now is Georgina, followed closely by Alice. And that's it. They are coming up to the halfway mark of this 500 metre race. We are over the 250 mark. There is no time to settle in these 500 metre races. There is no chance to kind of take a little few easy strokes and just find your steadying pace. You go out the blocks, you push through the middle section, and here we go, looking at the last 150 metres of this. They can see that finish line. They know they have few strokes left to do this and to deliver the performance that they were aiming for today. So Georgina holding her lead there, rating 34. Alice really pushing in there, rating 44. My gosh, she is giving it everything now. 50 meters to go, but Georgina looks to be holding the lead there. Ava pushing on Alice's heels, and Imogen putting pressure on Ava there for that 3rd place medal. But look how quickly these women come through this finish line. How closely packed is that field? That's our Poppy there, straight through. Wonderful. Our Hungarian competitor Blanca there, 152.0. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And how quickly the whole field is coming through over the line there. Really wonderful to see a real close contention in field. So Annabelle Dixon there, looking to be ranked 22nd. She's been rowing for 2 years actually on the River Trent with Nottingham and Union, and she is desperate to get back on the water. And she says hang out with her crew. I think she means train hard. I'm sure she wants to get back and do lots of training, but she is missing her buddies. So I am hopeful that they have enjoyed this today and competing against each other, not just with others from within their local clubs, but look at that international fields. Gosh, that was quick 500 meters.
It was amazing watching that race, because in the middle section, when you were busy talking, I don't know if you noticed how close they all were. It was just like a little chevron with little parts of the boats in front, and that's why they all finished so incredibly close together. It was bang, 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 bang all over the line, pretty fast. So a very impressive performance from these athletes. I did spot some of them go off incredibly fast. One stage I spotted 100 just off the start, so that would have been really 3 short, fast strokes just to get that flywheel spinning, just to get it moving and then settling into a slightly longer stroke. But you know, getting that sort of rating of over 100 is quite impressive to see just on the start. And I can't even remember who it was, because there were some 90s, 80s up there as well. So just amazing to get the flywheel spinning and then settling down to some fairly fast frenetic racing, some high ratings for the 500 metres as well, around about the 40s.
Yeah, absolutely. I think as well, there is no time to settle. I mean, I wonder what noise was coming out of those machines with those kind of rates off the start. I think we would have heard the chain hitting the crossbar. I think there would have been, so, you know, just take your breath and go for it. A lot of big breathing before you spin up rates like that. But my gosh. And I wonder as well what support, who's around them in their living rooms. Some of them may be fortunate to do it in their sports centres or in their clubhouses, but some of them may be at home in their garden, in their shed, relying on their family to give them the focus, the calls. Maybe they've given some of their parents a list of things they want to hear during the race, or maybe they've got things around them to inspire them. But that's not a lot of time to be thinking of anything else other than the next stroke. And like I was saying during that, there isn't a chance to just settle and just take stock of where you are, how you're feeling, your posture, your technique. It's just go again, and absolutely crank it up to that finish line. Gosh, it makes me want to race now. I think I'm catching some of the adrenaline off them.
It's very hard to sort of ramp back on the adrenaline. Yeah, sort of, you're talking about no time to think about posture. 500 metres at that sort of pace, you're just thinking about breathing and getting the next stroke in as hard as you can. It's very fast, it's very furious, and yeah, it's sort of amazing fun. I always like these sprint ones, and if you're ever privileged to be in an arena to watch them, it's great fun. It's incredibly noisy. You know, you're talking about the chains hitting the machines as in the feedback. The noise is just astronomical. I think commentary sometimes in these situations is just over and above and not necessarily worthwhile.
Well, saying that then, so the next race that we have, and I know Jack is with us ready, but the next race we have is 237 Year 9 boys. So Carol, I think you definitely take the next race. You can have a go at a 500.
Well, thank you. I was just trying to pull up the data on my computer here. I've sort of got 2 computers working, and it's quite hard with trying to do it all. But yes, I will do my best to do as good a job as you've done, Zoe.
Well, thank you, Carol and Zoe there. We're looking forward to that next race but lots more racing to come in the next half an hour or so before we hit into those relays at 3:30. Really looking forward to those. Don't forget, if you're caught the indoor rowing bug whilst watching the racing today, British Rowing have now launched a new indoor rowing subscription for just £32.50 a year. And by joining, you can access exclusive discounts and content on how to get the most out of your indoor rowing training, nutrition, racing, and much more. So if you've been watching BRIC this year and you want to take part next year, that's an ideal way to get a head start on what you need to do to perform well at indoor rowing events like this. And we look forward to seeing more and more people joining us for racing in the next year as indoor rowing continues to grow. But for now, we've got a little video to bring you as we wait for the next race.
SAS's data analytics are so important with how we train. I'm definitely a numbers girl. Being able to see improvements in those numbers or see when things aren't going quite so well is really important to me and important to the team in general. It really informs what training we do and whether we're getting better or not. Technology has really changed since I joined the British Rowing team. I think that the way that SAS has managed to use the data and along with our biomechanists and our physiologists, it's really just brought a lot of the training into the 21st century. We're never training blind anymore. We've always got a heart rate or a lactate or a target split that we're trying to hit, and so it just allows us to train smarter, and that can't ever be a bad thing. I think that technology is always going to have a place in our sport. If you think of the 8, there's the cox and the way the cox communicates with the crew. Every crew has a stroke coach which gives us the numbers and how fast we're going, what the stroke rate is. All of that technology is so key to our sport currently, and sometimes it can be quite hard to imagine what's going to come along in the future, but with the innovations that we're seeing, I do think it's going to play a really key role.
And we've now got the Year 9 boys race. It's started underway, and sadly I missed out on some of these ratings we were talking about earlier. And yet again, if you just look down the right-hand side of the screen, you can just see how close all these athletes are. We've got Haig, Jacob, Niels and James Gleed. Nothing between them, these 4 boats. Nip and tuck all the way. The lead's changing all the time, even as I speak about it. Slightly then behind them we have Finn, Jack, Zach, Ethan, Zael, William, and then Cameron, Callum. It's so close together. Halfway in, and it's Jacob in the lead. He's previously had a first and second at a previous Brit event, so he knows what it's all about. Some of these athletes, this is their first event, so they're not quite sure what's happening. But boy, this is such a close race. It's Jacob leading, just with 150 metres to go. Closely being chased by James. What could he pull out in the last 100 metres? Niels is also in there. Haig and Zach very close together for that 3rd place in this 500 metres. Then we've got Finn, Zaya and Jack, Adam and William neck and neck, and they are racing for the finish. Look at these ratings going through the roof. It's Jacob being chased by James. Jacob just crossed the line in first place. James second, Zach third. And look how close these athletes are finishing. So close together. And almost like a blanket finish, you would say, on the water. And it's just the 2 arches just finishing there. Robert, Lou, Lucas, Ethan, James, Ethan, Joseph, Jack, Rugard, Gabrielle, George, and Adam and Thomas. Boy, oh boy, that was fast and furious. These athletes were just so close together for most of that race. And you can see, if you look at the finish times, how close they were on the finish too. Fantastic event. 500 metres in just over 2 minutes for the finishing athletes. 1:33. These are pretty fast times.
Yeah, absolutely. And just watching that finish there, Jacob and James really holding on to that medal position, but Niels there just got nipped by Zach taking that 3rd position provisionally, so that we have 3 GB crews finishing first, second and third provisionally. Results will come out a little later on. And as you can see there, I mean, you did mention that we've got some people in this field who have several records and wins behind them, but also we have people who are completely new to the sport. So Thomas there, who you can see on the left-hand side, he's been he's been taking part in the Learn to Row course with Nottingham and Union. So this for him, I would imagine, is his first race. So he's in a field with people who have first and second in previous British rowing events. And we've even got rugby players. We've got Callum in there as well. And, you know, as I like to see, it's great to see athletes combining rowing with their other sport as part of their whole programme. So Callum is a rugby player, which is brilliant to see. From this field.
Do you know, watching the races over the last few minutes or so, particularly that last race, how close the timings have been? Again, it just astounds me. It's literally like a second or even like half a second in terms of, and you know, as Zoe rightly points out, we'll be able to confirm the times in a bit and Jack and I will give the results. But some of those who just took part in that last race must be on tenterhooks right now just to see where they've been placed, Carol.
Oh, very much so. 500 metres is quite a short race, and, you know, you can keep things up for 500 metres where you wouldn't necessarily manage to sustain them for 2K. So 500 metres, 2 minutes or so, 1 minute 33, you can really sort of expend an awful lot of energy and just sort of really push hard for it. And I think that's what all these athletes were doing, because they were probably being pulled along by what they could see in the screen in front of them. They could see what the other athletes around them were doing or where the first one was going. And that is a huge sort of incentive just to sort of pull that bit harder. And you think, well, it's only 500 metres. I can do it for 500 metres. I'm sure there's some very tired bodies back wherever they are at home in their garages, falling off an ergo, looking for a banana milkshake or something equally nutritious to replenish some of that energy.
Some of these rates that we're seeing from the athletes, we've said already they're high, but I was talking 40s or 50s. Then I heard you announcing 80s and 90s. But if you or I were to sit on an ergo today, what do you think would be the highest rate you could hold for 1 minute? I don't think I could get above 30.
I think I could hold a lot of excuses.
Zoe, I'll join you there because I don't even think I'll get above 0. That's how, you know, how terrible I would be at it.
I would be cheating. I'd have the resistance all the way as low as I could. I'd be playing the game here. I'd be if all you wanted was the rate, I'd put a few tricks in and just short strokes, short and nippy, almost no resistance on the dampener. Let's just see what happens. But I don't think you'd see much from my splits.
Well, Zoe, I was going to say, if you were just going for a rating, I've seen some good use of the equipment, and there are ways of getting the rating up and doing very little work. Is all I'm saying, and I'm not letting into any secrets.
Well, perhaps we've stumbled on a new event, highest rating achieved on an ergo. Maybe we should add that to the next brick online. But until then, we've got a video to bring to you just now.
Time Team Regatta Systems, the timing partner of many events worldwide.
Oh, it plays a huge amount, to be honest with you. The physiologists here have all these files produced for all the coaches, which we can then go and have a look at as well. So it has all our historical data in from different camps. So we can look at how we've performed previously, where we want to be trying to get to, what other people have done. So other sort of previous Olympians who've won medals at like Rio or London, and see what they were doing and sort of where you need to be at to reach the level necessary to hopefully become an Olympic medalist yourself. So yeah, it's crucial. It's always quite hard to say sort of what change they've been made, because I think you always become used to how much data there is around you. When you start off in my sort of local club or university programme, there isn't much there. But then you move here and suddenly, I suppose because I've been in the team 3-4 years now, and it now feels that it's just part of the norm. It's just this data everywhere really, and it's just so useful to have, because I said it allows you to just be the best and do the best you can do, and knowing sort of if you're about to tip over the edge, when you need to back off a little bit, or when you're feeling good, when you can just push on a little bit. So I said it's hard to probably say what the noticeable changes are, but I think it's probably because I've just got used to them, because it's just around all the time.
And on your screen there now is race 238, year 10, year 10 boys, year 7 boys and year 7 girls 500 meter race. So Teddy then in the lead, just going through the 300 meter mark. As we've seen in these other races, these are very, very quick. But Teddy comes to this race with good form. He actually posted a 2K PB of 6:38.5 at the age of 14. Phenomenally impressive. So just chasing Teddy's heels is William, and then Noah looking to push there from bronze into silver position. So that's the race there, looking at the year 10 boys. But let's keep an eye on further down the field. We've got the year 7 boys and the year 7 girls. So 100 meters left to go, 43 there on the rate from Teddy, and we're seeing Noah at 48. On the left hand side of your screen, coming into the last 100 meters of this 500 meter race, we have Oliver leading the year 7 boys, closely followed by Eric and Yeye. And then in the girls, year 7 girls, we have Constance rating 29, but Laura about 13 meters behind her as we go into the last 100 meters of that year 7 girls race. She is up at 42. She is throwing everything at it to get within closer of Constance, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough as we come into the last 50 meters and they take their cruise into that finish. So it looks like in the year 7 girls, that's Constance going to cross the line first, followed by Laura, and then Rosie likely coming in third. And those results will be confirmed a little later on. But just looking back there to the year 10 boys 500 meters, that looked like a comfortable win there for Teddy. So with that 6:38.5 that he posted when he was 14, that is very, very impressive. Carol, what did I miss? That was a quick race. Did you spot anything that I missed?
I don't think so. That was an incredible performance from Teddy there. He took that race by the throat and just ran with it and sprinted off to the distance. And, the rest of the field just finished pretty much in a blanket, about 2 or 3 seconds between the next 10 athletes. And that is just something special to watch. And, I don't think you missed anything there.
Well, it's great to see such an international field there. I saw Ireland, Sweden, Germany, Russia, Denmark, I think, as well as Great Britain. Like, lots of countries represented. Fantastic to have athletes from all over the world at that age competing in our junior events.
And now we're just going to go, well, I'm actually going to go have a cup of tea while we show you this very good short video.
I need to know everything, who and the what and the where, I need everything. Trust me, I hear what you're saying, but I like it's new what you're telling me. I'm curious, George, I hop in the Porsche, 5 and a horse, I'm ready for war, I'm coming for throats, to turn to a ghost, I need to know everything. Now you'll be surprised at the info you get is by letting them talk, so I'm letting them talk. Gotta keep quiet, maneuver in silence to let them talk.
Welcome back to Brick Online, live streaming a whole load of races over the weekend via the BritishRowing.org website. Hope you've been enjoying our coverage so far. It's been fantastic to see everybody really giving it their all in all the races. And we are, of course, keeping you really updated with all the results as they come in. And we're asking you to share your social media posts, videos, photos, comments. Do use the hashtag BrickOnline so Jack and I can give you guys a shout out.
Yeah, we love seeing what you've been up to all around the country and indeed all over the world. 2,700 entries this weekend and over 40 countries represented. Here's Cy Rose, one of our volunteers behind the scenes, saying, wow, that's an intense setup. Lend us a screen, would you? I think he's responding to Fergus from our commentary team, who had about 5 screens on his desk. Meanwhile, Cy is left there with one laptop and what looks like 30 tabs open. To keep up with his umpiring duties this weekend. Well, good luck, Cy. For the rest of the afternoon, we need your help throughout the relays.
This is Canalotti del Treviso in Italian, but I think, you know, just having a guess here, he's very happy with the timings that he's got. He took place in the, he's talking about taking part in the Brick Online, very happy with his timings, and I think he's very split, you know, happy with his split timings as well. So congratulations, thanks for taking part all the way from Italy.
Well, there you go, another split. The Rowers love to share their splits on their social media, and we love to see them. A 1:31 there from Road to Fitness. After what felt like a very long weekend of racing, when it's in fact been 2.5 kilometres, I'm pretty chuffed to be coming away with a bronze medal in the 500 metres. Plenty to work on for next year, but for now, an easy road to cool down, and maybe, but probably not, a day off the erg tomorrow. Well, good luck to you, Road to Fitness, and we look forward to seeing you at rowing events again in the future. But here we go, we're going to bring our commentators back in. We get ready for our next race. What's up next, Zoe?
So next we have got race 239, which is the Year 8 girls 500 metres and the Year 10 girls 500 metres. Do you know what I really like about this though? Is that you've got different age groups who can see how they compare like for like on the day, in the moment. And I do love a bit of rivalry between the year groups at school. It's not just about your own year, but just seeing how far maybe you've got to go to beat the girls a couple of years ahead of you. And for those girls in the older years, just to see how good the talent is coming through. So I love it when we put different categories into one race.
Well, we're just getting ready for that next race. I think this is the previous race you're seeing on the screen at the moment, though. We're waiting for the Year 10 girls 500 metres and the Year 8 girls 500 metres that is due to set off in just a few moments' time. So we'll pick that up as soon as that race is off the start. But as Zoe was there saying, we love these races that have got different categories together. It means that every athlete who comes to the British Rowing Indoor Championships online can race against a similarly matched person, whether they be from another category, and then we've got these people to push you onto the line to achieve your personal best. And we keep hearing about personal bests on social media, so do keep sharing them with us, and it's fantastic to see that you're hitting them. So, Carol and Zoe, what do you think your personal best for 500 metres would be?
That's a question, Jack.
Yeah, it's a bit.
Just tagged it on the end there.
Never mind.
I thought I'd just drop it in.
I could probably go sub 2 minutes, but yeah, I'd be in some state afterwards.
What do you think, Zoe?
I don't want to let you know how good I was. You know, this is not about us today. This is about the athletes. So, you know, what I've done in the past is what I've done in the past. But as a Cox, you know, we chat a load of. We can give some good chat on what we can do, and we may do our ergs in secret. But my gosh, I don't know what I would post. Do you know, I am going to the gym after watching this today. So, shall I do a 500 metre and let you know what comes out the other side? I win a few.
Zoe, don't put any pressure on me now. Come on. You do it, I'll have to do it, and that's not in the game plan.
Okay, well, I'm told that race is now actually complete, but we do have the results, so we're going to bring them up on the screen. And Zoe, do you want to take us through those results there for the Year 10 girls and Year 8 girls?
Yeah, absolutely there. So that was a win, a provisional win. These results are provisional. So that looks like Emily Downing there, and she's actually a two-time gold medalist from the British Rowing Virtual Championships. Followed then by Millie, posting a 1:44.9, and Olivia with a 1:45.3. Hannah Graham. Now, here's the interesting thing. Hannah, her first time on an erg, get this, was the 23rd of November this year. So look at that. Look what can happen within 500 metres. You can win it with championships behind you, but also you can get on an erg on the 23rd of November and you can come provisionally 4th at Brick Online. So fantastic there from Hannah. Peyton as well, Maya coming through, and then Emma with a 1:47.5, Tabitha 1:47.7, and Bara with a 1:48. That would have been very close there in the middle section. Madeline 1:49.1, Christina another 1:49.7, and Grace there 1:50s. A close group there from 12th to 19th in the 1:50s. Charlie, Marie, Millie, Alice, Amelia, and Lily Marie 1:54.1. Luella and Matilda then, and Sienna, and just bringing through the finish there, it's Scarlett and Charlotte with a 2:05. So that's the Year 10 girls and the Year 8 girls. So Berry. Now, Berry is infamous in Welsh rowing. She doesn't stop winning and picking up medals. She is one to watch. So a 1:47.6 from Crew Ceredigion, that's down in West Wales, and I think her parents will be very proud of her today, as well as her coaching team and Welsh rowing. So keep an eye on Berry. That is a comfortable lead there. She put down over Matilda with a very strong 1:53.7. Olivia got that 1:55.9. Varos from Hungary 2:01.1. Dania, and then Aniqua with a 2:04.8. So looking there at Berry's time, 1:47.6. That puts her quite close up with some of those faster girls in the Year 10. So we've said it before, that's a name to watch. Don't want to put too much pressure on, but very exciting future for Berry.
I'm sure I saw her name earlier picking up a medal earlier on this afternoon when I sort of logging in and having a watch, and I thought I'll have to keep an eye out for her, and she just lived up to the reputation, and as you say, a name to watch in the future, because that time is in with the the category 2 years above. Still very impressive indeed, and as you say, her parents should be justifiably proud of that performance.
Well, Zoe, thank you very much for taking us through those results. Just a very quick apology from us. We're sorry we couldn't bring you that race live. All the races do carry on behind the scenes, but occasionally we lose connection with our visualizer here on the live stream. So the race did happen. That's where those results have come from. The athletes would have had the full race in front of them, but unfortunately we couldn't bring it on the live stream. But we can bring you this one. So I think it's over to Carol for the Year 11 boys 500 metres.
Thank you very much, Jack, and I've been looking forward to this one because boys racing tends to be incredibly competitive, and it's Aurelius from Latvia just leading the field at the moment with Jack Cadwallader, Matthew Hand, Lucas Bowes, Matthias Durhaus and Sam Cuthbertson, all very close indeed, and there's nothing between them. There's a huge sort of overlap in the middle of the field where these athletes are incredibly close together time-wise, split-wise. But look at Aurelius's split there, 123, rating 43. That is incredible. That's a high rating, very low split. As I said, it's a 500 metre race, very short race. You can maintain these high ratings, but even now he's still going 42, 43, and that's giving him that lead over Jack, who's in second place. In fact, kiss of death, commentary death. Lucas now in that second place. Jack had dropped down to third, Matthias in fourth. But fantastic performance from Aurelius there. Just dropping his rating somewhat. He's maybe just slowing down. Lucas coming back on him, and oh, what a race for the line there. Boy, that was a huge push from Lucas just on the line. Aurelius crossing the line in 1:23. and that is pretty nippy. And look at the finish times here. These are so close together. They're still finishing, and they're just, 15 seconds adrift from the winner. And for this sort of field, that sort of distances, that is incredibly close. Huge kudos to all these athletes, because the overlap between them all has just been amazing. But what a performance from Aurelius there. Rating 40-42 down the course. Zoe, what do you think?
I think I need 4 more sets of eyes to keep up with everything going on. My gosh, these are quick 500 meters, 1:23.3 from the Latvian Aurelius. I mean, Jack was there dominating that first half of the race, 1:26.8, so still very, very close, but just missing out on the podium. Again, these results are provisional, but Matthias there with a 1:26 from Denmark. But Lucas representing GB there with a 1:24.3 provisional. So let's see what happens as these athletes go through that year 11, that's sixth form. They will be looking now, potentially some of these athletes looking at their scholarships and what options and where they want to go for their next level of education. So let's see if any of these names we see now going into the universities and colleges renowned for rowing. But excellent performances there from the year 11 boys 500 metre.
Zoe, I've got a quick question for you actually. You're talking about like the year 11 boys, and you're talking about education and looking to the future. I'm looking really far ahead now to maybe a future Olympic Games, for example, or Commonwealth Games. Are we seeing potentially a group there that might want to think about representing their country at Olympic level?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, the Olympics evolves as well. So, we're starting to see not just the 2,000 metre multi-lane race, as a very established Olympic format, but you're also looking at potential other formats as well. So coastal or offshore or beach sprints, these varieties of rowing as well are coming to the fore as conversations for international. So the respective countries, and certainly here in England, Ireland, Scotland and Wales, we are building pathways in anticipation of that. And we have the World Rowing Coastal Championships coming to Great Britain down in Saundersfoot in West Wales. So there's not just the fine boat straight line racing, you've got coastals as a potential pathway, but the indoor scene as well. It really is picking up, and I think that'd be one to watch. But yeah, for a lot of these athletes, I think selectors will possibly be watching, the coaches will know what good looks like. But maybe for some of these athletes, certainly the junior athletes, it's about how much, how often, and there's a lot of support for that. So you may see the year 11 boys today, and there may be siblings. So in the next race, actually, one of the girls competing, Kira, she took up rowing because she saw her brother race at Henley Royal and thought, if he can do it, why can't I? So for parents who have got athletes going, or have children going, hey, I want to do that, I want to get on a rowing machine, then there's lots of information online from BritishRowing.org to help parents with how to support their children with training. And if some of them do have potential for pathway, whether it's showing now or in a couple of years' time, then there are lots of ways to ensure that well-rounded athlete is brought successfully through the system, and hopefully lots of success for us as well.
I think this is one of the interesting things to pick up about rowing, and it was something that Karen Bennett mentioned in one of the videos that we've been playing out today, that often many of the athletes who go to the Olympic Games, particularly at a senior level, may have only started rowing 4 years before they travel to that Games and win medals. It's a sport where you can pick it up and progress quite quickly through the ranks to Olympic level athlete, because it is, if you put the work in, you will get the result, won't you?
You can put the work in, get the results. So just thinking about people taking it up and just going to the Olympics. But some people take up the sport and it's part of their lives forever. They keep on rowing, as we've seen with some of the athletes rowing into their 70s or 80s. In fact, even competing in the indoors in their 70s, 80s and their 90s. So it's one of these things that it's a bug, I think. Once you're bitten, it's very hard to sort of put it up and give it up. And even if you give it up, you're sort of sometimes sucked back to volunteer. So anybody's out there looking to volunteer, we're always open-armed for more volunteers. great sport, great camaraderie, and lots of good friends. So yes, it's a lot to recommend it.
Now, throughout today and yesterday, we've been asking you to share your social media posts using the hashtag, of course, Brick Online, so Jack and I can give you all a shout out. So let's do that right now. You want to take this one, Jack?
There we go. Yeah, the unruly coach, after nearly backing out repeatedly, I did it. British Rowing Indoor Championships 2020 done. I'm disappointed in my time, but not in myself. My engine didn't let me down. My nerves didn't overtake all logic. I didn't want to quit, even when it hurt. I was disappointed, but not defeated. I coped well with a higher stroke rate, fastest ever race time. Well, that all sounds very, very successful there. I'm not sure what you're disappointed with. That was incredible. The unruly coach there taking part in Brick 2020.
This social media post from the Broxbourne Rowing Club. What a picture. Congratulations to Agnes and I hope I pronounced this right, Anzelika. Agnes's first race coming in 4th in the women's lightweight 40. Anzelika getting a personal best 152 in the women's lightweight 30. Can I get a whoop whoop? Of course you can. I'll do one for you. And a big shout out and well done to Eugene, who came 7th in the 2K yesterday. Oh, and one more. And Wellesley had her tweet read out, and you've just had a social media post read out too. So congratulations, guys. Thanks for taking part.
What a lovely photo to see that club getting together on Zoom there. Well, here's Susan Kitchen enjoying the live stream from Brick Online European Qualifier. Congrats British Rowing and Time Team. Looking forward to seeing everyone at the Canadian Indoor Rowing Championships 2021. You see many of the athletes who competed here today will be going through to that World Indoor Rowing Championships. But here we go, the Year 11 girls. I believe it is Zoe picking up this race.
Yes, so Year 11 girls 500 meter race. Let's see what we go. So we are into the first 150 meters of this race. We have Annabelle Hess in the lead and Yasmin there. Now Yasmin won the Year 10 5 meter. I don't think it's 5 meter, but 500 meter race at the British Rowing Virtual Champs this year. So she represents Wycliffe today, and she is sitting there in second place, rating 43. And look at those rates from Annabelle. I think we saw some chains going there, up at 66s. Wow. Okay, let's see what the data says a little bit for those. But coming into the last 100 metres of the 500 metres Year 11 girls race, and that field is very, very close. Yasmin and Annabelle there taking the lead for this, with Maple coming in 3rd place at the moment. But let's see now as they cross the line. That is a very, very close. Look at those three, Yasmin, Maple and Indria, coming in very, very closely now, looking to take those medals and be those on the podium. So possible technical issue there with some of these, but we will of course verify a little later on. So as we say, all results are provisional. As you can imagine, we have got rowing machines connected to computers and internet all around the UK and the world. So all of these times and results will be verified by our race officials, and the confirmation of the results will be published on the BritishRowing.org website and shared by the team that are delivering this live stream for you today. But look at that great field, 29 athletes completing the Year 11 girls 500 meter race.
Indeed, what a great performances from some of these athletes, and the ones in the middle of the pack, again, so close together, very little to choose, and I'm sure the electronic timing was tested extremely there, because they were finishing within seconds of each other. About 10 or 15 athletes I saw. Brilliant.
Carol and Zoe, it's time for us to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much for your commentary and your company this afternoon. It's been fantastic working with you. Hope you've enjoyed the last 2 days of racing, and enjoy the rest of the Sunday, whatever you're up to.
And
thank you.
Indeed, thank you very much. I'm sure I'll be watching online, so I'm sure the relay events are going to be really exciting. So I might get just drawn to watch that later on. Thanks for the offer and the opportunity. I really enjoyed it, and thanks for keeping me online, Zoe.
And thank you very much. And Carol, I'm off to the gym now. I'm going to watch this. This I can watch on YouTube on my gym on the TV screen. So let's see if we get a 500 meter erg done this afternoon, Carol. I challenge you this week, a 500 meter challenge.
Make sure you post it on social media as well for us, Zoe, so we can give you a shout out later.
Yeah, maybe. Thank you very much. Thanks for listening, everyone. Thank you.
Well, Carol and Zoe there just heading off from their session. They've got half an hour if they want to submit those erg times into our live rowing league on the British Rowing website. The league is open until 4 p.m. today. It's free to enter, so anyone on any rowing machine can enter a time for a 500 metres, 2 kilometres, 10 kilometres, or even a marathon. And you can have your name up there on the leaderboard, so do take part if you want to see your name up on the list.
And of course, don't forget to buy your Brick Online t-shirt as well, and wooden coaster metals from the Brick Online shop. Don't forget to sort that out. Make sure you get in there quickly.
Well, we are getting ready now for the big races of today. It's starting off with the men's relay in just a few moments' time. Men's relay, sorry, not really. So let's welcome back Warren and John, who are going to be our commentators as we go through these last few races of the day. Are we excited for these relays, John? What are we looking forward to seeing?
Frantic action, I think. It's what's interesting with this is that, of course, at the arena, 4,000 relays, it's one machine, 4 people, so it takes around about, well, it can take about 12 to 14 minutes. But of course, they're all rowing 1,000 meters each, so these races are going to be done and dusted in 3 to 4 minutes. So it's going to be fun for us trying to keep up with what's actually going on, because it's going to be the race will be over, much like what we saw with Carol and Zoe a minute ago. The races are over before you know it, so it's going to be a lot of action happening.
So Warren, do you want to take us through how these relays are going to work in the virtual environment? How does the machine work? How do each team work together to achieve their result?
Well, as I understand it, it's basically they're all rowing essentially at the same time, and you're taking an average of their performances, and basically what you're looking for is on that number on the right hand side, as we've seen, is the smaller that is, the faster they're going to be getting to that 1,000 metre mark. Everybody's racing to 1,000 metres, and it's the fastest average performance over that time. I think that's right. You're testing me there, Jack.
Is there anything, John, that we should keep an eye out for in these races?
It's generally, people have got to be sensible how they pace it, because whereas in a traditional relay you can have some real sprinters doing 100 metre bursts and really explosive power, each of these people are going to be rowing roughly 1,000 metres, because obviously if someone's faster in one particular squad, they're going to be rowing slightly over 1,000 metres, and someone slower in that may only be doing about 960 metres. So if you think you're the fastest in the team, you've got to be sensible what you do, because you don't want to push too hard and then find that you've got to row a lot of extra distance compared to everyone else in your team. So you really want to try and balance it out as good as you can. And also, you ideally want all 4 people to be as evenly matched as possible, so that you roughly row the same amount.
So yeah, Warren, in a normal relay environment, when we're at the velodrome, transitions are all important, how quickly athletes can hop off and on the same machine. But in this day, when we're in this virtual environment, it's all about consistency, isn't it? We really want to be seeing that drive all the way through the 1 kilometre. We want to see those athletes as closely matched as possible. And it is those teams that are going to achieve the best results.
Absolutely, yeah. John touched on it. The key word here is consistency, as we say. Normally in the arena, they're normally shouting in each other's ears. They're right there before they have to basically throw them off the ergo and then jump back on again. That's what we normally see in these situations. But no, this time it's about maintaining that split as small as possible, making sure you get to 500 metres as fast as possible, but doing it with the most efficient stroke rate at that time, so that everybody's going at equally as fast as they can and getting to the finish line, like John said, as equally together as they can. That's what you want, for everybody being strong and together. What I'm going to be interested in, I'm interested in how we've seen a couple of times on the social media shots, actually, everybody's got their little Zoom calls together and they're all sort of staying in touch like that, and I think that's quite an interesting element to the whole thing, just seeing 4 people going hammer and nail over Zoom. It's quite an interesting aspect, that is.
Speaking of technology, throughout the day, we've been asking people to share their social media posts with us, making sure that they use the hashtag BrickOnline. So let's take a look at them, shall we? Okay, so Rach Williamson, who of course has been working with us, she says 269 meters for 1 minute. Annoyingly, third time since Sydney Invictus Games, I've equaled my PB and split time. However, for my single arm classification, IR3, PR3-SA, I've broken my own adaptive British and adaptive world records. Huge congratulations, Rach. Good to see.
Well, what a stint she's put in this weekend. But here we go. We've got Imi over here who's just won 2 bronze medals in the Brick Online Year 9 Girls 4 minutes and 500 metres. 2 races, 2 medals in one afternoon. That is amazing, Imi. Nice photo of me knackered after the 4 minutes. Well, enjoy the rest of your afternoon here. Thank you for joining us at Brick Online.
Oh, look at this now. This is a great photo. This is all of us. On the screen, there's me, there's Jack, there's Russell with a big grin on his face. That's what it takes. You see, here's the master of the show, you know, making sure that Jack and I are doing what we're supposed to be doing, and the commentators as well. So thank you for sharing that photo with us.
A good time to give a big mention there to Overexposed TV. So that's Russell and Jack in the studio who've been helping us through behind the scenes and cutting together the footage you're seeing on this live stream. And also to Time Team Regatta Systems, who run all the race technology that allows Brick to take place this year online.
And also a shout out to all the volunteers that have been helping us out over the last few hours or so, yesterday and today. We couldn't have done it without your help as well. It's been a fantastic event. But I'm talking as if the event is over. We've still got several races to go, particularly with the relays. I'm really excited with the relays, gents. I've got it because I love a good relay. I think technology is going to play a massive part because it's virtual, very much so, but also the transitions as well. I'm interested to see, John, how that's going to play out.
Yeah, well, you've got a false start straight away. Because that's the other thing. You're so on edge, you know, wanting to make sure you get a good reaction. Because with 1,000 meters, a good start is absolutely crucial. So obviously they're just waiting for the flywheels to ease down now before they can go again. The other thing that might be catching a few people out, when you're in an arena, you know, when the command says sit ready, attention, row, normally in the arena it holds on attention for about 2 to 3 seconds. It seems to be holding around about 4 to 5 seconds, and I know myself back in the summer, it can easily catch you out. You almost start thinking, have I missed the start? And you panic and pull the handle. So that may have been what happened here. So we're just waiting for the final flywheel to stop, number 30, and then we should be ready to go again, Warren.
Thank you very much. This is the moment that all rowers wait for. This is where everything just focuses on this next 1,000 meters. And as they come to attention, everything comes into focus, everything sharpens up, and they wait for that their row. And that is when they're going to jump off the start line. And that is exactly what Team Finland and Gladiator Men have done. 41 strokes a minute on average for a 125. They are going straight through those first 100 metres. And we'll look at RAF Spitfires, though. That's a team of personal trainers with the RAF. And they have jumped out into the lead. And they're settling down to that 38 strokes a minute, though. That's an astonishing rate to settle on. But just coming through is Gorse Boat Club in Yorkshire Start. They have a bit of a secret weapon in Matt Brigham. Started around 2016, but he is the man who beat Murray Drysdale at Henley Royal Regatta 2019. So what a weapon to have. And, well, the RAF will have to watch out for him, John.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we heard about him yesterday. I mean, that's beating Drysdale at any race. That's bragging rights straight away. But I'm just impressed at the stroke rates, because obviously 1,000 metres, you want your stroke rate to be slightly above what you traditionally do in a 2K race. And I noticed they all opted for a very high, 40, 45 strokes early on. But now we're about 300 to 400 metres in. They're starting to stabilise more now. And, it's getting very close. The Gorse Boat Club in Yorkshire Start, they're really starting to push RAF 1.
That might just be the moment there, just as they come towards the halfway mark, neck and neck as we come towards the halfway line. They might just be about to edge it here over Spitfire, the Gorse and Yorkshire Start crew. That number looks like they will be about to as we cross the halfway. But as you said, they're sitting on 37, which should just be above your standard one. standard rate to sit on for a 2K. And 1:28 though, that is an astonishing. I'd be looking out at CF31100. These are a group of CrossFit trainers from America, I believe, the CF33100 team. And they're now starting to climb on the Spitfires. This is where we talk about that race strategy, John.
Yeah, it's funny. When I saw CF33, I thought of a Cardiff postcode for a minute, because that is actually that's one of the postcodes around here. But yeah, it's interesting how they've been very quietly working their way through. And what's significant is that they've been pulling 1:30 splits. So whereas the other guys, the other teams went out faster than them, they've just held a more steady pace, and they're at a lower stroke rate as well, 32-33. But they're still averaging 1:30 splits collectively, and it's really paying off for them now, because they're, at the moment, so within 200 to go, they're starting to consolidate that second place if they can hold it together.
Well, you certainly talk about that second place. Looks like Team Finland catching up on Spitfires, but the question now starts to become, could they start thinking about pushing on even more? Gorse and Yorkshire, they're on 40 strokes a minute on average now. They've just been pushing all the way through. It's a great consistency, like you say, from the CrossFitters. But in these final 100 metres, I think Gorse are really going to stride out again. 41 strokes a minute. You can imagine the power going down and the strokes going in to sit on 127. And that looks like they'll be taking a look at Team Finland, though. They're just about to overtake Spitfire. We'll get these are all provisional results, so we'll watch out for those final results. But Team Finland look like they've just nicked third by 0.5 of a second over the RAF Spitfires team. Gladiator Men coming in fifth. The Hungarians of GYAC coming in sixth. And then the Gravelin, Averon and Swiss German Austrian taking us through the finish. Lots of different race managements there that we saw, John, but some really, really strong racing, I think, from this team mentality that we're going to see through these relays.
Absolutely. I tell you, what impressed me most with Gorse at the front was that they managed their pace, because if you notice, they dropped it down to 1:27s at the end. That's a very good sign, because the 1K, there is such a fine line of a tipping point. If you're doing a 1K time trial, it's just a fraction too fast, and you absolutely fall off the edge. And I'm in no way talking from experience on this whatsoever.
I'm sure I've heard good things, John. I've heard good things. But this is what we say. That's those moments where those guys are shouting at you right on there to just get that rate back up again. But it's clear that they've all managed to do that, and they've managed to communicate that even while not being in the same room, which is quite impressive, I'd say.
It is actually, yeah, because effectively their only communication is either if they've got Zoom open, that's one thing, but basically their monitor is their only form of communication. They've got a rough idea. They realise they're pulling the splits. They can see, in blocks, you've got the distance, counting down. But I think in the back of their mind, they're also aware that there is a second heat to come. So that's why we saw them push on. Even though they were leading, for them, that's not enough. They've got to put the fastest time down possible, because for the next heat, there's always a chance that someone else might sneak in front. So, I can't wait to see what times we see in the next heat.
Absolutely, and that will be coming up very soon. Got more of the, I could just have a looking through the list that we've got here. Similar teams as well. It's great to see that lots of clubs are sort of putting in lots of teams. We've got teams like Gladiator putting in 2 teams. We've got the Hungarians bringing 2 teams as well. I mean, they're competing against each other as well.
Possibly, yeah. I'll tell you what I'm really looking forward to in the next one. RAF have got their second team in. One of the guys, Danny Graham, I've known him on the rowing circuit for about 15 years or so now. He's an absolute giant of a man. He's 6'8". Okay, so, I mean, me at 6 foot, I know. I think in rowing circles, that's almost average height these days. But, at 6 foot, I get a neck ache whenever I speak to him, So like, all right, Dan, how you doing? It's...
I do know what you mean. When I was from my old days, normally I thought I was quite tall at 6 foot, and you spend most of your time like this all the time. Yeah. But yeah, no, it's amazing. No, he'll certainly be one to look out for. Definitely. I mean, as well, the Triton VAR team as well, big. They're a team of heavyweights as well, so surely that's got to play a factor in this as well.
Yeah, because I think on 1,000 metres it definitely favours sort of heavyweights, and sometimes you get people that will, their 1,000 metre time can be like, how can I put it? They perform better on 1,000 metres relative to a 2,000 metre time, so they could be slower than someone else on a 2K. But on 1,000, they'll absolutely leave them for dead. And so if they've got those sort of people in, in these teams now, they can really do some damage, in this next heat.
So with that in mind, what would their race approach be, would you say?
I would say, again, similar to what we saw in the first one. So much of it is about playing to your strengths. So it's again, they obviously, like we saw, everyone gets a quick start out of the blocks. You don't want to push for too hard because that lactic, if you push just a couple of strokes too much in the opening 50 to 100 metres, that's going to sting you later on around about the 650 mark. And again, I am talking from experience on this because I remember with one race, 350 from home, I was holding 127 splits because I was trying to go for a 255 that day, and then suddenly it was as if someone just came over and just slapped me across the face, because it was just like, ow, that finish line, even though I was getting closer, it just felt like it was moving further and further away. So yeah, they've got to be sensible. There's such a fine line. If you stay on the right side of tipping into lactic, you can maintain that pace right to the end. So they've got to find their sweet, that sweet spot, as it were, and just keep going with that.
That is, like you say, that is the mastery of. That's why we're seeing these guys put in such incredible times. I think it's just that balance. I think that's what we were talking about earlier as well, Jack and Anne-Marie. Talking about it's about consistency. It's about consistently finding your point where you're going to drive and keeping that up at the fastest rate. Because at the end of the day, you're in a race at this point.
And also, we have to remember that these are heats, so you don't want to give too much away, but at the same time, you still want to put in a decent time so you can be considered for the next round. Is that right, Warren?
Absolutely. Rowing at the end of the day, on regatta day, certainly like this, it's all about conservation. It's about management of your own personal energy, because you could go out there, you could put a great time in the heat, but then you come to the final and then your first quarter, you just lose it completely. John says, feels like the finish line gets further away. Speaking of start lines anyway, we've got the next heat of the men's 1,000 metres, I think, John?
Yeah, this is it. And they've just had the command now. Was it a clean start? Yes, it was. They all waited until the monitors said row. Obviously, as I said, Danny Graham is in the RAF2 team, so I'll be very curious to see what he's done. But as we can see, 39, 40 strokes a minute in the early stages. Now we're about 100 metres. In the next 50 to 60 metres, we should see those stroke rates starting to ease down a little bit, because they've got to start thinking about their sustainable pace, go through the midsection of this 1K.
What you say about going down first is more like a case of who's going to blink first in this one. And it's going to be, look how close that is. There's barely anything to choose between Tritonsvar and RAF the Hurricanes. So it's really intense. As we said earlier, those heavyweights really jumping out at the blocks early on. But RAF overtaking in the first quarter of the race. Gladiators MLB just trying to hold on to them, but still they're pulling away these first two. They're matched stroke for stroke, 38 strokes a minute on 129 split. The Tritonsvar just starting to lose length on them. These guys all started rowing last September from nothing, and they did one head race in February, and now they've been training during lockdown, and I think they're doing incredibly well here, John.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a steep learning curve for them, but the fact that they're this deep into the race and they're still pulling 130 split, that is good going, because there's not many people in a gym that could pull these sort of splits. Most of them would struggle to even break 130 for 500 metres, and all four of them collectively have been doing that, and they're really keeping RAF2 honest. I mean, 1 metre between them. That's the thing. That RAF will be fully aware that Triton are right there with them, and there is no room for error. They've got to keep pushing on this, and they're keeping the stroke rate up as well. They're not letting up. This is going to be a real battle to the finish.
Absolutely. These are the big moments in days like this. They are level once again as we come towards the 350 metre mark. Triton's trying to move now. They've taken that rate up by 4 strokes a minute, and it might just be about to be a good plan, because now they've overtaken RAF Hurricanes, coming towards the final quarter of this race. It's a bit of a battle for third place as well. GYSA, the Hungarians, trying to overtake Gladiator Male B. They are just hanging on by the coattails. But now as we come towards the final 200 metres of this race, Triton are pushing on. They're taking their power and using it to the maximum. RAF Hurricanes, though, are not giving up without a fight. They're on 38 strokes. Now the stroke rate is starting to climb. 129 dead level as we come towards the final 100 metres here. And there we go again. They have overtaken once again. These guys are putting in a monumental shift. Danny Graham, as we said, using his experience. Tom Jackman, Jerry Armstrong and Aaron Doherty. And this might just have been timed absolutely perfectly. They are just going to come towards the finish line. What a superb finish from RAF. Tritonsvar, they've everything there. 0.3 of a second away. Hungarians look like they're just about to come into third. John, what an absolutely incredible finish to that race.
Wasn't it just? What impressed me is that they both did the tactical thing. They didn't push too hard through the first 600 or 700 meters because they both managed to find that they were dropping to 130, 131 splits, but they brought it back down to 28s and 27s. And I mean, look at that; it was so close with them. And now we got Curlew Masters have just finished. Now we're just waiting for row hedge men, and they're done in 3:32.7. But of course, obviously now from this, we just have to add all the times together to then sort of work out what the provisional results will be.
Still getting my breath back from that one, if I'm being honest, John. That was unbelievable. I mean, how do you manage? We said about these teams. They're just at home. All they can look at is the screen. But how are they using that to just approach that situation where it's so tight in those final few meters?
Yeah, it's I suppose you're kind of like in the latter stage of the race, you're just in sort of like, I don't know, would you call it survival mode, battle mode? I'm not too sure, but basically when you see on the monitor, especially with what they saw, there's 1 meter, 1 meter either way. I mean, I've been in that a few times, and you're literally, nothing else matters. Whatever's going on around you doesn't make any difference. All you're focused on is putting everything in, putting all your worth into it, just trying to make sure that if they're behind you, they stay behind you, and if you're behind, you want to beat them. That's the mindset of everyone going to. Everything else just goes out the window. You're just focused on the monitor, nothing else. I think eyes in the boat, isn't that the expression?
Maybe it is. Maybe it's a new one on me. Anyway, we've got a brief break in between races, so let's bring you up to date with the latest results. And in the Year 7 boys 2 minutes, Matthias Pickett from Great Britain taking the gold. His distance was 506 metres. Congratulations, Matthias.
In the Year 7 girls 2 minutes, it was Rosie Bentley who took the bronze in a distance of 358 metres. Laura Temple took the silver, covering 443 metres. But Anja Knight took the gold, covering 497 metres.
The Year 8 boys 3 minutes, in the bronze position, Harry Burns from Great Britain. His distance 856 metres. Igor Tokarczyk, in his distance was 891 metres, taking the silver. And Yaroslav Sakharov from the Ukraine taking the gold, 909 metres.
In the Year 8 girls 3 minutes, it was Georgia Mackay who took the bronze, covering 688 metres. Danaya Alkeith took the silver, covering 724 metres. And Berry Tompkins, who we were talking about just a few minutes ago, got the gold, covering 797 metres.
Year 9 boys 4 minutes. We've got 2 have taken the bronze. Haig Bainbridge and Niels Hugh Arakby. Both their distances was 1,125 metres. Jacob Lem from Great Britain takes the silver. His distance 1,156 metres. And James Gleed, he is the leader. He takes the gold in 1,180 metres.
In the Year 9 girls 4 minutes, Imogen Gorrell covered 1,049 metres to take the bronze. Alice McClintock covered 1,068 metres to take the silver. And Georgina Joy covered 1,078 metres, 10 metres more to take the gold.
Year 10 boys of 5 minutes, Joshua Mann, he takes the bronze from Great Britain. His distance 1,481 metres. In second and taking the silver, Jeremy Gundle, also from Great Britain, 1,487 metres. And Teddy Gannon takes the gold for Great Britain as well, 1,546 metres. Congratulations, gentlemen.
In the Year 10 girls 5 minutes, Millie Hurrell covered 1,309 metres to take the bronze. Pippa Homewood covered 1,312 metres to take the silver, but it was Emily Downing who got ahead in covering 1,335 metres to take the gold.
In the Year 11 boys in the 6 minutes, Pedro Rodrigues from Portugal, he took the bronze. His distance 1,840 metres. Murray Oliver takes the silver for Britain. His distance 1,846 metres. But storming ahead, Adam Holland, all the way from Australia, taking the gold, 1,942 metres.
In the Year 11 Boys AR3 Open 6 minutes, it was Harvey Wintle covering 1,634 metres, and he takes home a gold medal.
And finally, the Year 11 Girls 6 minutes, Biba Rabjohns from Great Britain taking the bronze, 1,637 metres. Maple Unwin takes the silver, also for Great Britain, 1,640 metres. And taking the gold, Isla Wilding from Great Britain, 1,645 metres. Very close between the first and second there. Congratulations, ladies.
I believe we've got some social media posts to look at. Do keep sharing your experiences racing today with the hashtag BrickOnline. Let's take a look at some of the posts that have just come in. Here's Chris Scott. Fantastic race today. Really pleased with a new race PB of 1:13.8. Thanks to British Rowing and the production team for putting on a great event. Well, thanks to you, Chris, for joining us. We hope you enjoy your drink this evening. Well deserved after a new PB.
Decidedly Colleen there with her, I assume it's her cat. Henry was not impressed about having to be locked up in the bedroom this morning while I raced the 1 minute for the virtual British Rowing Indoor Championships. It's been amazing being able to compete against competitors from all over the world. Thank you to British Rowing for this opportunity. Thank you, Colleen, for taking part, and thanks for introducing us to your cat as well.
Well, there we go. We'll keep an eye on social media for more of your posts throughout the rest of this afternoon. The hashtag to remember, BrickOnline. Do keep sharing everything on there. If you'd like to see more information about the results from today and all the times from all the athletes, do take a look at the British Rowing website as well, britishrowing.org/BrickOnline. Lots of cool graphs you can look at on there to see people's performance as the race progressed as well. Really cool stuff from Time Team Regatta Systems, who are supporting this event.
And of course, if you've been watching our coverage over the last 2 days or so and you're thinking you'd like to volunteer maybe for 2021, please sign up to our newsletter online where you'll be able to receive all the information you need if you'd like to take part, hopefully next year.
Well, we are shortly waiting the women's relays. They'll be taking off in just a few moments' time. But before that, please enjoy this video.
GB Power Rowing.
Not for everyone.
Give it a try, don't be shy. Well, you know you might like it. Never been tricky, not timekeeper. But I'm a pure new pleasure seeker. Well, come on.
Well, you are seeing on your screen here, this is the first of the women's team 1,000 metres, and as you see, that 100 is a battle in the for the worthy of the Colosseum as the two Gladiator T ladies teams 2 and 3 battle it out at the front. But watch out for EJD 20 Powerhouse surging through as well. Some great races there, John. This is a good start certainly for the Gladiator ladies too. 1:45 at 33 strokes a minute.
That is very impressive going, and I bet as well with those two Gladiator teams, there's probably a nice bit of friendly rivalry between them because they would have been communicating with each other in training sessions leading up to this. And there's very little separating them at the moment. But the ladies 2 team at 33 strokes a minute after 350 metres, that's good going. And a 6 metre advantage, that's quite sizable over a shorter distance. Of 1,000 metres, that'll take some doing to overhaul it. So if EJD 20 Powerhouse want to catch them up, they will, in the last stage, start making a move.
It might just be starting to creep up on them now, John. Just as you said that, they're matching them just about for split on the far right hand side of your screen, but they've got that higher rate, which means they're putting more strokes in per minute, which might just be starting to give them the advantage. 1 metre gain at the halfway mark. Is it halfway through, but certainly not over yet. Looking at some of the other crews in here, the RFP Lancasters, a historic moment for RAF Rowing Club. It's the first RAF ladies team to enter a British Rowing Indoor Championships competition, so delighted to see them. Great to see them in a battle in the middle of the park here. But looking at the front there, EJD 20, they have put it up to 2 metres now. 1 metre. Could the moment just be about to approach? They have got that stroke rate higher on them once again. And all of a sudden, the split has just gone down from Gladiator ladies. A great surge there from EJD Powerhouse. Big moment there, John.
Yeah, absolutely. You could sort of see it was happening. It was almost like an animal ready to pounce on on their prey. That distance was coming down and down. And of course, now it's about they're in the lead. Can they stay in the lead? They're up to 5 metres now. But as we saw in the other races, are we going to see a response in the last 200 metres where everyone has just held back that little bit just to try and pick it up and try and claw anything back at the end?
Well, we will see, but EJD Powerhouse maintaining 35 strokes a minute. And you look at Gladiator ladies, they're now 10 metres. Now will be the moment where they have to call on themselves, find that bit extra, drive through the lactic and say, no, we're going to take this now. But they're on 10 metres distance. Juniors and co driving through as well. A great managed race from them. Women are Tia Veendorp, Millie Veerhoff, Daphne Van Vliet and Bo Den Hond really managing that well. And they're just trying to drive through, but we'll see what happens there. Just a little technical refresh there. But EJD Powerhouse powering towards the finish line as we come to it here very closely. Sitting on 1:46, and they might just sneak just under 3 minutes 35 here. Gladiator ladies going in second. Juniors making it about a 4 metre distance to take third place. And the RAF Lancasters, a great debut there for the RAF women in a relay event, coming in fourth. A great race there, well managed from EJD 20 Powerhouse. That's what we talked about before, John. It's just making sure there's that consistency, consistent stroke rate, consistent split. They stayed there, and that's why I think they won the race here, John.
Yeah, definitely. So much of it is playing to your strengths. If you know what your pace is, what you can realistically hold without completely blowing up, that's the level you've got to go at. And what impressed me, and what was quite telling, was that they were holding those 147 splits going into the last 200, and then we saw a brief flick of a 146. That said straight away that they weren't tailing off. And I think it was a brief moment of a 148, but that was literally on the final stroke. If you can save your fading right as you're hitting the line, that is time to perfection. Because you don't want to be blowing up 100 metres from the line, because a lot can happen and a lot of people can come flying past you then.
That race was fascinating, John. I was listening to what you were saying about the swapping between the first and the second place. You were right, John. I could see just very closely that each Powerhouse were just inching ever closer, and then all of a sudden they swapped the first and second place. So we just, like you say, we'll wait for the timings to be confirmed, and then we'll bring you results. Speaking of results, let's bring you up to date now. Let's start off with the Year 7 boys of the 500 metres. JJ Hancock in the bronze position. His time at 2 minutes and 8.1. Eric Elfors from Sweden takes the silver. His time at 1 minute 58.3. And Oliver Shaw from Great Britain wins the gold in 1 minute 54.3. Congratulations, gents.
In the Year 8 boys 500 metres, Igor Tokarsk completed the course in 1 minute 35.8 to take the bronze. Yaroslav Yakharov completed the course in 1 minute 35.3 to take the silver, but it was Antons Sernjavaskis, I hope I've got that right, who took the gold in 1 minute 34.9.
In the Year 9 boys 500 metres joint bronze position, Niels U. Arakby in 1 minute 36.9. Also with Zach Jenkins in the same position, also taking the bronze in 1 minute 36.9. James Glee takes the silver for Great Britain in 1 minute 34.6. And Jacob Len is the winner, gold for Great Britain, 1 minute 33.4.
In the Year 10 boys 500 metres, Joshua Mann came in bronze in 1 minute 32.2. Jeremy Gundle, in a time of 1 minute 30.9, took the silver, but it was Teddy Gallen who stormed away to a finish in 1 minute 25.6 to take the gold.
Moving on to the Year 11 boys 500 metres in the bronze position, Matthias Duhaus from Denmark in 1 minute 26.0. Lucas Bose from Great Britain takes the silver, his time 1 minute 24.3. And winning the gold, Aurelius Oris Sejus from Latvia in 1 minute 23.3.
In the Year 7 girls 500 metres, Rosie Bentley completed the course in 2 minutes 32.8 to come in bronze. Laura Temple did a 2:16.7 to take silver, but it was Constance Warner who completed in 2 minutes 6.3 seconds to take the gold.
Next up, it's the Year 9 girls 500 metres in joint bronze position. Imogen Gorrell, 1 minute 46.5, and she was joined by Ava Fenton in 1 minute 46.5. Alice McClintock takes the second position, so it's silver for Great Britain in 1 minute 45.6. And the winner, Georgina Joy from Great Britain, taking the gold in 1 minute 43.6. Congratulations, Georgina.
It doesn't look like we have a result for the Year 11 girls. We're just seeing if we've got any. There we go. The Masters 30 to 39 lightweight men's 500 metres. Craig Mumby took the bronze in a time of 1:26.6. Damien Alonso took the silver in 1:25.2, but 0.1 second ahead for the gold. Pekka Lensu, a time of 1 minute 25.1.
Next up, in the under 23 lightweight men 500 metres, Sebastian Kiss from Hungary, 1 minute 27.9, taking the silver. Simone Alberto Roll in 1 minute 26.7, and then taking the gold position from Poland, Alexander Chadda in 1 minute 25.0.
In the open lightweight men's 500 metres, Gregor Hall took the silver in a time of 1:24.1, but he was matched by William Ledge, who also took the silver there. So many dead heats this weekend. It is incredible. But the gold went to Jose Daniel Martinez Lopez in a time of 1 minute 24, 0.1 second faster. What an incredibly tight race there in the open lightweight men's 500 metres.
In the Masters 40 to 49 lightweight men 500 metres, in the bronze position, Matthew Bale for Great Britain, 1 minute 29.9. A second ahead, Alexander Reina Diaz from España, taking the silver position in 1 minute 28.9. And then from Italy, Francesco Procaccianti, 1 minute 25.8, taking the gold. Congratulations.
Well, Warren and John, I know you've both done, John, quite a few indoor rowing events, Warren, quite a few water events as well. Have you ever seen this many dead heats in one rowing event?
No, never.
Oh, that's definitely a first for me. It is incredible to see. And I think part of this is down to, we said it's all about the different approaches to racing from each. Some really go out fast and try to maintain it. Some look for that late burst at the end. And I think it's just that people are just going absolutely hammer and nail. They're just focusing on themselves, and it means that anything can happen in there. Really is, just to nick that comment from the FA Cup, anything can happen. And I think that's really what we're seeing here.
So, John, I'm sure you've had a few tight races at indoor championships before. How does it feel to be coming into the last 100 metres with just metres separating you from other athletes?
It can be quite. It's almost panic stations at times, because if you're in the lead, you want to stay there, and if you're in second place or third, you want to stay in the medals. I mean, the one race I always remember is 0.1 of a second between us. One of the sub-7 guys, Warren Matthews, and we had exactly the same strategy through the race. We both went this for a 2K. We both went out of the blocks quick, down to about a 1:15 split, settled into 1:37s. cruised the whole way. I didn't realise he was doing the same strategy as me. And then at 200, we both kicked. And we both dropped it down to about a 128, 127 split. And at this point, he was 2 metres ahead of me. As we got to 100 metres, I was 1 metre behind him. At 50 metres, we were at 0. We were dead even. And then it was the absolute panic station. What's going to happen? And as I went through the line, we had to wait for a few seconds for the monitor to come up. Did I win or not? And it was literally, there was 0.1 between us. So that's the last time I beat him as well. That was 15 years ago. He's quicker than me now. I don't hold it against him at all.
Well, can I ask you, John, how were you feeling at that time? Were you nervous, or did you think that you'd done it?
I wasn't sure. I mean, basically, this was like a regional race down in Devon. I'd only decided to enter it the day before because I looked at the championship record and I thought, oh, I could go for that. So I thought, this is an easy race to turn up and win. And as soon as I got there, I saw Warren turn up as well, and he was thinking the same thing as me. We looked at each other and we thought, oh no, we're going to have to put some effort into this now. And so then we were just absolutely throwing ourselves at it afterwards. And yeah, I was pretty tired at the end of that. But yeah, in that last 100 metres, you're just in, like I was saying, it's almost like survival mode. All you want to do is just win at that point. You know, you're in a competitive nature just comes out of you. And that is one race that I won't forget in a hurry. That's still my 2K PB, actually. So, yeah, maybe I'll beat it one day, but I've got to get back in shape first. Round is currently not a good shape, you know. just cool.
Well, thanks, Sergio. I'm sure you'll sort it. No problem. I'm sure that'll be one of your goals for 2021. Let's take a break and join us in a few minutes where we'll be able to bring you some more racing.
You speak to World Rowing and you ask them what the Blue Ribbon event is, and often people say the 8. I would say for us as Brits, it's the 4.
The 4 is the flagship boat for the Paralympic team. If we win every race this year, we'll have gone a decade being unbeaten.
Obviously the men have had a history in the men's 4. It's quite cool actually trying to start that for the women as well. With the 4, it's going to be tough.
We now can't be complacent because if I'm complacent, somebody's going to take my spot.
This is a really big mountain and I don't know if I'm capable of doing it.
Especially wearing the vest and stuff, like we're here to represent and show that we are the best of the best.
I want to defend my seat, I want to defend my gold medal. But whatever boat you get put in, you're going there to win anyway.
I grew up playing sport at school until replying to an ad in the newspaper turned me into a beginner on the GB rowing team. Now it's your turn. British Rowing have partnered with Ascenzi to form a winning pair. Connect your phone to an indoor rowing machine and follow interactive programs with British rowing instructors that will make you fitter and faster. I'd never rowed before, but after 4 years of world-class coaching from Team GB, I won my first gold at the London Olympics and my second at the Rio Olympics. I had no idea how this sport would change my life. How could it change yours?
Winning doesn't really allow for prejudice. It's your ability, it's not your colour. If you're the fastest, you're the fastest. I'm not slow because I'm black. I'm Robin Tallis and I'm part of World Class Start. I got into rowing, I was at the university freshers fair and one of the old coaches came up to me and basically just said that I was very athletic looking and tall essentially. And yeah, I just kind of snatched it up. So I am very injured at the moment. Got a knee injury and I had quadricep tendonitis, but it was quite progressed. I think if there wasn't Helen on my back, my coach, I probably wouldn't continue to row. But she really actually cares about like how I'm getting on and how like that I'm just doing as much as I can do. And just seeing the water and I'm like, oh yeah, I was here for a reason. Like there is nothing me that compares to winning, and I just want to be back in a boat and win. World Class Start is like a massive dysfunctional family, I would say. I have loved every minute of it. We spend so much time together, especially within centres. You could literally not see any more of a human than you see in a World Class Start centre. I feel like the amount of struggles I've gone through whilst I've been here, like personal life, uni life, and like they've just stuck by me throughout the whole thing and kind of pushed me on, and I've achieved a lot. I've grown massively. My structure to life, my outlook on life, I just have to be so organised, and I wake up in the morning, I'm like, right, this is what needs to be done today. My outlook on standing out is fine. Like in the World Class Start programme, there's what I think probably 3-4 people of colour. So I think it's good to stand out, but you can't rely on it. If you're worried about the colour of your skin, about stereotyping of rowing, sign up, just do it. Like the only thing holding yourself back is yourself. I'd use it to your advantage. Like, you stand out more, you get noticed as soon as you walk on the programme because you're black of colour, BAME. Although there's not that many black people up there, there's like no limit to how much you can push that potential.
Cool.
Well, as you can see, our next race has started. It's 100 metres in. This is our second into the women's 1,000 metre relay, and striding out to a massive 13-metre lead, you can see is the Gladiator Ladies 1. Second place is via a battle between Warriors and Hereford Rowing Club A. The Warriors team, a women's 50-plus relay team, trained together via Zoom since lockdown, which is great to see. Well, great to have them here. And we've got Friends of Wilson, BRX Women. Right, but what a great start there from the Gladiators, John.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, to open up 14 metres in such a short period of time. And what's interesting, if you notice, Warriors and Gladiator Ladies are basically pulling the same splits, but it was clearly that bigger push out of the start. And as long as they didn't push for too long, then they're not going to pay for it later. So at the moment, that's quite a sizable advantage. But I'm also impressed with Warriors as well. The fact that they've got together using Zoom, the Zoom app and everything, it just shows that they've taken like a bad situation this year and they've turned it into a positive. And here they are at national level, and they're in second place in this relay. It's fantastic.
It really is. It's a really great message to send out to the rowing community. What I'm also looking at here is, John, they're on the same splits, but Gladiators are sitting 3 strokes a minute down. I mean, what does that tell us at this stage?
Yeah, I suppose technically they've got another gear. I mean, they're favouring, because I know it's similar in 2,000 metres, some people just favour doing their pace at a couple of strokes a minute lower than the other person. So they've got a bit more breathing space between each stroke, but they're having to put more power in per stroke that they're going. Now they're dropping down to rate 29. Now what's interesting, they're both pulling 153s as well. We might see a bit of a move from Warriors now because that stroke rate is staying up and that's a promising sign. But can they overturn 14 metres in 400 metres?
Well, the Warriors may just be about to come out and play. If you can get that film reference, I will be very impressed. 350 metres to go here, and you're right, they've just brought it down 13 metres now. Gladiators sitting on 28 strokes a minute, 157. We might just start to see that tick up. Look at the battle in third place as well. The hashtag BRX Women just sitting 6 metres ahead of Hereford and Rowhedge Ladies. They might just continue to stretch that out, but just look, this is agonising now. How quickly can Warriors reduce that gap coming into this last 250 metres? Now we're seeing there's about 2 seconds now between the splits. Gladiators 2 less strokes a minute, but they're also taking them a little bit longer to do the 500 metres. Now 10 metres between the two sides. Warriors can see, they can sense the Gladiator Ladies in the back behind them, and they can start to bring their bow ball closer together. Now they're both making the move. It might just be a little bit too late though, but we'll wait and see. Final 100 metres here. 35, the move has come now from Gladiators. They want to be sure that they can stay in front, and that's why their split is now lower. They've made their move and they're just starting to put that distance away. Well, they're certainly making us sweat here, John, how they're managing it.
I think, Yeah, the Gladiator ladies, they've done enough now because they responded. When you saw a couple of 149s and Warriors were still on 153s and 12-metre gap, you're not going to overturn that in 100 metres. You need a longer period of time. Incredible effort from all of them, and even the scrap for third place, so close between them. I mean, it's just stretched out a little bit now, but we see it. We've got BRX women just coming in. Be interested to see what their time is. 3:53 dead. Hereford Rowing Club, did they break? Yep, they broke 4 minutes comfortably. Rowhedge ladies, again, 3:58.9. So all of these so far, sub 4 minutes. And you got Friends of Wilson crew just coming to the line now. Good stroke rate, 34.35. We're just going to get their time now, 4:09.4. I can guarantee every single one in that team, they're going to be exhausted from this because we know how much 1,000 metres can hurt. You know, it stings quite a bit. It's the same pain as 2,000, but just compressed into a shorter period of time.
It definitely is. I agree. I think my finishing move after completing an erg was normally just to fall on the floor, normally to my left. Normally just that was the nearest one. I don't know what you did, John. That was it.
I got to say, there was I'm showing my age now. It was the crash speed in 2000. Going into the last 500, I really started to tip into lactic. So I was holding 136 pace for the first 1500, then I was 141 in the last bit. Anyway, that falling on the floor, I literally couldn't move. And two of the other people from Britain, they literally picked me up and carried me over to the nearest bin. I then had my head in the bin, sort of throw it up. I later found out that members of the New Zealand team were stood around me, absolutely bursting out laughing, trying to find, because obviously this is pre-smartphones and everything. They said, has anyone got a camera? We've got to take a photo of this to show the others back home.
Indoor rowing.
Yeah, I actually found out that was Rob Bell that was stood right by me, and I had no idea. It was a rather embarrassing way to get.
I'll tell you what, there's no time to waste, I'm afraid, because the next race is off. We've got 3 races going on here. We've got mixed adaptive fours, and mixed fours. These mixed fours being made up of girls, women, and men, and it's the mixed fours. The Gladiator teams both charging out of the start line. The mixed team 5 metres ahead of the B team. The Israeli power rowing team from the mixed adaptive forms, they're in third. This is the national team, by the way, I believe qualified for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics last year, which was a massive achievement for them. And yeah, that's a great start certainly for the mixed team. 29 strokes a minute, but 1:38. That's a great start for the Gladiators again.
Yeah, I mean, sub 140 split. You're not hanging about doing that. And bearing in mind, that's not just one person on the team doing that. Collectively, that's the average, pace that they're pulling between all 4 of them. And we're seeing a really good showing from all these Gladiator teams at the moment. So, I mean, again, the fact that in 300 metres you're opening up a 13, 14 metre advantage. And what's significant, that's at the moment that's going to extend because Gladiator Mixed Team B are pulling 148s. And the A team, as it were, in the green boats, they're pulling 139, so that's just going to keep extending.
Gladiator mixed team leading the way, made up of Steve McBride, Scott McGarry, Charlotte Dixon, and Eric McElvogue. And the B team is made up of James Ritchie, Mervyn Linton, Samantha Smith, and Kelly Campbell. But they've got to watch out for the RAF 4 team, which is actually made up, one of their racers is Ed Carpenter, came 9th in the men's 3,500 metres earlier today. So he's really putting a shift there. They're now 2 metres away. And there's also a battle for 4th between the Israeli para rowing team and the GIYC Masters, which is the crew from Hungary who race in Győr in the north of the country. But look at RAF, there they go, just overtaking the mixed team B as we row over the halfway line. But Gladiator Mix just striding out, all 4 of them working really well together, John.
Absolutely. The speed at which they flipped that around was impressive. But obviously what comes into play now is, have they pushed a little bit too much too soon? Because if you notice, the difference in pace, a 147 versus a 151 for the Gladiator Mixed Team B, are we going to see a comeback from the Gladiator Team B? Because it could be that they're pacing themselves and going to go wait for about 200 metres, and then we see that split going back into the sub 150 territory. But having said that, they've already stretched out to 10 metres. It's going to take quite a big effort to get back on terms with RAF 4.
It will certainly take a massive effort there, monumental one. A bit of a moment again for RAF again, this Dakota team. It's the first ever mixed RAF team to enter Brick as well, which is great to see. But yes, look at that Gladiator mixed team. Just now they are sitting on that 150. They brought the stroke rate up and they're going to do their best to try and pull that distance down. It's about 13 metres between them, which in river terms probably just over a length or so, well, just about 2 lengths or so. The final 100 metres still Gladiator mixed on a 1:35. They've barely moved off of that split. If anything, they've actually gained on it, which is why they'll cross the line first. RAF just stretching away from Gladiators Team B, and it looks like the Israeli para-rowing team will come in fourth, just ahead of the GYAC Masters crew, but it's going to be close. We'll see how they do. Great row from Gladiator Mixed, making up just for the disappointment for a couple of races ago. But yeah, it's very strong, very consistent. This is what that key word I think that keeps coming across, John, is consistency, maintaining those averages all the way through this short distance, which is why they finished in 3:17.5. Great achievement for them.
Yeah, I mean, they, GYAC have just finished out 3:51. What impressed me with Gladiator Mixed, in the early stages, we were talking about, they're going sub 140 splits, 139, 138, that sort of thing. But then in the last hundreds or last 150, we saw them dropping down to 135s. So they knew their ability and they played to their strengths. They tried going at 135 splits early on, they would have potentially dropped off a cliff, in the last stages. But they held back, they stayed within themselves, and then they could open it up at the end. And the result is a 3:17.5, which is a brilliant time.
Absolutely, a fighting mindset from the Gladiators to take that win. And we are off with the next race already. Now, this is a mixture of the junior women's and the junior men's. These are team events, and these are even shorter. So these are 2 minutes. So look at that number in the top right in the white. As soon as that goes to 0, the race is over wherever you are. And right now, it's the Weybridge team of ENOA which are leading the way in 1:32. Bit of a race between Fat Watts, a great name. They're racers from Bedford Modern School and the Weybridge Junior 16s fighting it out there. And just to be clear, the Emily Dunn crew are from Yarm. They were meant to be entering National Schools Regatta this year. But as we approach the halfway mark, a real stride out here from the Weybridge crew.
Yeah, absolutely. What has always impressed me with the juniors is that they don't seem to have the same fear of these time trials or these 2,000 metre race or whatever distance they're doing. It's almost as if, I suppose, maybe as we get older, we realise how much it hurts. We don't want to put ourselves through it that often. But I've just noticed they just throw caution to the wind and absolutely go for it. But the fact that Weybridge is still holding 1:35s after all this period of time, and they're only going for, 80 seconds now, that's really impressive stuff. So, it's going into the last 30 is going to be crucial for them because, they're still holding 1:37s. It's looking good.
It certainly is, and they are going to go over the 500 metre mark in that 1:35 time. That's how consistent they are to hit it exactly on the nail. And look at the race for second though between the Bedford Modern rowers and the Weybridge Junior 16 race. They're just starting to pull away now, the Weybridge ones. They've pulled that rate up to 37. A few seconds ago they were on 31 strokes a minute on the same rate split as Weybridge Junior 16s, and they should just finish ahead of them. 5:20 metres to 11 metres ahead of the Great Marlow School. That's the women's one. You got the women's results at the top and then the men's at the bottom. Weybridge winning, striding ahead. The Emily Dunn, the Yarm rowers really pulling together as we would have loved to have seen them do at National Schools Regatta earlier this year, going ahead of the Hungarians and Great Marlow School. Weybridge striding away in the boys for the 2 minute. Fat Watts of Bedford Modern coming second, Weybridge in third, and the Great Marlow School Junior 15s in fourth. It was a very interesting battle there between second and third. Basically identical splits throughout, John, but they managed to race in very different ways.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because I've got friends like this in which they have a completely different strategy for how they want to do a race. But you can do, there are so many different strategies out there, but then at the finish line you can be virtually equal. And again, so much of it, it's all about playing to your strengths. What one strategy might work for one group of people, but it won't work for the next. So you've just got to do what's best for you.
Thank you, John and Warren, for your excellent commentary so far. Let's do some shout outs on social media. And up first, at British Rowing, don't forget to head to the British Rowing online shop, the official hashtag Brick Online t-shirt and wooden coaster medal, the perfect way to celebrate your participation in this weekend's racing. Couldn't have said it better myself.
It's definitely been a weekend to remember. Here's Jen, inspiring athletes, personal best, dead heats and record-breaking rows. Another incredible day for British Rowing and Brick Online. Well, Jen and Si have been working away behind the scenes to help us run all the races today. We're really grateful for their support and for all the other volunteers working away behind the scenes to make sure this event is a success.
Zoe Davis says, big thank you to British Rowing for having me on your commentary team. Thank you, Zoe, for your brilliant commentary as well. Top class performances from competitors all over the world. Gold to Overexposed TV and Time Team for delivering the tech and live stream. I'm off to the gym.
Well, there you go. Caroline Buckle, who we spoke to earlier. Thank you, British Rowing and Time Team, for bringing the British Indoor Rowing Championships 2020 to us. It's a huge uplifting event after everything the world has been through this year, still being able to race together. Well, we're delighted that you could join us, Caroline. Thanks for doing the interview and for sharing your experience throughout the day. Do keep posting with hashtag BrickOnline all your experiences at home.
Another post from British Rowing. A massive shout out to our event sponsors at Robots London. Thanks for all your support. Check them out at robots.co.uk, hashtag BrickOnline. Absolutely. Without their support, we would not been able to put this event on. So big shout out, of course, to Robots London. Do check out what they're able to offer you at robots.co.uk.
We now have some results to bring you from races earlier on today. So let's bring those up and see what's first. Here we go. In the under-23 lightweight women's 500 metres, in bronze it was Liga Parfina, who covered the course in 1 minute 53.1. Anna Bozicki covered the course in 1 minute 48.8 to take the silver, but it was Hazel Wake of Great Britain who took the gold in 1 minute 44.5.
Next up, in the open lightweight women, the 500 metres, Paulina Makarowska from Poland, her time 1 minute 43.9. She takes the bronze medal. Sarita Christina Hansen from Denmark, 1 minute 41.4. She takes the silver. And taking the gold is Laura Brannigan from Great Britain in 1 minute 40.1.
In the Masters 65 to 69 lightweight men's 500 metres, from Canada, Stan Shatinskin covered the course in 1 minute 37.7 to take the bronze. David Spector from the United States of America covered the course in 1 minute 35.3 to take the silver. And it was Gerard Leflokik who covered the course in 1 minute 31.3 to take the gold.
In the Masters 70 to 74 lightweight men 500 metres, Mike Price from Great Britain, he takes the bronze position in 1 minute 40.2. In 1 minute 39.7, it's Denise Busquet from France taking the silver, and the gold goes to Julian Bunn from Great Britain in 1 minute 38.5. Very close between gold and silver.
In the sixth form boys 500 metres, an international entry saw Simon Toren Joran Jacobsen take the bronze from Denmark in 1 minute 22 seconds dead. 1 second faster from Ukraine, Artem Zakharov completed the course in 1 minute 21 seconds, and 0.5 seconds faster from Great Britain, Edward Baker took the gold in 1 minute 20.5.
Moving on to the sixth form girls 500 metres, Ekaterina Motileva from Russia taking the bronze in 1 minute 34.7. In the silver position, Harriet Drake-Lee from Great Britain, 1 minute 33.3. And then Meg Knight topping the board with the gold from Great Britain, 1 minute 31.9.
In the Year 11 boys AR3 Open 1 minute, it was Harvey Wintle who covered 319 metres to take his gold medal.
In the PR2 women 1 minute, Rahel Nagy from Hungary taking the bronze position, covering the distance of 107 metres. In the distance of 279 metres, it's Caroline Buckle taking the silver for Great Britain, and taking the gold for Great Britain as well, Gemma Kemble-Stevenson, her distance 290 metres.
In the men's relay 4 times 1 kilometre, it was the RAF2 Hurricanes who took the bronze in a time of 2 minutes 58.9. In the silver, it was CF 33100 who covered the course in 2 minutes 58.3, but the Gorse Boat Club and Yorkshire Start covered the course in 2 minutes 55.7 to take the gold. That team made up of Nick Riding, Matt Brigham, Corey Wilkinson and Dan Jones.
And of course, we will keep you up to date with the rest of the results as they come in. Of course, we have to wait for the results to be verified because it's only provisional times, but as soon as they are confirmed, Jack and I will bring you straight up to date.
Yes, and all the times for all the athletes going beyond the medal winners available online at britishrowing.org/Brick Online. For now, while we wait for the next race, I believe we've got some videos to show you.
A couple growing up from a range of different sports, Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, so they're the two basketball players. On our day-to-day training it would be me, and it's so weird, I take pride in it quite a lot. I hate karaoke. But Notorious B.I.G., Juicy, I know the words. I would say Eminem, Netflix. Ronaldo. Depends on the situation and what it's for. Morning, get the rowing done, get it out the way, as the chef recommends. So, because then it's dependent on cup. The Irishman, epic. London, obviously, but I would love to live central London in a nice place. New York, California somewhere, Paris, Morocco. I don't think I have a nickname anymore, it's just Mo because it's shortened down. I used to be Little Mo because my dad was Big Mo, then I became Little Big Mo and then I did eventually become Big Mo, so it's evolved, but yeah.
This event is run using Time Team Regatta systems, making regatta management easy.
Welcome back to Brick Online for our live weekend of racing. We have just 4 races left today, shortly awaiting the Junior Girls Relay in just a few moments' time. Anne-Marie, how are you feeling for this Sunday afternoon?
I'm looking forward to the rest of the races, excited to see what results are going to be coming through. I've just been loving the competitive nature over today and yesterday's races as well. And some of those times have just been absolutely out as well. And it still blows me away about the, over 2,000 people taking part, 40 countries involved. My mind's just been completely blown this weekend. It's been brilliant, Jack. How about you?
Yeah, absolutely. I still keep coming back to it. I cannot believe the number of dead heats we've had this weekend. I've never seen that many at a water rowing event, let alone an indoor rowing. When we've got all of that data on the machine, you'd think you'd be able to separate the athletes, but not at all. We've seen, 4, 5, 6, maybe even 8 of these races where absolute dead heats between two in the medal positions. Just incredible. But we're going to bring back in our commentators now. We're just getting ready for the junior girls relay that's due to set off in a few moments' time.
Hey Jack, all right? Yeah, I don't know about you. I just can't believe how quick not only today has gone, but just the weekend as a whole. Because when we're at London, it's normally a one-day event, and here we are 2 days. It's absolutely flown by.
Yeah, time really does fly when you're enjoying yourself. That is absolutely true. I mean, but it's just been the races have just been so tight as well. There's been seen so many of these cliffhanger races when you look at it for about 3/4 of the way done, you think, oh, that's going to be done that way. But no, someone just comes out of nowhere and blows it out of the water, quite literally. But it's been incredible to watch. And it's great to see so many different clubs competing as well, whether it's just indoor rowing clubs or river rowing clubs or just people who just took it up during lockdown, which is absolutely brilliant to see. It's a real community. That's the word we've used throughout today, and I think that's really shone throughout it.
And pardon the pun, but we are heading into the home straight now. So what can we expect from these last few races? Let's start with you, Warren.
Even more competitiveness, I say. I mean, the races we've got coming up are kind of junior women, junior men, mixed juniors. So these guys will be going absolutely on fire. We're looking at rates of about 35, 40 strokes a minute coming out the blocks. And I think they probably won't go far off of that. I think there'll be really fast races coming straight after the other. And I think you've got a lot of teams. I know certainly Hereford Cathedral School have certainly put a lot of crews in for these races, so there'll be lots of individual competitions among crews, but they'll also be really going at it to be at the line first, definitely, and there'll be some quick races, I'll say that.
And what about you, John? What do you think we're going to be seeing in these last few races?
Yeah, I think at the moment there's going to be a lot of nerves at the moment, because everyone now will have been logged in. They're in the lobby area at the moment online, and it's such a different experience doing this online versus at the arena. You've got your warm-up ergs by the side of, where the main race floor is. You just paddle your way on that, walk over to the machine, you see your name on there, you get on there, that's fine. With this, you've got to check your internet connection's fine. Then you see, log into the lobby area. Is that still there? Have I dropped out of connection? And again, I'm just talking from experience from back in the summer with the virtual championship. At this point, about 10 minutes before the start, I was nervous as anything. And this is after 20 years. So there is that element, and also if you're racing later in the day, it's almost like that nervous feeling that has been prolonged throughout the entire day, and then you get to do it. If someone's racing in the morning, you get it over and done with, and that's it. But they've been in this nervous state for probably about 7 or 8 hours now. So I do feel for them in that way. But hopefully that nerves, because it's short distances, you need the extra adrenaline, and that's going to help them, especially on. I think we've got the next race is a 2-minute race. That's quite an explosive one, so you do need a good bit of adrenaline at the at the start to get you out of the blocks quickly.
Yeah, short, sharp 2-minute race expected. We'll pick that up as soon as it sets off. Just to give you an insight into what's going on behind the scenes there. With these relays, we've got lots of rowing machines we need to connect up for each race, where normally it would be 1 machine per athlete. In this case, it's 4 machines per team. So lots of rowing machines to connect to the internet, get all synchronized. And as soon as we've got that race ready, we will go to it. But Anne-Marie, I think you've been picking up on some more posts from social media.
Yes, we have indeed. Let's take a look. Force Atlantic, weekend spent at the #Brick Online representing the Army Rowing Club. Philip Wench 13 took the bronze medal in the men's 30 to 39 2K, and Lauren Branigan took the gold in the lightweight women's 500 metres. Thanks for taking part, Philip and Laura. Great to have you with us this weekend.
Well, here we have Chris Farrell. If you enjoyed the British Rowing Brick Online 2020 and you fancy more challenge in December, don't forget to head to Row the Distance, where there are a range of monthly, annual and charity medal challenges for you to achieve and take part in. Sign up today. So if you're interested in getting involved in indoor rowing, Row the Distance is a great way to do so. Lots of fun challenges for you to take part in.
And this is TGBC_lead who says, we borrowed some rowers from, I think that's the Yorkshire start this weekend and completed in the 4K relay at #BrickOnline. The rowers embodied the course grit and determination and took home the win. Fantastic. I like that. That's a bit of a pose going on there. It's a great picture. Thank you for taking part. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, some really exciting results in the relay. We've talked about the community that we're bringing together with Brick Online. Fantastic to be so many people taking part in this event. Over 2,700 entries across the weekend from 40 countries worldwide. But community never truer than in a relay race where you're all rowing together to get to the same result. So exciting to see these teams collaborating. Some of them able to get together in person thanks to the new COVID guidance. Some of them no doubt on Zoom, frantically rowing together and watching as they see their race progress on screen. We're told we're 1 minute away from this next race, so I'm going to see if Warren can take us through. Oh no, we've got a quick video that we're going to show you before we go to that.
I don't want to say my goal is an Olympic gold now, because like that's so far away, but my goal is definitely to be an Olympian.
As an individual, I have so many powers and strengths and skills. As like being a strong, tall black woman, I have those too.
I was bullied quite badly, and that took a knock on my self-confidence. Tall women are just models, but it's like I'm not built like a model, so what am I?
You can see our next race has got started. This is a heat of the women's girls relay, the juniors in the 2 minute race. And as you can see, Wycliffe College jumping out of the blocks, approaching the 250 metre mark very quickly. They are on a split of 140 at rate 36. GYAC best women, there's the Hungarians are in second. They're vying for second and third with the Great Marlow School girls 18, women's junior 18s. Look out also for the Great Marlow School Junior 15s as well. They feature Emily Downing. She won the Year 9 Girls 500 metres at the Virtual Championships, and then she won, and she was top in the Year 10s 5 minute race earlier today. So she's a really good prospect there. But look at the Russians, the Zapad-Nyada Litsa Dimano St. Petersburg, buying it out with the Hungarians. It's a real battle of Eastern Europe here, John, we've got going on. But Wycliffe College smashing it out, and they've come towards the 30 seconds to go.
Yeah, I can't believe how close this race is. I mean, you know, whereas Wycliffe College are out in front, that scrap, literally at this stage, almost anyone, you know, could take that second and third spot. I mean, look at those 4 boats. You know, GMS, Women's 18, GYAC, they're all neck and neck. I mean, in 10 seconds now, literally, those positions could flip around in an instant. So
well, the fact that they've all gone over the 500 metre mark is testament to how close this race is, and you can see there is barely, I mean, if my maths is right, there's 33 metres between first and 7th in this race. That is extremely close, especially between those bottom 4, but it's Wycliffe College taking it first. Second place to the Russians of Zapad-Nyada Litsa Dinamo St. Petersburg, and then the Hungarian crew in third place. But you said 146 between them, 3 metres between second and third. This is the kind of racing that we love to see, John.
I know, and also look at the tie for 6th place, and yet another dead heat. And if you notice, 5th place was 552 metres, so you had 3 boats separated by 1 metre. You know, that just sums up the standard that we've got at the moment.
Absolutely, it does. That's exactly what we want to see. This is what we said. These girls are all, as we know, there are 4 boats here. They're all racing together, and they're looking for that consistency. And all of them achieved that here. And well, there's no time to talk about that one, John, because the next race has just got started. This is the first of the junior men's relay over 2 minutes, but little false start there from the Weybridge crew. But we'll wait for them to reset. But again, John, I just want to talk about actually this moment just before when you see these graphics here, what the rowers are doing, they're at the front of the rowing machine. And when they see a tension, they sit up a bit. What goes through your head in that little moment there, just before the race starts?
There is this fear that when you see it holding on tension before it then flips over to row or it says start, there's always that fear that if you're just slightly slow at reacting to it. I mean, I looked at the stroke data once on a 100-meter race I did, and my reaction time was slow out of the blocks, and within 1 second I was already 3 meters down on the leader within 1 second. That's how much he got on me, and it took me 40 meters to catch that guy up. So, being able to react to that start is absolutely crucial. But also, when it holds on a tension like it is now, if you notice, that was about 4 to 5 seconds before it flipped over to row. It's because you're online; it takes longer to calculate all of the stats. When you're in an arena, it's only about a 2 to 3 second hold. And instinctively, a lot of people who are racing arenas are used to just holding in position tense for a couple of seconds and then pull the handle. So I think that's why we've had a couple of false starts potentially. But I love some of these team names, Chips and Churros.
That is a great name. Those guys all raced out of Spain, actually, so they're all racing down in the Mediterranean. It's great to see them, and it's just almost just as you were explaining that, it was personified immediately by Chips and Churros there, because look at where Broken Blades are now, 20 metres behind within the first 40 seconds of this race. I know it's only 2 minutes, but it's testament to exactly what you were just saying there, John.
Yeah, and also what's significant is look at the split difference, 127 versus 135 per second. Even they've got a bit of wiggle room at the moment. Even if they started to come down to 131s, 132s, they would still be holding that lead. I mean, now after a minute, it's now 32 meters, but they're powering on at 127s. Now, if they're holding this pace, they're going to be close to 700 meters. I did a 2-minute test a few years ago at 126, and that was a 695 meters. They're holding around this. We could be looking at about 680, 690 total time, and that's huge. That's really impressive at 36 strokes a minute as well. It's very good going.
Well, you heard it here first, people, from John Goodall. They've just crossed the 500-metre mark, coming into the 30 seconds to go. They are sitting on that 128 split, so they could really be going beyond the 600-metre mark. Broken Blades in second. The Langley Academy, the school based out of Slough, which is a prep school for years 7 to 13, doing really well there. And just over the 600 mark goes Chips and Churros. 128 at 38 strokes a minute, and they are going to continue building on Broken Blades. And they've certainly got, there's no Broken Blades in the Chips and Churros side. They are fired up for this one. 686. You were all just in your range there, John. Absolutely spot on.
Yeah. I was amazed because they didn't really fade. I mean, a 127 at the end is, considering they're holding 125s, 126s for so long. Dropping by a couple of seconds, that's not much of a fade. If they started mushrooming into like 32s, 34s, that's a big tail off. But they judge that to perfection. So the only reason I knew roughly what meters they were going to do was when I did this 2-minute test a few years back. I think I hit 695 in 2 minutes, and that was a 126. So I knew they were going to be somewhere around about the 680, 690 region. So it's all right. I don't have all these figures in my head. It's just something I remember from a few years back.
I'm not sure about that, John. You've got it all nailed on there. But yeah, no, absolutely. You can't take anything away from Chips and Churros. They're 686, just about 64 meters ahead of their nearest opponents, Broken Blades, who are on 130. You can just see the difference. All the numbers there. The higher the number is on the left, the smaller it's going to be on the right. That's the perfect combination.
Can I just say, Chips and Churros, much respect. Goodness me, they were out the blocks before. I know they were just so quick out of the blocks. I mean, obviously we wait for the timings to be confirmed, but they stormed ahead.
Absolutely, and this is just what John was saying. When you see that attention go, you have to be absolutely on the money when it changes to row. And as soon as you have to get the power on, because you're sitting at the front of the machine, so you have to get that power onto the legs straight away. And you really are looking for those long strokes before you go into those half strokes and stretching it out. That's what they did perfectly. That's what they did before anybody else. That's why that lead came out so quickly. It was really astonishing to watch. But credit to the Chips and Churros guy. They're out in Spain, so very good work from them.
I must say, something I'd be interested in with that is whether it's quite possible for them to get up to speed so quickly something that some sprinters do is that you'll practice 5-stroke bursts, because generally they would have been up to speed within 3 strokes. You generally want to, in a sprint event like that, within your 3rd stroke, you want to be ahead of what your cruising pace is for the whole thing.
Brilliant stuff, Leah. As we said, we'll wait for those timings to be confirmed. And throughout the day, we've been asking you to share your social media posts with us using the hashtag BrickOnline. So let's share some with you now. This is from the Kings Worcester Boat Club with some video warming up for the last ever event of the day, BrickOnline, our mixed relay teams. Go Kings Worcester at British Rowing. Best of luck in your race, guys.
Well, there we go. Brunelli Mussolina. There were 2 fantastic days at the 2021 European Rowing Indoor Championships, British Rowing Indoor Championships online, 5th place at 2,000 metre and 2nd at 500 metres. Thanks to Ergon and my family. Well, congratulations, Brunelli, for your competing this weekend. It looks like you've had some fantastic results there here at BrickOnline.
This is another social media post, the life of Mrs. J, saying, Gold Rush, Georgina Joy 3, 2nd gold medal of 8 in the 500 metre 500 sprint. And it's a photo from Twitter of Georgina Joy of the Newark Rowing takes gold in the Year 9 Girls 500 race, with Alice McClintock in silver and another nail-biting tie for bronze between Ava Fenton and Imogen Gorel. I was watching that race and it was very much neck and neck for that bronze position. But congratulations to everybody involved. Well done.
Here we have Jane Broman. Congratulations to Fat Watts from Year 11 BMS Boat Club for coming 2nd in the 4x2 minute relay. BrickOnline, so proud of you. Well, that was a great race we had there just a few moments ago.
We are now going to be taking a short break, so take that moment to grab yourself a cup of tea or refreshment, and we'll see you in a bit.
I just pictured my mom working, picture my dad working really hard on the farm. That is how I get my energy. And I will pray, God, please give me this strength. I can't give up now when my mom and dad never gave up on me.
SAS data analytics and like the work they do, it just allows us to collect all of the numbers that we as athletes have produced. We spend a lot of time on these machines and we lift a lot of weights, and even on the water, which is quite hard to measure, sort of pooling it together and drawing a picture of ourselves as athletes is a really good way of formulating like a strategy to go forward with the training. So like my training habits are quite heavily dictated by the data I see. Without that information, I think you'd sort of be flying blind to an extent. You'd just be hoping you were getting it right, whereas I actually know I'm getting it right. The data we collect from the sessions straight away it's very useful feedback, just to know that you've done the right thing. I suppose it's more important in the grand scheme of things. For example, your blood lactate, you want to know that you're sort of in the right ballpark with that you haven't, gone so hard that you're completely out of the training zone, but that you haven't also not actually got what you need to get from it. That data is, it's sort of important in the short term, but very, very important in the long term. If I look at other athletes in the team and measure myself in comparison to them, which is actually quite handy, I can see that in the long steady stuff I'm quite strong, but then as the intensity comes up, some other guys overtake me. So the way I use that information is that I take this long steady stuff a bit steadier, and then every time there is something a bit sharper and more aggressive, I'll then use that as a real opportunity to push on. And without that data to see all of this stuff, I wouldn't have any idea that was what I should be doing. I think the biggest changes in data analysis have come from how we actually read the information. The way the data is relayed to us is now a lot more easy to understand. It's quite tangible information that you can go, right, this is what needs to be done.
A Pillow's life. I was there at the start. I've been the door to a fortress. Soaked up your heartbroken tears twice. Cradled that twisted ankle from the under-10s cup final. We've been in fights, both fun and to forget. I've propped you up perfectly on that first magical Mother's Day. And been a welcoming friend when you've been run ragged. But now we've come to the end of our time together, and you can start a new Pillow love story.
Well, our penultimate race of the day has just got underway. It's the second heat of the junior men's team 2-minute race. 30 seconds in already, but it's a really tight one between the Great Marlow School junior 18s and the Czechoslovakian side of the Czechoslovakian Jasmine, which features Barnabas, which features Adam Shizmada, Aaron Boros, Lenat Mate, and Pinter Daniel Joseph. With third place is the Row Girls, and well, it's a really, really tight this one is, John.
Do you know, I have to say, Warren, first of all, I'm really impressed with your pronunciation of these names, because I've looked at the
I might have practiced those before.
I'm going to get it wrong. I can look at the boats, I can see what pace they're going at, which is impressive. I mean, GMS J18, I mean, holding 131s after they're coming up to 500 metres now at this pace. It's looking good, but this is a real tight race. I mean, 10 metres for the top three, you know, after nearly 90 seconds. Well, there's going to be effectively nearly 500 metres of racing. That's impressive stuff. And again, depending on if someone's overcooked it a little bit too much, we may see a switch around in the positions, even in the last 20 seconds.
I think you might be right there, John. I mean, look at Great Marlow School Junior 18s holding on there. They've got two very competent rowers in Henry Gavin and Joel Hammond, who are 4th and 5th in ahead of the river race between Great Marlow School and Borlase that took place earlier this year. But 10 seconds to go. The Row Girls are trying everything they can to try and get in ahead of them, but I'm not sure if they're going to get ahead of them, though. The Row Girls made up of Aaron Nagyzolskia, Ben Guznadi, Barnabas Vince and Adam Shizma. But the Great Marlow School holding on by the narrowest of margins, 6 metres there over their competitors. Third place goes to CSA Jasmine, and the two Hungarian crews picking up 4th and 5th. But a really intense race, that one, John. But it was really impressive from Great Marlow School to maintain throughout that. And, you know, racing ahead of the river, it's a 4-mile race. It's very different to what we've seen here, but it just shows great composure for regatta racing from Great Marlow School, John.
Yeah, it always amazes me with rowing how, you know, you've got people, you know, they're doing this 2-minute distance, which is totally different to, like what you said, the head of the river race distance. But then you've got rowers that will do, like, you know, full marathons or solo 100,000 metres, but then they can be quick at 500 metres and a sprint distance as well. I mean, you don't normally see this in athletics, where you've got someone that's good at a sprint event and running like a, you know, London Marathon or something like that. It's very rare, but we do seem to get this in rowing, where people are very, very adaptable at different distances.
And well, just as we do that, our last race of the day is underway. It's a great start for the King's School Worcester, that's KSW Blue, and for the KSW Red. We might have a bit of a red corner, blue corner bout in this last race here, but it's really tight between third place as well for Great Marlow Ardingly, the SRC Juniors, and Great Marlow School as well. Hurstpierpoint just trying to hold on there. They're based outside of Brighton, and they feature Charlotte Anderson, who raced in the Year 10 Girls 500 metres earlier today. But look at this, it's really interesting. We saw the tweet from them earlier, and they were preparing, keeping socially distanced, but it's this blue versus red. It's actually Luke Beaver versus Jack Barkley, both racing the 2,000 metre yesterday, but Alice Baker, who got second in the 2,000 metre yesterday, is in that blue boat, so that might be a bit of a difference, but this is not over yet, John. Coming across the 300 mark, staying very consistent, staying very strong. Could we yet see something out of this, John?
Quite possibly. In fact, what impressed me is the fact that so many of these have raced already. I mean, we know how much doing like a 2,000 metre or even a 500 metre time trial can take out of you. And they're putting themselves through it again, so that shows that they've got a very good base fitness because their recovery rate is enabling them to go at these paces. I mean, at 137s, 138, and they're sustaining 37, 38 strokes per minute. That's again, that's quite high because traditionally this is going to be over 500 metres that they're covering, and the more, whereas a 500 metre or 1 minute sprint, you're at a higher stroke rate. As the distance stretches out, your stroke rate will naturally get lower and lower. So here we are, 20 seconds to go, and they're still, KSW Blue are still holding an 11 metre lead. And it's looking like they're going to hold on to this now in the last 10 seconds.
Yeah, the blue corner of King's School Worcester just holding on over the red corner, just bringing that split down that little bit more, and that's why they've just pulled ahead there by about 14 metres, 626, compared to the red team, 612. SRC Juniors, 7 metres behind them for 605, and just failing to get Arding Lee making up the 4th place, Great Marlow School Junior 16s in 5th, and Hurstpierpoint College in 6th. But that is our last race of the day, John. I can't believe it. As quickly as that race has finished, feels like the rest of the day has gone just as quickly. What a great day of racing.
Races are so rapid fire, aren't they? It's sort of like, don't blink or else it's over. It's great to watch. Great to watch.
And on that note, actually, we have to say goodbye to both John and Warren. Thank you so much for being part of the commentary. You've been absolutely fantastic. You've done a fantastic job for us this afternoon. Enjoy your evening, whatever you're up to.
Yeah, I'm going to watch the Formula One now, so that's starting in about 10 minutes. So, absolutely perfect timing.
One electric base to the other. Great to share the mic with you, John. Thanks, guys.
Yeah,
Thanks a lot.
You too, Warren.
Well, that brings an end to our live weekend of racing for Brick Online. Thank you for joining us. Full results are available online at britishrowing.org/Brick Online with all the times for all the athletes.
And don't forget to head over to the Brick Online shop to get your t-shirt as well as your wooden coaster medals as well from the British Rowing Online shop.
And if watching this weekend has given you the indoor rowing bug, don't forget British Rowing has launched a new indoor rowing subscription with all the information you need about nutrition and training and how to make the most of indoor rowing. It's £32.50 a year and you can find out more at britishrowing.org.
And of course, we've got to say a huge thank you to everybody that's been working behind the scenes to make this weekend happen, which has been absolutely fantastic. A big shout out to our commentators who've done an exemplary job for us this weekend. Production, thank you guys for all your support over the last few hours or so. Definitely to Jack being the co-host, our admin, as well as welfare, as well, technical support, the time team. It's been absolutely brilliant. If you've been watching over the last few hours or so, you're thinking that you'd love to volunteer for the next event, do so by signing up to our newsletter, which you'll be able to find online, where you'll be able to find out information so you can sign up for events in 2021 and beyond.
Well, yeah, thank you to Anne-Marie for being my brilliant co-host as well. It's been great fun hosting with you throughout the weekend. We need to give a big shout out to Overexposed TV, who've been producing this broadcast that you've been watching, and to Time Team, who are running all of the systems behind the racing.
And last but never least, we have to give a huge thank you as well to our sponsor, Robots, without whom it would not have been possible to run this virtual event over the last couple of days or so. Robots have been innovative. They provide an innovative, I can't say that word, innovative based workout using rowing machines and bodyweight exercises. It's fun, exciting and suitable for all abilities. You can try a Robots workout in their London studio, or if you go to their online platform, which is Robots at Home, you can give it a whirl there.
But until the next event, from all the team at British Rowing, can we wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.